After fisting myself in the ass sideways, I am finally live. Uh, yeah, we're definitely chilling in a great mood today. Um, uh, what's it? Uh, what's it? We're now going for a wee bit of Maupin watch because these fuckers are back at it again, being beyond acceptably cringe. This is the I'm here with Gengaros and Ducks and we're being amicably quiet. But I continuing to be quiet. I don't know.
Yo,
I'm hello, hello, I'm alive.
Oh, that's mad. It still says you got your mic muted on my screen even though you've unmuted it. That's weird. Like, I
so
wonder if it's because Discord's closed.
Huh.
Oh yeah, it's because
are you
Discord's
guys
closed.
ready to enter the Maupin verse again?
Are we even allowed to enter? Haven't we been banned? Did you read Dugan before you entered? You're not supposed to read Dugan, you know.
Oh. Oh my god, I can't believe he actually said that.
Well,
Did you
how are
read
you going to
Dugan?
understand Dugan if you've not read Dugan? Come on, man. Are you telling me that someone speaking about his ideas isn't enough for you to get a bit of an iffy view? Like, it's like turning around to someone and saying, "Well, you can't criticize Hitler until you've read Mein Kampf," and it's like, well, no, you pretty much can. I imagine most of the Communist Party of Germany didn't sit there and go read Mein Kampf before they realized Hitler was a fucking Nazi, fascist. Well, yeah, Nazi wasn't really the key term then. A fascist, a right winger.
it, it's just like what's ridiculous is we don't need to read Caleb's work to understand his fucking worldview. I mean, his entire ideology is presented in his fucking videos. Even fucking the ones that aren't fucking, people are not fortunate enough to be able to watch his exclusive Patreon streams. We know his
I
ideology.
didn't
We
know he
know how
did
he
those.
thinks. Fucking,
Yes,
I don't
he has
hell. I don't
Patreon
even need to
only
read.
streams.
Hell, I don't even need to read Satan on the Fountainhead to know that Caleb Maupin is an anti-Semite,
Oh, I
considering
went
the
through
kind of
that
dog
book.
whistles he does all the time.
I went through that book. You don't want to read it. It's horrible.
It's
Yeah,
probably a good to laugh because how ridiculous it is.
so
Well, yeah, Caleb Maupin does have that effect, but I mean, it's more
And not
actually
to mention,
horrifying than anything.
his BreadTube book. In my opinion, it's like how can anyone take him seriously after that BreadTube book? It's like, oh yes, I had an internet spat with Vosh, so and I'm butthurt, and I'm just going to write a book about how butthurt I am. It's like this overemphasis on BreadTube is the reason why we can't have an actual conversation about serious topics.
I
Because
mean,
Caleb Maupin and his ilk constantly bring up if you disagree with the cult leader that you're BreadTube, regardless of whatever the fuck that means.
yeah,
Even BreadTube don't like BreadTube. It's like it's not well defined what BreadTube is, and it's ridiculous we're still having this conversation to this fucking day.
yeah. It's like over focus on something, and BreadTube is kind of like something that he falls back on whenever he gets criticism. So he'll
Okay,
take out the BreadTube card whenever he gets the
I'm not
criticism.
saying we shouldn't ever address Vosh, like, but he shouldn't be a priority because Vosh is dangerous too. He he does dog whistle to Nazis. Just so we shouldn't completely ignore Vosh because
and
of
he's
it,
and
kind of
and he's
his audience.
and he's part of the normalization of pedophilia that the CIA is doing. No, I'm joking.
well, I mean,
Like
what?
we
So
shouldn't
we've got
ignore
Caleb
Vosh
Maupin who
completely,
named
but
this thing CPI, so he's not really helping the man.
we shouldn't overly emphasize on Vosh, but we shouldn't completely ignore him either.
Yeah.
Like he's a threat too. Like if I have to
Not
be honest, the
politically,
biggest
no. Do you know what Vosh is a threat to? Vosh is a threat to people pedophilically. Do you know what the only people I've ever known that Vosh has ever retracted are people who are childish aristocrats who have nothing forward for them anyway. He's not a threat to us. And that's like, what's it? He's some master fucking doxer and he's gonna dox everyone. Like, what's it? He's not a threat to anyone. Like, except for, what's it? The people that he might victimize because the guy's a fucking sex pest. And that's not really a communist issue at the moment. Like, as in, like, it's an issue we've got to deal with on a whole in society, but we don't need to run around after every fucking sex pest that exists. That's for the fucking system that already exists to deal with. People need to report him for what he's doing and get him done for the pedophilic shit he does.
Yeah, but he has a huge sub base. It's insanely large, his audience.
Really? Compared to a population?
No, but
in terms of like who's doing the more mass organizing on the ground, building up these institutions, it would definitely be probably Caleb at the moment.
They're both.
How many people watch
Vosh
just to watch him play video games? I guarantee most of them are there to watch him play video games.
Yeah.
Vosh is barely political.
Yeah. If Vosh starts like building up like I don't even know what he would do. But the point is that I'm trying to get here is Caleb admits that these organizations. Okay, so he admits, like you can go through his works. He will say outright, Dugan, he's not a communist, but he's got some good ideas. Lyndon Relouche, not a communist, but he's got some good ideas. Like you can go through, and I've seen these articles he's written. He's saying, "Oh, they're not communists. If you think that they're communists, they're crazy." But they got some good ideas, and like what does that mean, Caleb? What exactly do you mean by quote good ideas? Because Dugan is a fucking crank. Like Dugan is just advocating neo-colonialism through this Eurasian bullshit. He's also a Zionist. Once again, proving the point. So is Putin, proving the point that Zionism and anti-Semitism go together like peanut butter and bread, basically. And
don't you mean peanut butter and jelly?
Whatever, you know what I'm saying. I don't like jelly. Jelly is
goes as well together as your great 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 auntie and your great 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 uncle.
Okay, are we gonna start watching this?
Possibly, I don't know.
Sure. Oh, and Lyndon Relouche is literally CIA, I think. Like, how do you get into the White House? Lyndon LaRouche went to the he's been invited to the White House so many times under Ronald Reagan. Like, you just don't get there. Like, do normal people get into the National Security Council and come up with Star Wars?
Also was the guy who came up with the Star Wars idea.
Exactly.
He didn't name it Star Wars. That was obviously Reagan.
Yeah. And he was coming up with like stuff for foreign policy. Like it was crazy. Like Trump like never had like fucking QAnon people running like the National Security Council. That's like the highest of high.
And the cult was known for using the term no, I got no problem with people hating on the British. Hate on the British all you want, but they were using the word British as a synonym for Jew. Or would it be pseudonym? I don't know which way you would use it. I think it's synonym.
Yep, and that's where what's his face? Haas got that from. Because before he became a leftist, apparently he was heavily inspired by LaRouchian, or was it Dugan? Whatever. It's all the same shit.
Dugan.
You get what I'm saying? Alexander Dugan.
Alexander Dugan.
The Eurasian versus the naval powers. Athens versus Sparta.
Oh, well, now you start to really sound like fucking Hitler. He like to go on about Sparta versus Persia, and he's the guy who changed the story from Greece versus Persia to just 300 Spartans. I think someone changed it to just the Spartans before him, but he was the one who made it the low number of 300 against the entirety of the Persian army, even though it was originally a conglomeration of Greek tribes against the Persians.
You know, wasn't it like 1,000 or something? I who knows fucking.
And it wasn't just
But the point,
Persians. Like the Persian Empire wasn't just made up of Persian people. I hope people understand this.
wait. You're implying empires are made of different peoples?
I know it's a hard thing for people to accept, especially those who have dealt with the British Empire, where we decided to spread our people to places and eliminate the people that exist there. They may be very confused. Like Americans, for example, even though the people exist where they're still at, they're still confused. They think they're natives to the land. It's hilarious.
Yeah. I was just quoting like fucking Dugan talking about the long history of the naval versus land power. It was Athens versus Sparta, Rome versus fucking Carthage. Blah 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 blah. You get what I'm saying? Like he's supposed to make it this grand historical narrative. So it's not
No, it's
about
just doing what
class.
it's just doing what Hitler did. You find parts of history that rhyme and repeat it. He's actually quoting essentially a part from Mein Kampf, where Hitler talks about this exact same thing.
Exactly.
That's where Hitler goes on about the 300 Spartans against Persia.
And that's where he's
Hitler
getting
goes
it.
on
He's like,
about the Vikings. He goes on about the what defines an Aryan people, and he says it's not the specific heritage. It's more so based on the strength of a nation, and certain nations have different percentages of Aryanism. People don't understand Hitler's racism because they haven't read
yeah.
his book. That's the one thing I will say. Like, well, you could understand Hitler's a Nazi and a fascist and a horrible person without reading his books. To understand how really twisted and mechanical and eugenic his racism is, you got to read his book.
So I was watching a History Channel documentary about Al Husseini. You know, like the 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 guy that was used by the Nazis to promote like the Bosnian SS divisions and the Free Arab Legions in the German
Have you ever
Wehrmacht.
seen the flag for the Bosnian SS?
Yeah, it's got like the swastika with like the sword thing.
Yeah, yeah, swastika. Um, I had the name of the sword on the tip of my tongue then, but I lost it.
Yeah,
I
I know
think
what you're talking about.
it might be a Kalish, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But that flag was is very distinctly similar to the Al Qaeda and ISIS flags of the black and white variations. Like, I mean, and if you look at that compared to most Arab freedom fighting flags, they're always these bright red, black, and yellow, or red, black, and green, or red, black, and white, or green, black, and white, and etc. 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 Like, they're very vibrant flags that normally at least have the color black on it, but a variation of other colors assigned. Like, but every time the West ever touches the Middle East, they always go for the same, just black and white. Not to say
Yeah.
that there aren't groups in the Middle East that are good groups that don't use black and white. I'm sure there are, but it just seems to be a weird correlation that I see. Maybe it's not causative, but
So there's a good quote in this documentary, and they're basically saying like Al Husseini. So they were basically going over like what the Nazi views on Arabs was, basically viewing them as lower stock compared to other such groups. But they said for Al Husseini, they made an exception. So apparently, Al Husseini's personal physician went over him, and they concluded that this man is not an Arab. He's a Caucasian, almost an Aryan. That's a very interesting sentence right there.
well, that's the way
A
that they used to
Caucasian,
justify a lot of these things.
exactly. So all Caucasians are Aryans, but not all Aryans are Caucasians. It's like a weird
Hitler was a
hodgepodge of.
bit iffy on that, so Hitler always changed it about. I mean, he was like, he said the Soviet Union was like 20 or 30% Aryan, the British were 50 or 40 or something like that, and then the Germans were like 60. Then the people up in the Nordic regions were seen as the only ones who were purely Aryan in Europe, 100%. that was the epitaph of Hitler's idea. Like he said that the Nordic
So-
people
so-
were the most Aryan people.
So then Himmler, though, expanded upon it, and he actually deduced, again, this is some quackery right here, but he deduced that there was pools of Aryan, I don't even know what I'm even saying, like DNA, spirit power, whatever the fuck I'm even talking about right now, that exists all over the world, be it in Africa or Asia, whatever, and that those pools of Aryan DNA could be. This is basically him using his justification why they were taking in foreign troops into the Waffen SS. Basically, that they would be endowed by these Aryan spirits, so to speak.
Oh, it's just another
Um,
way of
when they-
justifying settler colonialism in a more romantic fashion. Neo-feudalism is a very brutal form of capitalism, and fascism very much rides on the neo-feudalistic ideals. It brings back very old school colonial ideas of oppression, where they pick and choose whom good enough to be used amongst them as like the strongest of them. I mean, look at Winston Churchill talking about people being picked out for the Indian Army and those soldiers, and how he talks to them differently to how he would talk to a normal Indian, but then how he compares them to a British soldier, and the racism really shows. This is not abnormal to old school colonialism. Actually, Hitler's and Himmler's idea of how to bring in foreign troops and to justify them not being white were very, very similar.
Yep.
We're gonna watch the thing.
Yes.
Yes, but every time I'm about to start, that's all I still have to say.
Daniel Burke. Sounds like
I'm clicking on OBS to press play. It doesn't work that way.
Hello, everybody. My name is Madeline Wester, and I would like to welcome everyone to this important conference of the Center for Political Innovation.
I can't hear anything.
Please rise and raise your right hand for the CPI Pledge of Unity. The pledge is found in the folder that you were given at the front.
What is this?
This is, I believe,
Their cult session. Literally,
We
watch.
pledge that we shall remember this.
What the
Yeah, they're
fuck
gonna-
am I watching?
Forged
they got to get their right hand up. They got to get.
But I can't hear
Deutsch-
anything.
Not only
Video.
today,
I literally.
They're basically got Deutschland über alles in the
Well, why
background
can't you
or
hear anything?
something.
Because you should be able to.
Because I can't hear anything.
Fuck's sake. Wait a fucking second. I'm obviously not going to be able to have you answer the fucking question because I'm the one fucking streaming. I'm asking it to sort it. Fucking useless fucking thing. I'll stream. There we go.
Which love shit.
Problem
not
solved.
only this week, this year, but always.
Good old shit.
We pledge that we shall remember this unity. Forged at the end of the Second World War. Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Not only today, not only this week, this year, but always.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
Until we have built the world we have dreamed of and fought for.
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world,
We pledge ourselves to build the unity of the people of the world,
all races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs,
all races, all colors, all nationalities, all beliefs,
to eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth,
to eliminate all traces of fascism from the earth,
to build a deep and sincere international friendship
to build a deep and sincere international friendship
among the peoples of the world,
among the peoples of the
They're going to say
world,
amen at
to
the
keep
end.
a just, lasting peace,
to keep a just, lasting peace,
to eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
to eliminate want, frustration, and enforced idleness.
We have come to confirm the unity of all people,
We have come to confirm the unity of all people,
to salute our comrades who have died,
to salute our comrades who have died,
and pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
and pledge our word that skillful hands, keen brains, and bold enthusiasm
shall never more be wasted in war.
shall never more be wasted in war.
Thank you. Please remain standing for the Internationale.
Did she actually say amen at the end of that?
More be wasted in war.
Thank you.
No,
Please
no,
remain
thank you. I was
standing
gonna
for
say,
the
I
Internationale
thought I called something, but no, I was wrong. Ah,
Yeah.
Oh,
1 second.
It-
My space bar's broken. I need to hit it. There we go.
what's a fucking cult? What the fuck am I watching?
Literally,
are-
like. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, that this really does come off as like, honestly, because again, I grew up, you know, within like a Lutheran. I know church services all too well. This is like it's both taking religious aspects of an organization and applying it for fascism, essentially. Like, yeah, that's how we would say, like, prayers like our Father, who art in heaven,
What they
blah
don't
blah blah blah.
understand is
Pontius.
like how much of an insult that is to treat like everything in the same sense that there's religion. Because the reason why like there's a difference between the Lord, of all things created, that's supposed to be the one and only, and then to give that credence to humanity. Like that's some of the is one of the reasons why religion can be acceptable to a degree, is because it kind of turns around and says that should only be one Lord, and it's someone that's completely out of our control and doesn't really have any power in anything when you think about it too much. Like, because a lot of people are atheists and everything these days, that it doesn't really power into their lives. I don't know. I'm of a Christian position, so at the end of the day, the way I'd see it is that the only reason that you should ever be in communion and speaking towards anything that's almighty, it should be to the God, not to humanity like that. Like, yeah, humanity's commitment should be absolutely almighty, but it shouldn't be in the same retrospect of how you would communicate with God, because it's
Well, the thing
Yeah.
is, I'm
relationship.
an agnostic because I don't know what I believe in. This just sounds like a religious prayer. It's like, what, are we building a communist movement or are we building a cult? Because it looks like a cult.
This is an insult to Christianity. This is what I'll tell you. Like,
Oh, and here's the thing: what if doing something like that, praying like that, what if that goes against some people's religion? Because it does. Because this is not a fucking religious.
well, I
Whatever
mean, it's
you want
definitely
to
going to
call
scare
this.
away the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
It's like,
Adolf Hitler moment trademark.
here's another thing I noticed in common. Most of the people there were white.
Yes.
Yeah, you had
But-
some non-white people in there, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a mainly white organization. And those who aren't white, how much do you bet that they're middle class?
Oh, guaranteed. Oh.
99.99999%.
This
Yeah,
is a
almost
middle
100.
class movement. This is not fucking something that appeals to fucking working people.
Do you
None
know
of these
that-
people have ever seen a worker in their lives.
So basically, they don't even talk about the labor aristocracy. You'll talk to somebody like Default. I hate to bring up this person's name again, but they're like another
Are
avatar.
you
of shit.
defaulting to talking about default?
Funny. But this particular individual will call the Lumpen social scum and basically say, like, you don't even know what labor
Social
aristocracy is.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna adopt that, like the counter to social patriots is social scum. We've got to push that movement. Come on, boys.
Yeah.
Hey.
He's
I'm
basically
fine
taken.
if the aristocracy see us that way. It's cool. It's cool.
Well, nice to see that default is a classist piece of shit, considering people don't control what class they're born into.
Yeah,
I
and
may
he's also
have
using
given him a bad
Lumpen.
introduction to the Lumpen because I didn't take much for his bullshit and arguments. He really
And
pisses me off.
he's doing the Marx thing where he lumps all Lumpen into like one particular
Well, yeah,
group.
come on, man. Of course, the bourgeois like mafia are definitely the same as the proletarian like people who are like growing crop for mandem on farm and all that,
Yeah.
or the people who are
will-
literally enslaved
But by him
because of debt
saying
and other shit like
that the
that.
Lumpen are social scum, that's a race. That's essentially a racist right there. Because Who do most of the work in America? Who do most of the farm work in America? It's fucking Lumpen people from freaking
Central America.
like people are gonna like say
Yep.
that oh people immigrants who are forced to work in slave labor, they're not Lumpen.
Well, I mean, so you have corporations that will take foreign vagrants into forced sort of labor essentially because of their status as an immigrant, a lot of the time being illegal because they're fleeing crises that have already been caused by the United States or in case of Europe, caused by the European Union's Economic Market Committee. But what's it? You also have the issue within the lumpen because obviously lumpen isn't a class; it's a societal position.
Yeah.
It's disenfranchisement. Um, uh,
Also,
so the
calling
disenfranchised
Lumpen
proletariat actually have a great possibility of ended up, and so do disenfranchised aristocrats, lumpen aristocrats, and lumpen proletariats have a chance of being put in a position where, I mean, the lumpen proletariat can become enslaved by even a lumpen aristocrat or further on lumpen petty bourgeoisie, and the lumpen aristocrat can become enslaved by lumpen petty bourgeoisie, typically by debt, but could they do something wrong or anything like that, or you just be in the horrible situation that they're in one of them places where the lumpen petty bourgeoisie are pretty fond on just kidnapping people. There's something that could happen. They get put into slavery and have to work for a certain period of time before they get their freedom back, or if they're in one of the worst case scenarios, they ain't getting their freedom back.
well, like being anti-Lumpen is also okay. Who are most of the disabled? So it's very eugenic what these people believe. With
Okay, so,
their hatred for the
well,
Lumpen is eugenics.
I think it's around 20% or 17% of the black population are in the lumpen proletariat, but 70, I think it's like 60 or 70% of the lumpen proletariat are black in America or something like that. So, like, even though it's only a certain percentage of the population that's in the lumpen, they vastly make up a majority of it.
Yeah.
And mind you, a lot of the people who aren't actively in the lumpen on the streets are in the lumpen in the prisons, and they might not even be accounted for in these statistics because people who are in prison don't make money. But
Yeah. Or make very little.
well, I mean, they're used as slaves pretty much. Let's be real. And any
They
money
pay
that
them
they
like
make, and if you make money in
get
a
around
prison,
it by
they'll
like
make you
paying
fucking
them
pay.
like fucking like here's like a few pennies. There you go. That's how they get around it and say, well, it's not slavery.
Well, the Constitution basically says that they can literally work them for nothing anyway.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like they
'Cause
usually they just pay them like
in
$1
California, a lot
or
of
something.
prisons that shoot
Well,
you.
here's another thing that disgustes me. What about fucking people that who in South Korea that are North Korean defectors that didn't find out the harsh reality of capitalism until they got into South Korea, and they have no way of getting out of South Korea, and most of them suffer fucking extreme depression and have to resort to prostitution just to survive.
You know, a
They're
lot of them aren't
discriminated
even
against society.
defectors. A lot of them are actually people who were like literally just kidnapped by the South Koreans, like and the Americans. So on the border between China and Korea, it used to be an open border back in the 90s, and they used to just traffic people. Like they used to just steal people that were crossing over the border to get work and get food and bring that in and over, and bring them into South Korea and take away any chance of them getting back to the north as much as possible.
Yep.
It's like
And unlike the
they're
north, South Korea
lumping.
shoots people whenever they get into the DMZ instantly. Like that's their instinct to snipe them.
It's like they're lumping. Yeah, it's like basically calling Lumpen social scum. It's just disgusting.
Well, I mean, default is a goddamn fucking fascist. If you want me to be quite overtly frank about it, like he does, you know, he goes out of his way to like say I'm a George Soros shill. I think we all know what George Soros is code word for.
Okay, I think we got a little way off topic. We should continue
Yeah.
with this.
Yeah,
Cringe.
With the
I
fucking
don't give a fuck about default, to be quite honest. If Vosh is a nobody, default is literally
Volt.
nothing.
fault. He's got to
Like
destroy
you gotta remember, like what's it? these people are just these internet personalities that are taking like into it. This is just the same as any dipshit. Like, and Haz has more prominence than default, and Haz is not even worth my time. The people who are worth time are Mansfield, Caleb, Hinkle, Burke, LaRouche, and those types, because they're actually active in the real world and actually have a face to be pointed to.
True.
All these other dipshits, what's it, 18 to 25-year-olds don't know their head from their ass.
Oh, God. Can anybody else tell me that this is the most disgusting thing ever?
So they do know that there is an English version, and back in the
Yeah.
day we sung it in English in England because there's an English version because it's an international song and it was translated when it was written into shit tons of different languages.
Yeah. Aren't you like isn't this supposed to be for like an American audience and you have it like in a different language? I wasn't the only one thinking this as well. It's like, wait a minute, this is the Internationale. So why do you have it in like a Russian?
Okay,
I
can
don't
we
even
just
know.
let it play?
So
Yeah.
but one thing I will say that's quite interesting is Caleb's criticized someone when they said Internationale and was like, no, the Internationale is a song. When someone said that to talk about like the first or second international, the words are interchangeable. They mean the same fucking thing. It's the moronic nature of these people just wanting to make themselves seem like they have a point.
Spurking.
Disgusting.
The guy on the left
Oh
is
no,
a
wait,
real
it gets better,
nutcase.
it gets better. Shush,
Oh, it's worse.
shush, wait.
Yeah, the guy with the Soviet
Just
flag.
wait.
He's a real
Just
nutcase.
wait. Shush. Listen.
Okay.
How many times I have to repeat myself? I told you it gets better.
What the fuck? What the wait?
Oh god. Oh yeah, this is
Look, it's got the Russian imperial eagle on it, like as if that's a great representation of these people's republics.
Oh my god, this
Okay.
is a fascist fucking symbol. What the fuck are they? What the?
take a screenshot of this, go to your average worker in America, show them this and say, look at this. This is the CPI. This is what represents the working class movement. Are you gonna join us or not?
God, I don't know. Maybe they might, because it's like fascism is pretty hot in America.
Exactly. And then they would say, sign me up.
Sign me
okay.
up, baby. I love a bit of that Rus. I mean, Donetsk didn't originally just slap the fucking eagle on the fucking flag when they wanted to separate, because obviously the groups were unorganized when they first separated. And the original flag idea did not have that fucking eagle on it. Some dickhead decided, we'll stick the eagle on it, we'll get annexed into Russia, was one of the ideas being thrown around. I don't know whether that's still the idea now, but there was something being thrown around, I think in 2016, 2017. It was around the time that the leader was assassinated of Donetsk, at the two.
Yeah. Well, apparently,
because the communist leader, before he was assassinated, he actually had a discussion where he mentioned that there are some there's a Russophilic faction that wants to be annexed into Russia, and he doesn't want that. He wants Donetsk to, still be the Ukrainian country it is. Like, it's just...
and then got assassinated, which is interesting. But the thing is, though, is like that's not the flag of the Donetsk Republic.
Oh, it is
People's
now.
Republic.
It actually is. I'm
No,
not
no, no,
joking.
not that used to be the old flag. It's not anymore.
From
At least
what
based off what
I looked up, I looked it up, and it seems to fit.
We
I
all
looked it up
just,
on Wikipedia, but it's not. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Wikipedia's out of
I
date.
got a
But
question. Does anyone even know what the eagle represents?
It's the Russian
Because have you guys
Empire.
noticed that? No,
Imperial.
no, that's not what I'm talking about. Think about it. Why is it that every fascist country has the eagle in their flag in one way or another?
Well, it just comes
What
from
is
the
what is an
imperialists,
eagle?
actually.
What
Well,
is an eagle?
The
Yeah, no,
eagle
it
is a
comes
predator.
from. Yeah, no, it comes from the imperialists.
Oh.
So Rome was very big on eagles. The Russian Empire was big on eagles. The British Empire was more about lions and stuff. But I mean, we use some eagles sometimes.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, we like
yeah,
our
but I'm asking
falcons.
what does the eagle represent? What is the eagle in nature?
A predator.
A predator.
Exactly.
That's why America
Why would
adopted it.
a so-called communist organization is waving a flag that has an eagle on it?
This is why we
And
need the artistic-minded guy, because I'm just thinking too historical, and he's like bang on with the fucking cultural points. I'm loving it. Ah, nice.
Okay,
I'm not talking about culture. I'm
No,
just
no,
talking
it is.
about
It
what it
does relate to it.
signifies.
This is symbolism.
It is.
Symbolism is cultural. It's imperial culture.
yeah. Okay, and here's another thing that I was going to bring up. Z. Does anybody else like Pete Manfield, the fucking the guy with the fucking Z over there, looking like a fucking half a baby, half a marshmallow man. He's got he's got a Z there. Does anybody else think this is a little bit too closely related to Q? Considering that QAnon, the original QAnon, was supposed to be some guy in the CIA who was supposed to be some guy working against the deep state, apparently, and that there was, patriots inside the government fighting for us. So that's why we need to be loyal
I
to the
mean,
government.
given LaRouche's history and the fact that Caleb's had a relationship with them, it wouldn't surprise me if they're absolutely riddled with CIA agents, because they would definitely have been infested. Because LaRouche was certainly working with the CIA, either as an informant, on actual payroll, or passively. Nonetheless,
Yeah.
he definitely had a relationship with them.
Yeah.
Man's spread there could likely have a relationship too, because the CIA would find very usefulness out of someone who works on Press TV.
Yeah.
Can we
So-
all agree that it's an insult having the Soviet flag next to the American flag and the Russian imperial flag?
Well, look at them holding hands as well over it. Like they've made this it's like the Triforce of Doom. Like Zelda's gonna destroy this one.
It's like and this entire image just disgusts me. It really does, because fucking the Soviet flag is flown by the fucking working class all over the world. People that are waging people's wars in the global south are waving the Soviet flag. They're not waving fucking this larpy fucking flag from America or for fucking the Russian Empire. They're waving flags that are universal. That is the Soviet flag. It's universal, and I see this is an abomination to me.
Well, do you know how I
I look
told
at
you about that like crazy woman? She's the one holding the American flag.
Yeah. What about her? I
No,
know
I'm
the
talking
guy
to,
on
I'm
the
talking to Doc. You know how I've
Oh,
told
okay.
you about that crazy woman who fucking used to talk like she's the aristocrat who acts like a fucking, like she's some entitled working class person. The one with all the fucking mirrors. That's her. She's a fucking lunatic. The Lumpen skinhead fella. Me and him were talking about it.
Yeah.
Is it-
I'm terrible.
Lumpen
I'm
had-
terrible at getting his name in a very, very concise fashion.
I
it's
just call him Lumpen Celt, but yeah, he's a
Yeah,
smart
but
dude.
well, there's more than one Lumpen Celt. It could get confusing.
Yeah.
There's like thousands of them. I think. I don't know. I haven't been keeping count. But jokes
It's just
aside, because I'm not very good at them. Yeah, me and Lumpen Celtic Skinhead were talking about what the shit. I lost my train of thought now. Bastards.
well, it's just I know I make it no secret for everyone here that I love the Soviet flag, and I feel I can't help but feel some sort of anger seeing it next to imperialist symbols, because
It's
that's
been
not what the
tarnished.
Soviet flag represents.
Yeah, that flag's been tarnished at this point, being even associated in this picture. I would burn them all at this point. It's like, ew. Like the stench is just too
I
too
mean,
extreme at this
you'd at
point.
least
The
need to
third
get
world
some like
still
a
flies
Braxo
it,
cleaner on
so
that
I
shit.
wouldn't burn the
Mm.
Soviet flag.
I would
I
either
mean,
wash it.
is the flag bleach safe? Because if it's bleach safe, just bleach that fucking thing. But if not, I mean, you can
Anyway,
always use
How
it
do
to
you
stuff.
clean flags?
Well, I mean, is a funny though, because you guys can't see it. Because unfortunately, I can't give you sound and show you my
Yeah.
monitor. But I've put my people are having a gaff. I've put my camera screen inside the square.
we should progress through this
Yeah.
abomination.
We can
Possibly.
keep talking as they. But also, I mentioned this before. You see the guy with the Soviet flag? He was talking with the liberal. He's a complete psycho. He's pretty big too.
I don't even pay attention to be liberal.
Not really worth paying attention to. It's kind of funny, really.
And now I will turn things over to the founder and director of the Center for Political
And again, that's
Innovation,
a consistent with these
journalist
guys.
and
They're all
political analyst
pathetic.
Caleb Maupin.
There he is.
Hey, even they called him
Man.
Muffin. Oh, we're not the only ones.
All right, everyone can
Fucking
hear me?
subtitles are on our side.
Very good. Well, there's
No,
been
we
a lot
can't.
of buzz about this meeting because we are planning to talk about Russia, and we will talk about
God, he
Russia.
looks like he looks like a
But we're
fed.
mainly here at this conference to talk about America. We love America. To us, America is not a flag. It's not the military. It's not the White
Not a
House,
flag.
the Congress, or even the Constitution. To us, America is a beautiful swath of land between Canada and Mexico, and most importantly, it is made up of hundreds of millions of working people. People who love their community, love their neighborhood, love their families, and just want a decent life. America is made up
Caleb,
of many
did you
different
take a
peoples
bang of the
from
bong
many
before you
different
went to the
origins.
stage?
The Native Americans who suffered horrendous genocide and land theft, the millions of black people brought to this country through the horrendous transatlantic slave trade, the Irish Americans who died building the railroads, the Italians, the Slavs, the Eastern Europeans who worked in the steel mills and the packing houses getting poverty wages. We have Latinos and Chicanos, the Arab Americans who came here looking for a better life, the Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, the Southeast Asian community. America is not a nation. A nation would be a group that has a common territory, a common language, and a common culture. America is not a nation, it is a country. And it was a country that was synthetically created by the emergence of capitalism.
What?
The global
Yeah,
imperialist
it
system
is.
and
It's a
hunger.
country that was developed by the British. I mean, it split off from the British because of capitalist development and the greed that came from it.
For better
It's
profits
it,
and international
it's basically
trade,
like the
hundreds
white
of millions of
nation,
people from every
and then
corner
it's
of the
like all
world
these other
to one
smaller
land
nations of
mass in
non-whites
the
and
northern
other
part of the
groups being
hemisphere.
oppressed.
Basically, what he's using this to allow himself to justify is that America is a country, and he's saying that it's currently a country, and it's a forced together country. He's saying that as it has been synthetically created in the emergence of capitalism, it is now a development. It has built its empire of imperialism, etc. But if you can justify a land, or it's like, okay, there are these different cultural groups, but the majority of it is white, which is basically playing into the ballpark of how Anglo-Saxon settlerism worked at the time, which was to make the white population the most numerous population, which is actually what allowed for a rebellion to happen against the British. The British didn't like that after that because they found that if they put too many white people in any one place, the white people would start getting ambitious. So they started having arguments because some people liked that process still. Other people were like, "Whoa, no, that's not really a good idea." No.
Yeah. And yeah, the idea like of like so basically like in Birth of a Nation, the Klan had this kind of idea that, you know, America is basically just like so basically after the Civil War, America was divided, but the whole idea of Birth of a Nation is that in the film there's a northern family and a southern family. Film starts off with Lincoln getting assassinated, and it deals with these two families in the north and the south, and eventually they come together, and they eventually, you know, they create the white nation that is America. That's the whole point of the movie is Birth of a Nation, and this is kind of like what um, Caleb is kind of getting at here. Like he acknowledged all of this stuff exists, but he doesn't want to freaking like he wants to just he looks at that and says, yeah, we should continue it though. We should keep doing it. Not like, oh, this has been a huge fucking mistake, basically. He's got like the wrong answer to it. He's got like the right um summary of what America is, but not, you know, like an actual answer.
Yeah.
World profits and international trade brought hundreds of millions of people from every corner of the world to one landmass in the northern part of the hemisphere. And despite the hardships and the bigotry that has gone on, we can see in America some of the hope of human beings overcoming.
Sound very inspired by his own words. Like he's like sounding almost dry and very not there. Like I'd have expected more power in them sentences. Like the way he's scuffed up, man.
We can see in America some of the hope of human beings
Oh wait, no, I didn't go
on
back
the
far enough.
northern part of the hemisphere. And despite the hardships and the bigotry that has gone on, we can see in America
It's the way he
some of the
just,
hope
I don't know,
human
maybe
beings
I'm reading too much
overcoming
into the way he
deep-seated
breathes in between
divisions
his
to
words.
seeing what they have in
It
common.
seems so fucking
And that's why the
exacerbated.
wave of anti-Russian hysteria
Well,
that is
he did
currently
just
taking
lose his
place
job,
right now,
so maybe
banning
he's in
No,
a
he still
bad
works for
mood
RT
right now.
International. Everyone keeps saying that.
Oh.
Everyone keeps saying
I
that.
have
No
no,
one understands
I
how
have
it
no
fucking works.
sympathy for Caleb.
Oh, he's still working for RT. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he works for RT
he doesn't have
International.
his he doesn't because I kept like I viewed his Twitter post and he
Yeah, his
was like
channel is
cleaning
still
out his
posting
office.
RT stuff. Yeah, he still works
Oh,
for
okay.
RT International. And it doesn't
Okay,
matter if he lost his job. The guy's a fucking Labour aristocrat. Like,
Hmm.
and not even just a Labour aristocrat. He's petty bourgeois. His father was literally the board member of several different charities, non-profits, where you get paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, easy.
And get to have two houses and an apartment in Brooklyn.
I mean, the guy, what's it? Fucking, didn't he go to New York College as well? Or, sorry, New York University. Um,
Probably. I know
fucking,
he went to like one in Ohio.
I think he went to
He went to
college
like
in
he
Ohio, and then I think he went to a uni in New York. I can't remember.
yeah. He went to like a small state college, like one that I went to, like not very well known, and like that's like a very like you know very
Yeah,
like
but I,
small labor aristocrat kind of.
well, what's it? But I swear he got further degrees later, and after that, though, I swear
He
it wasn't
probably
just
did, yeah.
Ohio, because he's the emergent out of a small town in Ohio, and college ain't as good as university. You ain't gonna get uni degrees at college.
Yeah.
I mean, at least by English nomenclature, college is tertiary school, university is the fourth stage of school. So Americans, it's still fourth stage of schools for you Americans too, but you guys have a stupid system that we used to use back in the um 1910s to like 1960s, 1970s, and then we did what everyone else did and actually updated our fucking system.
The Disney movie Anastasia is so horrendous and disturbing. And The same for the anti-Asian hate crimes that we've seen in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. This is not who we are as a people. And this isn't coming from...
Yes, you are.
Whoa, that was a big turn for the worse. Like, I mean, you could argue that not everyone is like that, and I understand that point of a degree, but to look at the people of America as a group, racism is a commonality in its tendencies and behaviors. We have seen constant behavior of this just in the last 20 years, but we can look for the last 4 centuries of it if we really need to.
It's like you don't even need to look that far for open racism in America. This is who Americans are. Americans who always will be, as long as this country continues to exist.
As long as capitalism...
I mean, this is complete dishonesty. But again...
Oh, George Floyd wasn't even fucking the first time something like that had happened. Like, I mean, 1992. Same thing happened in California.
Yeah, that was like at a small scale. This was like national, but it's based. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous.
I wouldn't call those riots small. While it wasn't national, there was absolutely loads of people out there.
It was huge. It was huge in that California area.
Yeah, it was huge in California, but it was still huge. Like, California is one of the biggest states of America with one of the largest populations.
Yeah.
It's got a larger population than a lot of European countries. You gotta remember, America is several countries slapped together. I mean, this is the point the natives lay out, that any sympathy, any like love from a settler for their area shouldn't be for America. It should be for for like the state they're in, but obviously not by the lines that the white people are drawn. It's going to have to be redrawn by the natives. But that's sort of the understanding that the patriotic socialists say, is to say they'd understand it more if it was based off of a love for, you know, you come from Ohio, so a love for Ohio. You come from Arizona, a love for Arizona, etc., etc. Like, not a love for America, because America is not a consistent culture. It's not a consistent society. It's not a consistent people. It's not a consistent nation. Even Caleb fucking got that off, right?
Yeah. So yeah, and that was one of the greatest sins of the Civil War, was like they were trying to undo this project by balkanizing the country and separating it and having it, you know, instead of us all coming together for this giant imperialist project, they weren't. It was basically, it was, they wanted to, like, you know, do their own thing, so to speak, and, you know, one faction of the bourgeoisie wanted it and the other faction didn't. They had a civil war, and, you know, the bourgeoisie that wanted unity won.
It was just the same war that the British had with them. That was all it was. It was the same war the British had with the Americans in 1776. One wants slaves, one doesn't. There might have been people in the separatist forces that wanted to separate, but they were happy to stay in when they were allowed to use their slaves. So it tells you a lot. I mean, the point that I would lay out is what I'm getting at is that every state is big enough to be a country, other than some of the smaller states like Maine, but you could even argue that's big enough still to be a small country or an oblast. But the point is that unified, it is not one country. It can't be. It's too big. There's way too large. It's like trying to turn around and call Russia one country, and this is just, you already end up ignoring Siberia, which is a separate nation to the Russian people. You then go and ignore the Cossack people that come from Russia. You go and ignore the Islamic people and Asian, Central Asian people that come from Russia, the Mongolian people of Russia, etc., etc., etc. And
basically
in the Far East, you've got Korean people in Russia too.
So basically, America, Russia, China, and Ethiopia. These are all basically empires that never, like, that have basically crystallized into countries. They never really ceased being empires. They just eventually just kind of crystallized into countries, basically. Like Ethiopia, that isn't like That's a whole giant empire of different
Well,
nationalities and
no,
other
you're
such
using the
things.
term empire too wrongly. Empire does not just equal colonialism. So, what Ethiopia is a colonial nation, like Britain. Like if you took away the British Empire, Britain as it would exist wouldn't be an empire, but it would be a colonial nation because it's still colonized countries like
Yeah,
Scotland, Wales, Ireland, Cornwall, and
yeah,
the islands in the Channel. So Ethiopia is not imperialist, but it is
yeah,
colonialist.
yeah, yeah. Because there's like one group. But yeah.
Empire is a term that's used for conquest overseas. Like you could argue that so long as Britain still has Ireland, it's still an empire. But with Wales and Scotland, it would be a regional colonialist or a regional imperialist. Like you could
I,
maybe
I,
argue that. But
I thought.
Ethiopia is a regional power. So you could argue they're a regional imperialist country. I mean, they do have imperialist characteristics, but I'm just saying that within their own
I,
region, that's a colonial issue.
I
Um,
thought. I thought. I'm sorry. I thought the definition of an empire was just a country built up of many different nations under
Maybe it is. I
one.
might got it wrong. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
control of.
I
It's a
just
control of other nations. It's okay.
I
Maybe
just
you're
know
right
that
then. Maybe you're right. I don't fucking know. Ethiopia,
I
either
just
way, is not. It's a regional power.
yeah
It's
yeah yeah
controlled
yeah
by China.
yeah
It's not got its own esteem, so it's not an imperialist country. Because an imperialist country are the primary powers. It would be a semi-imperialist country, which
yeah
means it would have characteristics of imperialism, but not actually hold the power of imperialism. Um, it's what like Russia would be an imperialist country, or China,
yeah
or America, or anything like that, and then you know Ethiopia would be like a country like Iran, where
yeah
it's a regional power. It's
yeah.
an
I wasn't
interim.
implying Ethiopia was imperialist. I was saying it's basically like a country that was
Well, yeah, it's an
built out of
interim
an
empire.
empire that never really you know
Never really went
disunion.
away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they lost a
Um,
lot of their territory. I'll tell you that.
yeah. They lost Eritrea.
Well, kind of. They're still fighting for that. Yes,
Let's get
they're
back
still at war with Eritrea. Um,
on
and
stuff.
Ethiopia is also at war with Somalia now, if I remember rightly.
Tigray as well. There's the whole civil war and
Yes, and
that is
Ethiopia
war.
entering the stage is China joining a war that Britain and America have been manhandling for 15 years now. Well, actually, Britain's been messing around with it longer than that. But this current setup, Britain's been messing around with it for 15 years. I think it's been about 10 or 12 years since I remember hearing that the SAS was deployed down there.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get back to this discount demon mixed with Vladimir Lenin. Mr. fucking discount man
But
over
yeah,
there.
I just sort of would point out the delineations between things is that colonialism is old school imperialism. And
Yeah.
then imperialism is what the Romans reached to at their end point before they collapsed, and what capitalism reached to in the modern era. You know, it's slightly different between the two. One is now old school imperialism in a different context because it was never really completed. The Roman Empire basically collapsed when it reached this point because it couldn't handle itself. Capitalism couldn't develop properly. It couldn't develop a proletariat properly. But in the capitalist era, they made sure they learned from the Romans' mistakes and actually developed a functional proletariat before their entire empire shat itself, except the Spanish. But the what's it? Um, then you get imperialism, where you then have imperialism with colonialism as its process, which is imperialism of Lenin's era. which we can't use the term old school imperialism because it's already been used for old school colonialism, which is colonialism of the feudal era. But nonetheless, it's the old style of imperialism because they then have neo-colonialism, which is what imperialism evolved into.
Which is basically what we have now.
Well,
kind of?
so China neo-colonizes Ethiopia. Ethiopia uses old school imperialism to colonize its nations. So that's why the word empire is a titchy one, because it's like, how do you define it imperially? That's where I get a bit confused, because I'm looking at it very much along the track of history rather than interchangeably, which I should be using it interchangeably, really. But
Yeah. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like it's an evolving process.
well, it's the problem with how things have been defined as well. They've not been defined in the most clairvoyant of fashion, because not only have they been defined in a really awkward fashion, but Lenin's
and
works
words
have
keep
not been translated in the best of fashions to some degrees, in my opinion.
and words keep evolving and other such things. Is it just me, or does it looks like Dracula at that point with that nose? It looks literally like Dracula right now. He could just like put on a cape and just start drinking people's blood right now. Just go like,
It's a sus thing to say, considering that Dracula was based off anti-Semitic stereotypes.
I thought he was based off Slavs.
Yeah, but he was also based off anti-Semitic. So the original story is based off a Slavic guy. The character design is based off anti-Semitic stereotypes.
It's bizarre because I never associated Dracula with being Jewish.
Yes,
I
but
always
if you actually
said
look
he
at the
was-
stories, they're constantly associated with this shadowy figure that's controlling things from behind the scenes and manipulating things around you.
yeah.
The story is bit for bit an anti-Semitic trope, and people constantly use it for that still to this day in stories.
Average
We should progress.
This is the result of
Yeah.
propaganda from CNN, from Fox, from Twitter. Deep down, we the American people are better than this. And when I say that we love America, I can't say this without pointing out something that really should be obvious. The international ruling class, the big oil monopolists, the international bankers, the Pentagon contractors, the war hawks, and
God.
the institute politicians.
The international bankers. Everyone take a shot. He said international bankers.
Speaking of sus,
The prostitute politicians.
continue.
I didn't know that you could pay for a bit of time with Hillary Clinton. He's been paying for time with Hillary Clinton, hasn't he? He's been at Hillary Clinton prostitution service.
yeah.
They do not love America.
We
Does,
should.
does
They have sold
does
this
Caleb
country
realize,
down the river in
like,
their trade deals. They have driven down
international
wages and living
banker
standards,
is
and
a
they're
code
currently
word
unleashing
for
inflation.
Jews?
They've
Yes,
set up
Like,
a
of
system
course he
of
does.
prisons for profit.
Literally part of the
They've
He,
Lerush
do,
law.
he doesn't even like realize it. Yeah, yeah. He's been told
Yes,
this
no,
before,
yes,
but he
no,
keeps
no. But
doing
the
it.
whole point of no, he was told to pull the book. The whole book, not told to stop using the word. He was told to pull the book, not because the book said international bankers, because the book was full of anti-Semitic stuff. Like, it's a silly question to add. Does he know that the dog whistle is a dog whistle? Yes, because it's a dog whistle. How are you going to tell people that you are anti-Semitic if you can't just tell them outright you're anti-Semitic? How are you going to push a fascist position without being direct? You've got to use dog whistles. He knows. He's very well aware. The guy has read through history more than I have. He literally wrote a book on like fucking a millennia's worth of history talking about city building. He knows. He knows this shit. And he's close with LaRouche. That's why he uses British all the time. The LaRouche cult were well known for using the term British to mean Jewish. And that's why they always say the British are controlling the American society. Caleb does it all the fucking time. He's the one where has got the idea that the British took over the American Revolution after it happened through the capital industry, which what they're actually referring to is the fact that the British were the only ones with industrialized capital in the 1800s. So British capital dominated American markets, because that's literally how imperialism works, Caleb, you fucking dunce.
Let's continue.
America. They have sold this country down the river in their trade deals. They have driven down wages and living standards, and they are currently unleashing inflation. They've set up a system of prisons for profit. They've created an epidemic of addiction, pushing doctors to overprescribe opioid medications. They've created a situation where roads in this country are crumbling. Last year, in a particularly cold winter, we saw the power grid here in Texas collapse, leaving all kinds of working families out in the cold. We love America, but Wall Street does not love America.
Pause it. What the fuck does he mean? We love America. What the fuck is America?
It's you don't love America.
So
No,
Yep.
Well, what does he mean that they don't love America? The bourgeoisie have no loyalty to anyone but themselves and their class interests.
Well, come on now. Trump was a pretty big fan of tennis.
Okay, so
I mean-
love America. Like, okay, so like we love this giant super nation of 320 million people. Like, what does he mean by America? Do we love the flag?
Oh,
Do
I
we
wouldn't
love
call it
fucking?
super. You guys ain't that good. Come on, man.
Not to mention, you have fucking people constantly saying that the state that I live at isn't America.
Well, I mean, what's it? What are you, Mexico? Oh wait, no.
I don't
actually, you're
fucking
Native
know.
American. I can't even remember what the land that was taken from the Native American there was called. There's like several different
it's
plots.
just- What
Like
is
that's the
America?
interesting thing about a lot of these places is that when you look at a lot of states in America, they're made up of several nations that were occupied anyway. A lot of these places are multiple different locations of native tribe land. And
And the
California
worst-
is split between several different groups.
And the worst part is some of the states still retain the native names, like Delaware or something like that.
Dakota.
It's like, but okay. So basically, he's doing the aggrievement politics. So basically, he's doing like this, like we love America. We love all like the white working class. That's what we care about. We care about the middle class suffering and not Wall Street. Because we got to keep throwing in Wall Street in there. Parenthesis, 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 and basically just it's all about aggrievement. Basically, it's all about us. Like, how is this any different than Trump saying, like, we're getting screwed? They're not. They're not. We're getting screwed. Basically, this isn't. We're not getting the good deals anymore.
Yeah.
We at the Center for Political Innovation, we represent the interests of America's working class, the people who do the work that makes this country turn every day, and the people who have been stabbed in the back over and over again by both Democrats and Republicans. We are here to say that our enemy is not in Iran, or Venezuela, or China, or Russia, or Cuba, or Nicaragua, or Syria. Our enemy is on Wall Street, our enemy is in the Pentagon, and our enemy is in the London Stock Exchange. That is who the enemy of the American people is.
And what's your proposal for doing away with these people, Caleb?
How's he gonna deal with the London Stock Exchange? I don't know.
He's gonna deal with the London Stock Exchange in America.
It's like,
What?
what's your proposal, Caleb? How do you suggest we deal with them? Because these people are not going to change this system with words. They're not going to change it through a ballot box, even if you make things mildly better for the proletariat. The ruling class will get violent and send their thugs to terrorize and kill anyone that opposes the system, even if it's a mild form of oppression.
Caleb's not even old enough to run for president yet.
It's
So
like,
basically,
all these things he's talking about is, okay, the things he says that, okay, these people, I'm going by from the American context, none of these countries are our enemies. He's correct. But why not say the bourgeoisie?
Why can't he say bourgeoisie? Why is that so difficult? Of course, we know why.
Yeah.
Because of his class interests.
It's,
But it's not that difficult. The
it's
bourgeoisie in
It's
America.
not just that. You got to use a necessity. If you use vagueness, people can put their own image of what needs to be dealt with there on there. Have you noticed he's not saying eliminate them? He's saying deal with the issues of these things, the problems they're causing. Like, let's go back.
The common enemy.
Yeah, our enemy is in, not is
But he's
the
not-
London. Like
but
he's
he's
not
not
saying
talking
he's not
about
saying
other-
the enemy
He's on
is the like is Wall Street. He's saying the enemy is in Wall Street. The enemy is in the London Stock Exchange. He's saying something within it, not the whole thing itself.
Wall
So-
Street, our enemy is in the
Oh,
Pentagon.
what's his
our
proposal
enemy
to
is in
dealing
the
with these
London
people
Stock
then?
Exchange. That is
So no, what I'm saying, what I'm getting at is what he's saying is a specific group within these things, a illustrious, shadowy cabal is what I'm saying is he's implying, as he said in his books, and he uses the term cabal specifically,
Yep.
are in these things. What I'm saying is he's not saying Wall Street, the stock exchange. He's not saying those entities that exist are our enemy. He's saying those functions of capitalism are fine, but a shadowy group within them are the problem. That's what he's implying when he uses in. Because what I'm getting at is what fascists do to be covert with their language is they use something where if someone criticizes them for this, they have complete impunity because his language is pretty clean. All it says is in, is in, or is on. But what he's allowing by not being specific with his wording is for people to put their own mind to it. So by just saying is in this and is in that and is part of this, people can then put their own mindset to it, to a guy who has used the term cabal several times, to a guy who uses the term international bankers. What he's doing is setting up a psychological pathway for people to think in a very anti-Semitic fashion.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's continue.
who the enemy of the American people is. These forces of wealth and greed have created a global financial system, raking in super profits, keeping the world poor so that they can stay rich. And sure, for a long time, America had a comfortable middle class.
I know I'm pausing again quite quickly, but can we take anyone who supports the Chinese system and its very weird Mosley-like fascism to turn around and tell us that he cares about super profits?
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. And Dirk Zinovia, he does have a solution. I'm using air quotes here. He basically wants a Bonapartist figure is going to arise. And
Well, he was
basically
very
there's-
specific. He even said a Kaiserist figure, like it was very specific.
Oh, you mean it's
Kaiser-like
Julius
figure.
Caesar?
Yeah.
Well, Kaiser,
That-
it's the original pronunciation. It's Roman.
This
The
is
C
why
is
they
the-
talk about the good capitalists. So like the good capitalists in Russia and China, and then we got the bad globalist capitalists in all of
Spooky.
America and all this other stuff. So we need to ally with the good capitalists, kind of like a Hitler, you know, like there's some good capitalists and there's some bad capitalists. That's why he doesn't use bourgeoisie so much because he wants to align with them.
Well, and we've got to remember, you can't ostracize the socialist billionaires.
Hey, Jack Ma,
For
man.
some of us who were white, there was a certain amount of opportunity. But now, in the age of high-tech artificial intelligence, they decided that they no longer need the American dream.
You know, Elon Musk tried to blag people as a socialist. Do you think they'll work together? The billionaire socialists?
Mhm.
The United States is being dropped down to third world conditions. Life expectancy is falling.
Wait, what?
What?
The United
Third
States is being dropped down to third world conditions. That's a big claim, boyo.
Yeah,
That's
like-
bullshit. In some parts of the country,
Yeah.
that's happening, but there's some parts of the country that it's been like that for decades, long
Yes.
before the fall
For
of the Soviet
literally,
Union.
yeah.
Yeah, so the places that are running
like-
down are places that are already running down, and I would say that
Yeah.
roads being fixed isn't third world. We have that problem in this country too, and it
Look,
doesn't make
okay,
these
here's-
places third world. It just makes them run down in first world.
Yeah.
I
You know
lived
what I
in
will say
Jefferson
though,
City.
just before you go on, I want to say one thing though. There are places that are very third world in America, and that are the rundown reservations that are basically ostracized and isolated by the U.S. system on purpose
Yeah.
to be pushed into those positions as a way to
Okay, here's the
foster
thing.
horrible conditions
There
for the
are some
natives.
states where there are third world conditions. I lived in Missouri for 3 years, so I've seen parts of Missouri that looked third world.
Well, that's where I was
I've
gonna get
seen
into the second part is Jim Crow states.
it's like I've
Anywhere
actually
that's
seen
high black
houses.
population and Jim Crow states is run down in third world positions. Sorry, go on.
It's like I've been to St. Louis. I've
Oh
seen
shit.
what it looks like. It's like what Caleb is saying is completely dishonest because he lives in New York City. It's far from third world. It's I live in California and it's a mix because there's some parts that look first world and there's parts that look third world or second world. Like America, as a whole is not crumbling to a third world country unless you're in Jim Crow states.
Yeah,
That's
unless you're
just
in
a
Jim
way
Crow
for
or
Caleb.
you're in the old segregated zones, because a lot of African people are still segregated into those areas, even though segregation doesn't exist anymore.
Well, that's what Caleb Maupin, what he's doing is trying to make America and Americans the victims.
Come on,
So-
man. Empire's not paying off as much as it should be anymore, so they're having to
So-
update this firmware.
So basically, yeah, it's like the native reservations. Those have like third world conditions straight up. You got like large sections, like very ghettoized parts of the black community or new African community. I stop saying black, but new African community that has been just over the deck. Like this is, and then you got like some parts of Appalachia as well. So like these areas are like the sacrifice zones in America. But it's like this has been going on forever, Caleb. And I don't think you're even talking about that. I really don't. In this whole thing, I don't think you're talking about those areas. You may allude to it, may say it sometimes in the speech, but we know who your audience is, who you're tailoring this to. It's basically like we're the victim now because we're not, we exploitation in the third world is down or something like that, and Americans like standard of like what does that even mean? Like what? Because there's high inflation, America is now what? Fucking Guatemala or something? What is he implying here exactly?
I don't know, to be honest. What's it? Like what it's a position to be pushed is because the labor aristocracy are now being pushed into a position of class consciousness. That means material conditions are deteriorating to some degree or another. Obviously they are. We're in a Great Depression. We have been since October 2019. As Sky News said, when the Great Depression when the coronavirus hit, if anyone blames the current economic crisis at all on the coronavirus, they have gone flipping mad. Has nothing to do with it. Not an inch to do with the coronavirus. The economic crisis we're in now is something that's been fucking on its way for decades. Tony Blair's whole policy of the third way was supposed to be trying to get a way to design ourselves for the next fucking comeuppance. Because the third way was started by Gaddon as a whole. We need some form of modernized social democracy that's more corporatist to deal with the next great crash, because it's coming. And 93 and 92, when we had economic crisis, 93 and 97, when we had economic crises, sped up this process of people taking this shit a little more seriously, and that's how Tony Blair got elected in 1997. Tony Blair failed to implement these policies because neoliberalism was too strong at the time, and he had to deal with a neoliberal Labour Party and a neoliberal Conservative Party to implement his policies. And he himself was very neoliberal in his interpretations of a lot of Gaddon's ideas. Maybe not so much these days if you listen to the way he talks, but he used to be. He's a very big fan of that Keir Starmer guy who's like Tony Blair 2.0.
Yeah.
Point is,
Who I Yep.
this thing has been coming for fucking ages. And at the pointiation of the time that we're in and the deterioration of economy, the labor aristocracy is going to become class conscious. And when the labor aristocracy becomes class conscious, they become very victimhoodic because they start acting like their entire world is being, well, it kind of is, but they're acting like the whole world's coming to an end because their privilege is being torn a bit apart because imperialism can't afford to keep paying for it. So the labor aristocracy divulges, for the most part, into fascism to resecure its livelihood. So he's appealing to labor aristocracy who like the victim complex. Them losing a condo or losing a fucking house because they're on a mortgage because the economic crisis happened is enough to drive them into very fascistic beliefs, and it's also enough for them to believe that they're the same as Mandem who's having house blown up by fucking cluster bombs. They're
Yeah.
melodramatic.
Yeah. I also just wanted to point out that Keir Starmer guy. He's a fucking nutcase. Like he's insane. He's gonna get us all killed if he's like didn't he say he supported a no-fly zone in Ukraine or some insane shit?
He's a
He's
fascist.
trying to.
He's
Yeah.
a militarist. The deputy leader of the Labour Party is someone whom has family who's been through the military, and I think they themselves has had an involvement to some degree or another. I can't remember. Their family have been in the military, and the militarism in the Labour Party has ramped up. It's a complete contrast to Corbyn's pacifism.
Yeah, it's kind of like Democrats in the U.S. They've just a few years ago, people always said, well, the army is all for the Republicans, and it's like not anymore, not anymore. Most of them are probably Democrats, honestly.
It's either and or. It really doesn't.
It's either and
it's
or.
never.
Yeah.
It's never been. What I'm saying is, it's middle ground. Like it's always
Yeah.
been middle ground. Like most people. So the majority of people who join the army don't care for voting because they don't see a point in it. Like
Yeah.
a lot of them join because they haven't got money and they haven't got any education. They want education and they want food on the table because a lot of them are in homeless situations or worse, or and vice versa. A lot of people are in the middle class. Well, some of them are Democrats, some of them are Republicans, some of them are third party voters. It's really hit or miss. Like, there's not really a unified political outlook when it comes to voting in the military, because the military is split between these groups and then the fascist sectors of the military that form. I mean, 2/3 of the German military, the Bundeswehr, identify as Wehrmacht, not Bundeswehr, personally, amongst each other. They don't see themselves as Bundeswehr. I remember reading that from a German article.
So
The army, so one of the biggest contradictions of the army and capitalism is that its politics are not enforced through the leadership of the army. It's enforced through the politics of the government. So there's no direct connect. So basically what the government relies on for its connection with the army is its generals. And while the government picks its generals pick and choose how much they like to follow and abide by the government. It's not like in a communist system, because I can't say for all socialists, but in a communist society, I mean, for the communist ideology in a socialist era of society, I do mean, the military is directed by the ideology of the Communist Party, of its motions, of its movements. They're intrinsically tied together. Capitalism relies on bourgeois democratic society that's a little more loosey goosey than the communist way of dealing with things, retrospectively.
Are you ready to move on?
Possibly.
Infant mortality is up. We've seen so many communities filled
Drop
up
it
with
off the
empty,
test.
boarded up, foreclosed homes. Water is not being properly purified. This poverty is being created by abundance. In systems of the past, people were hungry because there were food shortages. People were homeless because there were shortages of housing. But only under capitalism, the system of profits in command, do we have this problem of poverty created by abundance. People are homeless because there are too many houses. People are hungry because there is too much food.
In the
he's not
debate
wrong.
with him and Jason, though, he literally said, "We need to keep producing more and more and more." Does he not understand, like, the brainworm that is? Like, I'm just like thinking back to that fucking debate. Like, he literally said, "No. They're producing too much right now." But the answer is to keep producing more and more and more until we mine asteroids in space. It's like, Caleb, don't you think this is a little bit contradictory?
I mean, yeah, but he's using the logic of capitalism. The way that things get cheaper is that you build more of it. Like, he's not understanding that we're supposed to eliminate the existence of capital because it's ignorant to the development of socialism and therefore communism. Why should things have to be tied to this fictitious mannerism of society, this economicisms, when a society can function off of its resources, off of its of the way in which it organizes those resources via the labor of its people and the way it puts them into production. You don't need money for society to work, but its mentality functions around a system that still relies on capital to survive. And that's the only reason you'd ever need to go and mine asteroids and stupid shit like that.
We, the American people, the multinational, multiracial working class, who have built this country, are now being told that we no longer have a seat at the table. We stand outcast and starving amid the wonders we have made.
Wonder how long it took him to think of, we no longer have the seat at the table, we stand.
We built this country, but it no longer has a place for us. We are expected to just sit back and starve, die from opioids, commit suicide, get locked up in the world's largest prison system, spend our lives in low-wage, short-term service sector jobs, watch our brothers and sisters come home in body bags in foreign wars. Well, today at this conference, we've come together to reject their high-tech dark ages and say, very loudly, we will not be canceled.
Yes.
All that gusto, and it was just a, we will not be cancelled.
Oh,
I want
God.
to hear that again. That's so
Be
funny.
canceled. At conference, we've come together to reject their high-tech dark ages and say, very loudly, we will not be canceled.
He sounds like such a nerd. He's such a pencil neck nerd, honestly. Oh,
Why
God.
do they hate Russia? Why do they hate China? They
China.
hate them because at the beginning of the 20th century, both of these countries were impoverished, poor countries, underdeveloped by Western monopolists. They hate them because they broke free from that. It was Stalin, with his 5-year economic
And
plans,
then
that turned
they
Russia
were
into
brought
an
back
industrial
into it.
superpower. The Soviet Union saved the world from fascism, wiped out illiteracy, electrified the whole country, invented LED lights, invented space
Actually, they
travel,
didn't wipe it
and had
out. There
tremendous
was still
achievement.
illiteracy in Siberian tribes because, unfortunately, the plans of even development in the Soviet Union of Stalin's era government were ended in the Khrushchev era government, and they gave up on the even development platform within the Soviet Union and started this mass concentrated development over in the west of the USSR.
In science and technology.
Hey,
And
don't
the
insult
Chinese
Corn
Communist
Man.
Party has led China to become the second largest economy in the world. 800 million lifted out of poverty. The fastest high-speed railway in the world. the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world's largest hydroelectrical power plants, and amazing achievements on the road.
Hydroelectric power plants, the ones that are destroying the fucking the lakes and rivers of what's it Southeast Asia, in Vietnam and Cambodia, where Cambodian people are suffering really bad because they can't get enough food because their rivers are drying out and they rely mostly on fish to eat. It's basically making them having to rely more on their insect diet, which is not the only thing that they eat. They eat a balance between fish and insects, and the river's drying out because China's damming the fuck out of the river.
Yeah, and once you get rid of one part of the ecosystem, then it has to rely on another part of the ecosystem. It's like it has like a feedback loop basically. But what so Caleb apparently thinks like climate change, like if it does exist, it's a minor thing and we can solve it through technology. Because he's not a climate denier, he's a climate
No, you're just following his, covering his tracks. In the Dugan debate, he said leftists go on about stupid shit like climate change. He does not care for it.
Yeah, it's not a big issue for him. It's like he basically says, well, China will solve it. It's like no, China's making it fucking worse. China is like, yeah, China is making it a lot fucking worse. People always talk about China like, oh, China's the only one taking climate change seriously. No, China is building up coal power plants like every single fucking like year or so. It's like he doesn't look at like what this does to the third world at all, where this is mostly like, causing a lot of the pollution. Like I bring this up all the time. What about the air? Like, does anybody have a clue what on earth we're breathing in the air every single day? No. I mean, I'm probably fucking
Coronavirus.
breathing. Probably coronavirus and who knows what else. We probably have like, I know that there's like some form of plastic that's every human being has in their body.
Well, here's the thing. Even if we could solve climate change with technology, that's like centuries away where we could reverse climate change damage. We can't do that with our current technology, and I just don't think Caleb Maupin cares, because as far as he's concerned, it's out of sight, out of mind. He doesn't want the discussion of climate change being discussed at all.
And I guess the problem too is like what do we mean by like reverse climate change disaster? It's like we only got a few decades left until these things kind of become feedback loops. Like Venus used to have a huge ocean and stuff, but eventually the greenhouse gases kind of like, there's like a feedback loop, and then eventually the whole planet just kept getting hotter and hotter and hotter until it became the mess that it is today. And we're seeing like the same thing happen here basically.
You've
and
just
it's
started
like
so many theories in so many people's minds. Like they're now just thinking about how there was like an entire human civilization of some kind on Venus that did the same thing and died out. Venus was Earth 2 million years ago. Or more like two trillion years ago, but
yeah.
Well, I don't even think the planet of Venus had enough time to have advanced life like humans.
Could have been like maybe smaller life forms, but like
fucking
yeah, it would either be like
the
Venus
main
and
character from Ratatouille had a home planet, and it was Venus.
But of all seriousness,
you're
they see the world as a dumping ground. That's what they see. They don't care about the third world, even though by destroying the third world, we affect everyone else. Where does most of our food grow?
Well, I mean, what?
There's a lot of our food's in the third world.
You're lucky I speak R2D2. what's it? A lot of our food comes from the third world, like most of our shit, and I mean, we're not just overproducing food. We're producing, so we throw away not how much we produce, how much we throw away every year. Back in 2010, not now, back in 2010 was enough to feed the world 3 times over. How much do you think we're fucking throwing away now? 4, 5, 6 times? This is stuff before it gets sold. This is because of how much we produce. We could end world hunger now and the next fucking 3 years later just with how much we throw away, not how much we produce in total.
Malthusianism.
And America's fat. We know you guys eat a lot, so there's certainly a lot being consumed as well to add to it. I mean, there's probably Americans probably consume enough to feed the world twice over a year anyway. So when you factor that in, you've got like 6 or 7 times the world over, and Britain's got a lot of fat places too. So add us in for quite a lot. But we're a smaller country, so we won't match up to the huge as fuck ratio that you guys got set.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like bulking up on carbs too myself. Honestly, like I will just whenever I get off my job, I will just go shit faced, eat a lot of food until literally I pass out. Basically,
Well,
like
yeah,
I
that's
just
very American of you.
yeah, because it's the only way I can cure my depression. Basically, it's
Oh,
like
I know that feeling, but my problem is actually just because I have a really high metabolism, so I have chronic fatigue, so I burn through energy really fast. I have a high metabolism, so I burn through not just my energy, but the carbs that are supplying me energy very fast. Um, and I can't put on any weight. Even when I was when I was homeless, I was eating sometimes 3 meals on the night at the night shelter, and I still wasn't putting on notable weight.
yeah, you remind me of that one lad at my work who got like something in his he had like a stomach operation, and he never gets fat no matter what he eats or anything like that. It's
Well, normally those
I
people
wish
who
I
have stomach operations, it's because they can't eat a lot of things. Because if you have a liposuction or something like that, your stomach's clipped and you can't eat as much as everyone else because of it. Actually, some people can't
Yeah.
even eat hard foods because of it because it fills them up too much.
Yeah.
You got to eat mushed up blended
We should
food
get
so it
we should
digests easier.
Yeah.
Doom.
Just tell them
we
you're
should continue on with this video.
true.
Road to fusion energy. They did this by breaking out of the global
Uh,
capitalist system.
You can keep going, but fusion energy, LaRouche, right there.
Wealthy few.
Wait, was it fusion energy the thing that Biden was involved in?
Probably.
What
No,
is?
no, no, the
I
thing
have
with
no
China.
problem
Is
with the
that the thing with
concept of
China?
fusion.
Oh wait, no, no wait, I'm getting confused with something else. Sorry, don't worry,
Yeah.
mate. I was getting confused with the label
I
of
haven't.
a Democrat ran PR thing called Fusion GPS. My bad.
Okay, I have no problem with the concept of nuclear energy or fusion energy, because we do need to get off fossil fuels.
I think it's actually a really
But
good idea.
what is he talking about?
Okay, so Russia
Yes,
and China have been working together to develop fusion technology, and America basically turned around and said no. As far as I'm aware.
I do think fusion energy would be a benefit to humanity
Oh yeah,
in the
hell yeah.
long term, but under capitalism,
Yeah.
So one of the biggest evils of the Soviet Union, well, I say biggest evils, it really isn't that big compared to most of their evils, but one of the biggest problems with the late era Soviet Union was its neglect. Actually, when you put it into that context, it was one of the bigger evils when you put the whole context of neglect into it. But the specific neglect I want to speak about is the neglect of older nuclear power stations. So they built a lot of old style nuclear power stations to harvest plutonium for nuclear weapons. Pretty evil. Pretty evil when you put into context that they had like was it like 3 or 4 thousand nukes at the time or something like that. So
Yeah.
they're building more, and so the Soviet Union decided, oh yes, I'm not going to look after these things properly. And you say, oh well, maybe the meltdown thing was just pure accident. Okay, the people testing it, yes, it was, because it was not their fault. That as far as they were concerned, things would have been replaced at the times they needed to be replaced. It's not their fault. But barium rods, the control rods, the things that basically stop a chain reaction from happening when a reactor's having a meltdown, had depleted, because barium rods only have so much before they eventually deplete. And when they deplete, dropping them does nothing. Literally nothing. So when they dropped the control rods, nothing happened. I think the only reason they stopped from having a complete utter meltdown was there was something that they triggered at the bottom of the water valve that managed to basically drop an extra security system that's in place for meltdown situations. I couldn't explain it to you because I don't know the full ins and outs of the power plant that much. My nuclear energy knowledge is better with bombs than it is with plants, but simple enough. Because of the neglect of the Soviet Union to actually properly manage infrastructure, the power plant had a meltdown during it was I think it was either 24 or a 48-hour test. I think it was a 48-hour test, and it got like 14 or 16 hours through before it had the meltdown.
Yep. And that's why socialism doesn't work, you commie bastard.
No, but what I'm getting at is that what that caused for the world,
Yeah.
which was already having a mass panic about nuclear power stations for about 20 years before then. People were already scared shitless of them because America had so many meltdowns and fuck-ups with nuclear power plants. It's unreal. And they were terrified of them.
My father remembers 3 Mile Island. I'm in Pennsylvania. We know about 3 Mile Island in Harrisburg. We know specifically about meltdowns. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. You know about the mini reactor meltdown that happened with the military as well. There was the military a guy was left to watch this reactor, and he had to basically do a thing with it to monitor it. I can't remember what it was, but it's this mad reactor, and basically no one's sure whether he just levered it too hard while checking on it, because the lever, the way it worked, is different ways it was operated and pulled would like fuck the reactor in a certain way. It was like something that was in the ground that you pulled on. And you were supposed to do it with multiple people, and it required a lot of. It was such a shit design. I don't know who the fuck designed this mini power plant, but it was terrible. But basically,
kind of a
the
miracle,
guy, they're not sure whether he fucked up or whether he actually purposefully just killed himself because he was sick of his life at home, and they're not sure which of the 3 guys did it because there's 3 guys there. Not sure which of the 3 guys did it. Pretty sure they got a culprit. I can't remember the rest of the story.
Yeah, it's kind of a miracle we have not like seen like some kind of nuclear like full on just catastrophic.
Oh, no, this was an actual detonation.
Explosion.
This was at a military facility, and it was an actual detonation.
Oh.
Yeah.
When was this? Like the 80s or 70s?
70s. It was an early small reactor design. It wasn't very big. It was only enough to destroy the room they were in and parts of the building around them. Like, it basically destroyed the building, but some of it was still there, and there was not really anyone left other than a few parts there and there. I think basically most of them got vaporized, and there was bits and pieces of someone left. Yeah, there was someone's body was strewn up in the ceiling. Like, parts of his body was hanging from. Yeah, half of his body still existed, and he was hanging from the ceiling.
It's kind of a miracle that we have not seen like catastrophic nuclear exchange at this point, because it's like all these scares, all these like events that happen. It's like honestly like in terms of like statistics, like I'm actually shocked we're still alive at this moment. Like the fact we're
Mutually
still
assured
alive.
destruction ensures that. What I'm getting at is that meltdown scares put people off.
Yeah.
Power plants. I mean, Austria in the 70s was building the power plant, and then everyone was like, no, and it was cancelled. And then when Chernobyl went off, people really went off power plants.
Yeah. And then you got like Fukushima and
Yeah, that one was a fucked up
I
situation.
think we should be.
I
I
will
think we
say
should be
one
moving on.
interesting little side bit though before we continue on. Britain once thought it would be a good idea for building gas storage would be to plant a nuclear bomb underneath this nature area and set it off. It'd be very far under the ground, and we promised nothing bad would happen. Um, they decided not to do it in the end, and I imagine that's because they watched the Soviets and the Americans figure out it's a shit idea.
In the 1990s, when the Soviet Union fell, the USA loved Russia. Russia's economy was in collapse, and people were starving. Boris Yeltsin was Bill Clinton's buddy, and the USA meddled in the 1996 elections to make sure that Yeltsin...
Wait, 1 second. I don't know if you guys know this, but Putin used to go fishing with a family. Do you know what family Putin used to go fishing in with the early 2000s? Up until
Bush
2010s.
family.
Yep, Bush family. Bush family and Putin were buddies, and that's why Russia wasn't seen as a threat to the US until post 2008 when Russia started to strongman on the global front. Same with China.
Yeltsin got re-elected as he was wrecking the country with austerity and shock therapy neoliberal economics. Directed, of course, by George Soros. But
Pardon? Is this
Yeah.
Is this
Who's
something
this
that actually
guy?
happened, or is this him just doing the big George Soros meme? Because I know George
Wait,
Soros
what?
does involve himself with other bits and pieces. Because wasn't George Soros involved with the Ukrainian fascist uprising in 2014? Didn't he help fund the
I
Ukrainian fascists?
okay, so I've heard conflicting things. Like I'm gonna have to go back and look at this. So basically, there's like some clips of like George Soros saying some bad things about Yeltsin, but there was also like George Soros was he was part of like basically from what I can remember from like what I was listening to like the 1990s and the sell off of like Soviet state industry and stuff. He was basically like what the Koch brothers was in the United States, or Koch brothers or whatever. Basically, like
I know it is Coke.
privatization, yeah, a privatization, um, just selling off stuff. That's kind of like what he was involved in Eastern Europe, like from what I can remember
Oh
specifically. But he's just like one of many. He's not just like this.
no, but
It's
what
not
I'm
just
just wondering at is whether, because if he was involved in that situation, then he's not just doing the thing. But I mean, he still could be doing the thing and then being involved. But I'm just saying that I want to know before I turn around and go, nah, like, but it doesn't matter too much to the pronunciation of anything. But one thing I will say, if you're looking for the German pronunciation of Coke, it's cock, not Koch. It's Heckler and Koch, which I always found funny as fuck. There's also the great German scientist who's called Koch. He's called Dr. Koch.
Got re-elected as he was wrecking the country with austerity and shock therapy neoliberal economics. Directed, of course, by George Soros. But things in Russia started changing in 1999.
Yeah, I mean, he is doing the thing because, like, directed. That's. I didn't know George Soros was the director of neoliberal economics. I always thought that was what's it? Who's the bank that Hillary Clinton basically fucking is tied to?
oh,
Gold.
one of those Goldman Sachs. That
Goldman
was the one she
Sachs.
gave the
That's it. I always
speeches.
thought
Yeah.
Goldman Sachs was the fucking leading conglomerate of neoliberalism in America.
Yeah, that was the one that she gave the speeches to, and that was the whole fucking that bullshit.
Shock therapy neoliberal economics. Directed, of course,
Well,
by
Goldman
George
Sachs is
Soros.
the biggest bank in
But
America,
things
if
in
I remember
Russia
rightly, other
started
than the Bank of
changing in
America, of course.
1999 when Putin came into office. He restructured Russia's economy to be centered around government-controlled oil and natural gas resources. He used the energy revenue to rebuild the industries of Russia, and he made Russia once again a strong economy. And that is why U.S. media demonizes Russia. That is why the U.S. government toppled the...
Caleb, I know you've read Imperialism. You constantly go on about Lenin and Marx and all this shit. What does a capitalist country do when it becomes a strong country, it becomes an imperialist country by necessity. Lenin says by necessity, unavoidable, impossible to run
Yeah.
away from.
Yeah. Yeah, it's called imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, for a reason. It's
But
going in that direction, regardless.
yeah, it's the pathway forward. Absolutely.
Ukraine in 2014.
Where I've put myself, I'm like sitting in the crowd looking up at Caleb. I'm like, teach me, Master CPI.
With the Euro-Maiden coup and installed a fanatically anti-Russian regime in Kiev. That's why the U.S. government backed Ukraine as they killed over 14,000 Russian-speaking people in Donetsk and Lugansk over the past 8 years, with drone strikes, with a food blockade, and other crimes. And that's why they now portray Russia trying to bring an end to an 8-year war as somehow some kind of criminal invasion.
What?
They cared about
I got
this
a
war. Why
question.
were they not
Oh.
arming the anarchists and the actual communists inside Ukraine
I
fighting
got
the
a
Nazis?
question. Why didn't Caleb bring this to attention? Why didn't fucking RT bring this to attention? Why didn't any reasonable fucking anti-imperialist bring Donbass into attention? It's almost as if Donbass is just a convenient thing to talk about now that Putin is flexing his muscles on Ukraine. None of these people give a fuck about the people in Donbass.
No, because they're
If
too
they
busy
did, they
talking
would
about
fucking.
America all the time.
So basically,
Oh,
Putin
sorry.
has been
Dark
president.
Movie was still finishing then.
Oh, sorry. Go
My
on,
bad.
Dark. Or
It's just like they could have at any time talked about this and exposed what's really happening in Donbass. No. A few weeks ago, now we're going to talk about there's a genocide going on in Donbass. Now we're going to talk about how the neo-Nazis in Ukraine are killing Russian speakers and oppressing them, and vice versa. Where were these people in 2014?
I mean,
Where
why
were they?
wasn't Caleb writing a book about this situation? Considering that he is a member of RT, he had the absolute ability to actually go down as a field reporter if he really wanted to and asked for it. Like, he could have gone down there, got some actual experience on the ground, wrote a book about it. Like, he likes to tout about his experience in the Middle East, where he went on a barge to deliver some stuff. You can actually go on the ground in the zone, speak with people, learn the things, write the book, and tell the story. No, what book did he choose to write? Well, I mean, if you go back far enough, he chose to write a really weird anti-Semitic conspiracy book. But what I'm actually going to point at is the guy wrote a book about BreadTube. That's where his priorities were, rather than going and learning about the actual struggle in Donbass and what's going on there, and learning about what the Nazis are in Ukraine, what they're worth, writing a book on that, detailing it so we could learn something from the guy. He wrote a book that's so pointless in reading, I'll never fucking sit and read it, because I ain't going to sit there and slog through a book that's on about some internet celebrities. I'll watch some people take the piss out of it and laugh at it. That's funny, but I ain't going to fucking sit there and read that book. You're having a laugh. But that's like fucking... Caleb, it's worse than advising someone to read a kid's novel. I'd rather sit and watch I'd rather sit and read Goosebumps than read your shitty fucking vlogger novel.
hey, Goosebumps. Those were thrillers, man. But anyway, okay. So Putin, since 1999, he's been basically president since then, dictator or whatever you want to call him. The point of the matter is, anytime you would see his approval ratings start lowering, he'd all of a sudden, what would he do? He would engage in war, and then he would go there and start extracting and stealing resources and blah blah blah. We saw this in fucking Chechnya, Ossetia, and the whatever other freaking place, I don't even know the name, Ukraine, Syria, all the rest of these places. They would be doing that for their own imperialist ambitions, because that's literally what you do. Like, that's what the U.S. does. Like, and like that's what's been propping up our freaking economy. Like, people, like, I've noticed this. It's like Americans like me, we know like what Russia is doing, because that's what our fucking government has been doing since forever.
I
Like
mean,
we know like their little playbook. This is straight out of fucking George W. Bush Operation Iraqi fucking freedom to the T. He's even saying it's not a criminal invasion, despite the, you know, literally all the nations of the world viewing it as pretty much a criminal invasion for the most part. It has no UN approval at all. It's completely fucking fraudulent on the
yeah, it's
surface.
just the same as the US and Iraq. I mean, the UN confirmation just means
Actually,
whether the imperialists agree it's all right or not.
yeah. I'm not saying I agree with the UN or even if there was a UN resolution, because Libya would. But the point I'm trying to get at is like, even in Iraq, like I would say it's actually worse because in Iraq, Saddam, his body count compared to the Ukrainian government since 2014 far exceeds the fucking far exceeds that government. I'll tell you that much. Like
Well, we
Saddam,
don't really know the ins and outs of that. I mean, like in Kuwait, yes, but with its own people, don't know.
I
Like,
mean,
so the point to be laid is though that's not the way you measure it. So Saddam is how many thousands of miles away compared to Ukraine? Like, there is an instance where you could argue that if Ukraine was being as much of a threat, Russia would have a right to deal with it, but not in this retrospect. So we're dealing with two major issues here. One, Russia is fascistic itself, so its pretenses are lies. If it cared about Nazis so much, it wouldn't have so many Nazis in its own country unhindered. They wouldn't be using literal people who call themselves Naz with a Z, Bolsheviks, Nazi Bolsheviks. They wouldn't be trusting them to advise the groups on the ground. They wouldn't be choosing people who want to flaunt the imperial eagle. So I mean, they flaunt the imperial eagle themselves as well, to be fair. Putin has it on his palace. So there's obviously a lot of bullshit going on in regards to how they're dictating their methodology. Secondly, the decision to manhandle Ukraine was one made of an imperial decision. It was one made between Britain, America, and Russia in the Minsk agreement, the original Minsk
yeah.
agreement.
And also when they remove them of having nuclear weapons. It's very
Yeah, the
interesting how
original
like all
Minsk.
these.
That's what I'm on about. The original Minsk agreement that was made to
No,
remove the
wasn't that
nuclear.
in Budapest or
Might have been in
Hungary or whatever?
Budapest. Maybe it was the Budapest agreement. I
I
don't know.
I
But I know
yeah
that there
yeah
was an agreement that was made after the removal of the nuclear weapons that Russia, Britain, and America would all share a control of the defense of Ukraine in any sort of crisis.
and
That's
that
the
should tell you how.
imperialist deal. And that's where it gets iffy. Because of that deal, everything operating here is based off an imperialistic pretense, not a liberative one. And if we to compare this as well with the history of Russia's behaviors of the last 10 years, no one wants to talk about Georgia. Why is no one talking about Georgia? We can all talk about this, that, and the other with how Russia conducts its own colonialism within that of the um, Russian Federation. But what it does in Georgia? Its invasion and annexation of a majority of Georgia because of terrorism. There probably was terrorism operating there, but I wonder who created that issue in the first place. I mean, I don't know. From what I know historically, Georgia has never really been a hotspot for terrorism. Um, Georgia's what's it? I mean, there has been revolutions there in the past, I might add, because there was the whole Bolshevik thing that happened in 1917 that was pretty cool. But I've never known them for being a hotspot for fundamentalism or terrorism, at least in my memory. I might be wrong. I'll happily be
I know
proven
that
wrong. But I will say,
I
before
know
I go too far past it, Mindo Ribiera not only laughed at the Lincoln thing, but said something quite good on the bread tube thing. Is we all know how dumb rad libs are. You don't need to write a whole book about it. LMAO. Talk about bread
yeah.
tube is for imperialism. Yeah.
So yeah, and I think we should point out too, like with like the whole Ukraine thing, they don't want these like smaller Ukraine is like a second world nation. I don't know. It's one of those weird things.
Yes.
They don't want these smaller nations having nukes. That's the one thing. Like, look at North DPRK. It's like one of like fucking like it was like alarm bells for like the last few years. Like they can't have nukes. They can't have
Yeah,
nukes.
because it makes
The
them
second these
impune from invasion. That's the one thing that gives me a little hope that we won't die in nuclear fire is that when people get nukes, they know it means fuck mutually assured destruction. Because now nukes are on the table. Because if the country they're invading has no nukes, they don't need to use nukes themselves, which keeps nukes off the table, which prevents mutually assured destruction. That's the process of power. That's why I mean, what's it? This new world war is going to be a very different situation. I don't know how it's going to unravel, but it's going to fuck itself in the ass. I mean, it's probably going to come into one of those situations where because everyone has nukes, people they're probably going to end up having to come to some agreement to just not use nukes like they did towards the end of the Cold War, because that's the only way they're going to actually be able to expand properly, because they need to fight each other. They've reached that point. War wants to be started between the West and Russia. They're going to have to come to some form of a. I mean, we're going to fight this out because we're going to fight each other. Let's not destroy the world in the process deal, because that's what essentially was the mentality of the 1986 deal between um, Gorbachev and Reagan. I'm having a Reagan moment. I can barely remember people's name. The what's it? And that agreement was based on the idea of the Cold War is getting exceptionally hot now. If we're gonna go to war, no big nuclear bombs. I'm pretty sure conventional, as far as that word goes, conventional warhead nuclear weapons were still allowed. I think, like small bombs and missiles and stuff that were medium to close range, sort of as close range goes for nuclear weapons. You know what I mean? Were not entirely banned, but intercontinental ballistic missile nuclear weapons were, and I think big megaton weapons were too.
And also, I gotta point this out too. I know we're fucking been pausing for the last 12 hours, but when he talks about Russian speakers, does he realize that Kharkiv and what was the other place that starts with an M? Marpol? Like these places have Russian speaking majorities, and the Russian government is bombing and killing the civilians. So doesn't this kind of like go against the propaganda that's being said here? Like you're going in there to protect the Russian speaking minorities. So what do? You kill the Russian speaking minorities, basically. This kind of reminds me of Grozny and Chechnya, where the Russians went in and bombed the fucking city, even though it was like it was either a significant minority or a majority Russian ethnic population there. So this is what they do. This is how you really know.
Yeah, well, the
Really
Russians
know
in
they're
the Chechenian war, the Russians got fucked because they failed to realize that one of the towns they're invading with their armor brigades, it wasn't just people with RPGs firing at them. The people firing at them were ex-VDV. Do you know what the VDV are? They're what you might call nowadays the Spetsnaz. They were the special fucking forces. They were the A team. They were the people you did not want to fuck with at all. Blue berets, and those fuckers, absolutely terrorized the Russians. God bless them. Like they absolutely terrorized them. The Russians tried to come in with their tanks, and those tanks met RPGs, and that's why the Russians started sticking big cages on the top of the roofs of their tanks and other shit like that, and made these MBMP or no BMT or something like that, or BMPT. Yeah, BMPT, or what the British call the Terminator 1 and the Terminator 2, which is a tank, a T-72/T-90 tank hull. It's basically the same hull. Slight modification differences, but the T-90 is an improved T-72 essentially. I mean the turret's very different, but the hull's basically the same. With a new turret that has 2 machine guns on the side of it with missile platforms and other stuff like that. It's very very high tech, and it's basically designed to get rid of anti-tank infantry and other things like that very quickly, so that it tried to neutralize the threat. And in a city, it's I think it's every one tank is 3 BMPTs or something like that, or 2 tanks is 3 BMPTs, and then it's like in the country they're even, or it's more tanks. I can't remember. I think out in the country it's even, but it might be 1 to 3 tanks. I swear it's 4 tank troops. I need my mate who knows more on Russian stuff to confirm with me, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 tank troops.
And I brought this picture with me because people need to see this. Because, I saw a CNN reporter claim that Ukraine was a peaceful country until now. Well, this is the monument in Donbass to all the children who have died of the shelling and the bombing being carried out by the US-backed regime in Kiev. 14,000 plus people dead, children who have died. It hasn't been a peaceful country. The people of Donbass have been
You're doing a presentation and you couldn't have got it bigger, like a big
Yeah,
PowerPoint thing, man. Like
I
you're trying to
can.
show a monumental to like something that is really important. Like this is something that I've been even bringing up when I've been saying like, what's it? Donetsk and Luhansk have a right to self-determination, and absolutely, men, women, children being murdered en masse. It is horrible.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think
I'd
any
like
of
to
us
see
here.
the monument that you've brought, Caleb, because I'd like to be able to pay respect to something actually visible. This is just blur.
Yeah, yeah. That's fucking offensive. Honestly, I can't even see it. I don't think any of us here disagree that Donetsk and Luhansk shouldn't be allowed to be their own, republics if they want. I mean, obviously, there's a bit of a problem with Russian chauvinism and all that, and the
It's
idea that
still their
Russia
right of
could annexate them
self-determination if they want to go down that path at the end of the
if they,
day.
yeah, and it's like, and then there's the whole Crimea thing, and I've already expressed what my thoughts are on that whole
Well, I mean,
particular
Crimea
issue.
wasn't even given its own nationality. It was just annexed by Russia, and then the
Yeah,
Tatars were terrorized. I mean, you know, common practice of Russian imperialism to terrorize Tatars, Cossacks, Ukrainians, Jewish people too as well. I mean, we talked about that towards the start of the stream with the weird anti-Semitic language of Putin at this time of crisis.
yeah, and it, but the point is though is like uh, the solution isn't to like fucking like, hey, you know that children getting bombed at that school or whatever nursery. Hey, let's do that, but for the whole country of Ukraine now. Fucking what? That's a huge mental leap you just did there, Caleb. Huge fucking leap.
That is the way in which this haptic logic these people follow functions.
subject to 8 years of bombing, 8
Oh,
years
there
of
we go. There actually is a picture. It was edited in. I apologize. I'm glad to get to see the picture now.
Hey,
There's a I think it's a
country.
marble
The people of
monument. I don't
Donbass
know.
have been
It
subject to
scrolls up
8
it too
years
fast.
of bombing.
There we go. Oh, still a blurry image. It's a beautiful monument. Though it's nice to see.
8 years of shelling, 8 years of a food blockade, and Russia is now moving in to protect them
Oh,
and
rest
bring
in
an end to
peace.
this. The Wall Street money sharks hate.
No, they moved into the Luhansk and Donetsk to protect them, but they've also moving into the rest of Ukraine now. What's it? I've heard that there's another argument that they'll uphold the Minsk agreement, this, that, and the other, and basically get Ukraine to stop shelling. Um, I don't know whether that's the truth of it. I mean, Russia has been. I mean, the way that Russia was told it by Putin, they'd be going in there as liberators and would be accepted as liberators. So, I mean, I feel like Russia was playing a wider game than just go in, encircle them, and force them to sign the Minsk agreement.
Yeah.
I think they feel like they're going to be able to take the whole place.
Yeah. Well, a lot of this, propaganda that starts with the war is eventually dropped really early on. I mean, we heard this again. I got to keep bringing up the Iraq War because it's like that's the kind of shit that was for me growing up. The Iraq War is like burned into my memory like fucking like
Yeah, I remember too.
like birth itself. Like that fucking war. It's like we would be greeted as liberators, and the Iraqis would have flowers, and they'll just throw it at us, and every other thing like that. Um, I don't know if Caleb knows this or not, but there is actual legitimate grievances with the Ukrainians, with Russians. I don't know if you know, but there was a guy named Trotsky,
Well,
and
I
he
mean,
did some
so
bad things.
they assign it to the Russians, but you'll find Trotsky was actually Ukrainian.
Yes, but
But he was a self-hating Ukrainian as much as he was also
yeah, basically, he
anti-Semitic
didn't.
as well. So Trotsky also shelled synagogues during the Civil War.
Yeah.
But yeah, Trotsky, also known as the Butcher of Ukraine. I wonder
Yeah.
how he got that moniker.
Yeah, I wonder why it is that when I was watching World War II footage, I would see, when the Germans entered Kiev, they were being greeted with actual flowers and shit. I wonder why that is. Why would they be doing that? Could it have something to do with Trotsky and the butcher of Ukraine? Just a thought, Caleb. But you're too fucking
It's what allowed the fifth column to foster there in the first place, and then the fifth column managed to plant itself as this antithesis to the problem. But it's a little more than that as well. You also had the problem with the kulaks involved in this, but yes, it does
Yeah.
mainly stem from the butchering of Ukraine. It created a paradigm to which the Ukrainians look to the grass greener on the other side, as a lot of people do in a situation like that. You don't go through what is essentially massacre and come out of it, green spirited.
Oh snap! I didn't even know that. Did you know Nova Russia? That means New Russia. I thought that was just a confederation name for the Donetsk and Luhansk. Apparently, that literally means New Russia. What the fuck? That's
Yeah, well,
some
that's it.
straight up czarish shit.
Well, Russia is a colonial power.
Hear what Mr. Muffin has to say about that.
Russia, they hate China, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and many other countries because they have governments that stand up to the international bankers and their monopolistic corporations.
There we go,
They
international
have governments
bankers
that control
again.
the banks, factories, and industries and force the economy to work for the good of the nation. With central planning, these countries have made sure
Bourgeoisie.
that growth is not held back by the
Control
irrationality of
F.
greed and the imperialistic
Where is
policies
it in
of
this
neoliberalism.
speech?
What we
No,
need
he's
here
gone
in the
about the
United
international
States
bankers,
is
you
not
see.
more privatizations, not more cutbacks,
I
not more
didn't
austerity,
know
not more cultural
bourgeoisie
wars
meant
and
that.
symbolic woke makeovers of empire, and definitely not
Come on,
more
silly.
warmongering and hatred for the peoples of other lands.
You're
What we need
you're
in
getting
America right
confused.
now is a government of action that will
Were you expecting Caleb Maupin to be a socialist?
and industries and force the economy to work for the good of the nation. With central planning,
He's
these
a
countries have
populist,
made
as he
sure
said.
that growth is not held back by the irrationality of greed and the imperialistic
Yeah,
policies.
but these nations
of
aren't
neoliberalism.
centrally. But China and Russia aren't centrally planned economies. Like, have you not seen why there's loads of videos of Putin having to constantly crack at his capitalists is because it's essentially planned as the Nazi economy was. Yes, there's an economic plan, but it's not centrally planned out by the state and all carved out, and this resources have to go here, these resources have to go there. No, the capitalists still have to compete for contracts and do bids of this and that and the other. Like, it's still bourgeois society, just like the Nazis were. Actually, fucking, you'll find British historians who talk about tanks who will go on about how the biggest problem with the Nazi system was how capitalistic it was. It was so
Yeah.
marketed. You know,
They
all
were
German,
competing
all
against
German,
each other.
all German tanks came with a 2-year warranty. I am not
That's fucking
joking. They
ridiculous.
literally came with a fucking warranty because they were all private enterprises, and if something broke
No.
on it, it was covered by the warranty.
And they were competing against each other. There was different firms competing against each other to, like, and I was watching it on like a a history program,
Oh
and they
God,
said how ineffective this was because it's like it doesn't make that's not how you fight a war. This
that's the
isn't
rare
like
time the History Channel tells the truth.
yeah. Sometimes it gets in there sometimes.
Normally they
I,
like
I
to lick
will,
off over here. They like to tell all the big scary German tanks that are overpowerful and really engineered well, guys. Spooky.
yeah,
Woo. Even though
and
like
ones out
barely
of
anyone ever
oil.
saw a tiger, and most tigers that anyone ever saw were actually panthers, um, panthers and panzer fours, because you can't really see much out of tanks, so people just like they used to think panthers were Koenig's tigers, and they used to think fucking um panzer fours and panzer threes were tigers sometimes because you just can't see. More so,
Yeah,
yeah, it's the Panzer IV with the long 75 because it has the muzzle brake. Um, and what's it? But you also get situations like with Porsche where the what's it? The he was guaranteed the Tiger project before it was finished. Hitler basically turned around and said, I'm gonna pick you. I mean, Hitler was Porsche's uncle, if I remember rightly. Um, so Uncle Adolf guaranteed Porsche the absolute. And actually,
one.
other than the engine problems, Porsche's design is really fucking good. Like, I don't like the cheek things, but that's only really a problem for someone who likes to play War Thunder, because in real life it's really not an issue. Actually, it makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. And so the tank, especially with the extra 100mm plate that was put on it after it was already cancelled, and they already got the H1 in, but they wanted to make some command tanks out of it. I think they made 2 or 3. They didn't make many command tanks out of it, but they did make a lot of the Ferdinands out of it. The because there was 100 holes. Yeah, there's 100 holes, and there was 1 or 2 command tanks. The rest of them were made into Ferdinands. Um, uh, um, and what's it? It had a good suspension system and stuff like that. It wasn't overcomplicated, easy to change, good track, basically the same track, I believe. And then basically the same armor profile, same turret, because Krupp made the turret. And it was just the engine that was the problem. Because the engine was a problem, it caught on fire in Henschel 1, and it was a big embarrassment for Porsche. It was also a massive waste of German resources in the middle of the war when they're low on steel and low on fuel. To build this other tank that's only a limited profile run because it's already been constructed, but it can't be melted down, because the biggest problem with melting it down is that the steel you would reproduce out of it would not only have less steel because you've melted it down and a lot of it's going to be lost in the process, but it would create a weaker steel in the process too because it's been tempered. Tempering something
Yeah.
into armor plate is not an easy process.
Yeah. And um having a brain fart moment where I was trying to like figure out like what we were even really talking about. Okay,
I
so
don't know.
centrally planned economy. Russia, what does he mean by nationalized oil? Like
No, Russia
there's
does
a
have a mass amount of nationalized oil.
okay. And I assume that there's a lot of private firms in that too. I do specifically remember that RT is funded, I think, by like an oil company or something
Yeah,
that
it's
was
likely the
eventually
Russians.
private,
It's likely the Russian state oil company. So here's the thing.
and
So
it
the
was
way that
privatized in like 2014 or
so the
something.
way that so the way that capitalist countries nationalize big business is not by fully nationalizing it. The way that they typically do it, these big empires, is they do it the way Britain did British Leyland. British Leyland, by all means, was technically a nationalized company. It was run by government funding. I mean, the government had, what was it, like 75% of the shares of the British Leyland, but British Leyland itself was only the parent company, because that's the trick with corporations. And we're talking of corporatist era Britain. British Leyland was set up during the corporatist experiments in Britain. It was one of the brainchilds of it. You have the parent company, and underneath it, you have a load of private companies that are not exactly owned, but are kind of owned by the parent company. Like, they work for it, they work under it, but they're essentially independent companies. They don't really have to jump how high Leyland says. It's just that British Leyland will be running the show on production with a lot of things and other stuff like that, and streamlining these companies and dictating wages and things like that a little more than it you would have in a system that isn't having to compete with the Soviet Union at the time. British Leyland very much collapsed towards its end because of the very chauvinistic, aristocratic mentality it had towards management, and the way it would basically just people would pick and choose people who were their friends to get them into weird management positions, and it created a massive incompetent organization of the company, and it created loads of issues for the company's capacity to actually operate. So that's British central planning on the issue. But nationalization is not an unusual thing in capitalism. Hitler privatized a lot of shit, but there were still nationalized corporations in Germany at the time of Hitler's rule. Hitler just also defined the term privatization, because privatizing was normal, but was never done on the scale Hitler did it.
Yeah. His Hitler's idea of central planning was basically the corporations need to be taken over by good Aryans. They run it for good.
No. His actual plan of central planning was to have the corporations as a part of the state.
Yeah.
So most of his
and
cabinet were a mix. So the heads of government were to be of aristocratic background for most part. Most of them were petty bourgeoisie or labor aristocracy. And I mean, being into the political group, you would be labor aristocrats become petty bourgeois anyway, because the political position, taking actual position in parliament is the petty bourgeois sector of the labor aristocracy. Let's be real in that one. But this the government would well, not so much the government, but the party that runs the government would have the bourgeoisie consolidated in the party. I would similarize it to the way the Chinese system works, but the Nazi system and the Italian system work just like this, and it's basically having them commit them to a group where they have to follow a certain rule set, and that they get some form of commanding power within the system within this group, because the Nazi party functioned on a basis of if you're in the party and have a high enough rank, you had some pull and formalization and responsibility in government and could be flopped in at any time. The Nazi party was very much a dictatorial party, to use the more liberal definition of a dictator. A very, very commandative, loosey-goosey, neo-feudal party that functioned very much like old-school aristocratic rule, where it's not so much about who's directly elected. It's about whom the party wants from its ranks in elected, not even elected, in chosen positions at a specific time. Hitler, when he got power, very much made more public his despisal of elections, as much as he used to try and say how much he loved them in the mid to late 20s and early 30s. But as soon as he got power, he told everyone about how much he despises democracy, as loud and clear as he could. And people loved it for some reason. Shows how much people can still buy into monarchy even when it's not even a monarch that's preaching it to you.
And I think Russia wants to copy the Chinese model too. That seems to be what they're trying to push for.
Given the Great Depression that's happening as a capitalist empire, that's the smartest move they could make. Same as America, same as Britain, same as France. I mean, Mausoleism is probably going to be the new trend in fascism. It's well, not the new trend entirely. I mean, like so what I mean by that is Mausoleism is the only form of 20th century fascism that could function today. And China has not just used Mausoleism alone. I would argue that China has taken the ideas of Mosley, or at least come to similar ideas of Mosley, considering Mosley's a very dialectical fascist. I'd argue that it's quite likely the latter, that they just came to the same conclusion. But they have also gone further than Mosley in their development. I mean, Mosley never had the power. Mosley never had the complete decisionary tract to lay things out like China has. And China has the greater experience on the Marxist side of things than Mosley, even though Mosley was into socialism in his youth, which is one of the things that makes him so much scarier than a lot of other fascists. I mean, the thing is with Hitler is Hitler was never really a socialist ever. Or never actually was. Using half-assed terms when he never was. Mussolini was, and I find Mussolini terrifying because of that, because it's meticulous, it's mechanical, and they're more popular these days. Mosleyism is much more up to date than Mussoliniism, because Mosleyism takes neocolonialism into consideration more than America ever has taken neocolonialism into consideration. The fact that you can use finance capital as much as possible to avoid war in any way, shape, or form, and basically create this system similar to what the Belt and Road is, where it, in Mosley's words, was to keep immigrants out and push developments abroad. Mosley was a very racist guy.
Great. Now I'm gonna have to like read up on this freaking guy, because it's like
Oswald Mosley.
if they're getting their ideas from him, I'm gonna have to like all these obscure fucking people like Dugan and LaRouche and Mosley. I'm gonna just have to like start reading them, and people are gonna be like,
Oswald Mosley was the guy who led the Black Shirts in Britain, the British Union of Fascists.
Yeah. I know Mosley. I know Mosley, but I need to read more up on his ideas. I know he was like the British Union of Fascists.
He
and all
talks
that
about his
stuff.
ideas in a British BBC broadcast, where he's on interview, or it was ITV. I can't remember which one it was. And he turns around and says what he thinks foreign policy, and the reason he gives on television, which is likely to advertise his ideas to a very racist Britain, was to reduce immigration into the UK.
That would make sense.
Well, I mean, what's it? Think about his logic was. So his logic was to export capital abroad, for them to build up institutions in their country, so that they would have functional society at home, not rubble at home. Like he was criticizing the platform of war to spread empire, and instead wanted to spread empire directly through finance.
That sounds familiar. What country could be doing that now?
Well, I mean, China is somewhat starting to flare its teeth a little more.
Yeah.
I mean, good on them if they take Taiwan back. That belongs to them. Fair enough. Yeah, thumbs up on that one. Don't do what you did with Hong Kong, because that was a bit shitty. Hong Kong wanted to join back with China, and then you just made it this in-between state, because got to stay on the London Stock Exchange. Fucking Caleb, why aren't you disappointed with them for wanting to stay on the London Stock Exchange? Oh wait, he only has a problem with things in it, not the actual whole thing itself. See, I personally have a problem with the whole thing itself. I think China's choose to keep as strong of a connection as it can with this London Stock Exchange within Hong Kong was a choice that ravaged the Chinese people, both in Hong Kong and in China. and spat in the face of the freedom movement of Hong Kong.
Yep. That's
What we
why
need
I
here in the
see.
United States, it's not more privatization,
Oh, what was that?
No. Keep going.
not more
I'll
cutbacks,
say it later.
not more austerity, not more culture wars and symbolic woke makeovers of empire, and definitely not more warmongering and hatred for the peoples of other lands. What we need in America right now is a government of action that will fight for working families. I charge the government of the United States with dereliction of duty, with criminal neglect,
Dereliction
with
of
failure
duty.
to serve the people and provide for the general welfare. The Center for Political Innovation is a think tank dedicated to cultivating a future beyond capitalism.
Okay, but in BreadTube is fit for imperialism. It goes on about how he thinks the world should be led by this like brain trust shit, where it's like this conglomeration of the smartest minds of America, and
Yeah.
they will direct and dictate society.
Well, in Caleb's mind, that is socialism. Just like how Hitler said that, private property, no contradictions under socialism. Obviously, this is his fucking
I mean, Caleb Maupin must
special.
believe that too, because he believes in the socialist billionaires.
Yeah, China. He actually lit. Where was that clip at? He literally said, There is really no private property in China
Wait,
because
what?
oh God, where if I can find that fucking clip, he basically says technically yes, there is private property, but it's basically personal property, and the Chinese state has the supremacy over all of the private property.
Oh, I've heard that bullshit before where I've heard people saying, oh, yeah, but China controls their capital. And I'm like, how do they control their capital? It literally belongs to the capitalist. The capitalist just invest it. Now, what China does control is what markets the capitalists are allowed to invest in without being sanctioned. That is something it controls. It also controls who owns what, because that's literally just capitalism. Like, thank you, Caleb, for defining what a government can do. Yes, governments can seize property. No shit. They're the guys who literally are the reason why property exists.
Yeah, there's a thing called forfeiture.
If the
Maybe
government
maybe
didn't
we should.
exist, who would legally state that property is property?
We would have, well, how like
No,
the end
ANCAP
caps.
moment, ANCAP moment.
Oh God, those fuckers are just the worst human beings on earth. They are just straight up like pedos and weirdos. Like if you ever want to meet a real weirdo in America, meet an ANCAP.
Or like anal tap.
Agreed. ANCAPs are fascist in denial.
What's it? They're
The
like
average interaction I've had with an ANCAP.
they're like fascists whom are stuck in the mindset of being a fucking child. Well, actually,
They're
to be honest,
yeah.
that as well, there's a high quantity of ANCAPs that are just outright
Yeah, but
pedophiles.
that's off topic. Yeah, but that's off topic. We should focus on Caleb.
Mr. Muffin Man. Yeah, well, I mean, so the point I was getting at, so he's preaching this big, like towards the end of BreadTube, fit for imperialism. He goes on about having a mega mind, not the movie. This is not trademarked, not sponsored by Megamind, we promise. But he wants a Megamind brain trust to be the directors of society that's made of the smartest minds ever. Is this what the think tank is supposed to be? Are they the same thing? Like, I'm confused.
It could be one of the institutions of power that could be influencing the brain trust.
No, but
Um,
no, because by a trust, I mean like trust is a term meaning organization.
yeah.
So like when you talk about a charity, it's called a charitable trust because it's organization. So is this brain trust like this, which I don't think is the specific word to use, but is this, this conglomeration of the smartest minds? Is this think tank? Is this what he's on about?
Could be.
Maybe.
We have a 4-point plan to rescue the country from the disaster.
4-point
We
plan.
want a mass jobs program to rebuild the heartland of America. New high-speed railway, new schools and universities, new power plants.
High-speed railways. That is definitely what America needs right now. Not given the fact that most people who are struggling with commuting don't live near a fucking railway and don't live near any public transport and need a fucking car to get to places. I think maybe you might want to build proper towns and stop building cities, because America actually fucked itself in the ass trying to build cities everywhere. Where now you literally have places in America where there are cities with 3,000 people living in them. I live in a town and we have fucking tens of thousands of people living here. Like, my town is bigger in population than some prominent cities in America.
There's a city that's like a small little city not too far from where I live. It's like this like mini city. And yeah, that's kind of how it is here. You got these little hodgepodge cities everywhere pretty much, like these isolated little places. It's completely insane. We need to completely like again, I don't even know if I should give any suggestions because it would be like trying to maintain capitalism. It's like, Caleb, shouldn't your program basically be overthrow the capitalist state? That's it, right? As of right now. And the goals to get to that. Not, perfecting and making imperialism better.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
I'm just typing something.
Yeah. And also apparently I had somebody literally tell me Russia is communist influenced because the Communist Party of the Russian Federation is elected to their Duma and they got a lot of seats. So then I literally posted that the Communist Party of Japan has like a gigantic, like they have a huge block in the Japanese parliament, larger than even Russia. So I basically said, okay, Japan is communist. And then they blocked me.
Well, what's it? Japanese fascism, just like French fascism, actually rose from people calling for socialism.
Yeah.
And then saying that, okay, well, there was these, so both the Japanese and French fascists were ex-socialists, same with the Mussolini as well, who were calling for more radical shit, and then they simmered down, but they still called for land reform. Except Mussolini is a bit different, but he's a bit here and there with that one. Not completely on, not completely off. I mean, his land reform is a little more in the sense of how do we make the land more dominated by this Roman concept of the Italian. But nonetheless, these movements developed with this, promise of land reform and other shit like that. And Japan also rose up on a lot of like worker this, worker that too. Like they made a lot of bullshit. So when it come to implementing their ideas, they implemented it from this like mentality that what they were doing was like this form of national socialism, I guess is the best term for it. Just to be
I
coy.
think the term they used was like a form of like right wing socialism. I'd have to look back, but I have studied the Japanese a
Yeah,
bit.
there's
It
a
was
lot of
like
different names for things. Like you've got Prussian
yeah,
socialism from the 1870s as well.
but I think specifically for Japan, it was right wing socialism.
Makes
But
sense.
I think we should continue on with the
Yeah, I know. I'm
conference.
just talking about something relative to it. If you read the message I just sent in fucking Discord, you'll see that there's not much time left, and I'm not fucking doing anything else after this.
Sounds good.
Just stop fucking nagging me.
New roads and new bridges. We want this country's oil and gas and coal and timber to be public property and organized and managed for the good of the country. so that the profits from our natural resources go back into the public budget, not into the pockets of Wall Street bankers. We want a banking system that's under the control of the public. No more Wall Street ripoffs, no more Federal Reserve schemes. Control of into the pockets of Wall Street. The profits from our natural resources go back into the public budget, not into the pockets of Wall Street bankers. We want a banking system that's under the control of the public.
Volume is
no
shit,
more
yeah.
Wall Street ripoffs, no more Federal Reserve schemes. The purse strings of the country's credit should be in the hands of local communities and the federal, state, and local.
Let me switch.
Talking him.
to my-
Yeah, he's like talking in like a fucking like
Because it was so much
tin
louder
can.
before, and now I can't even fucking hear the guy. Let me get my sound settings up and switch. No, not sound.
I'm
black,
just reading the subtitles.
Yeah, but I like to be able to hear things, and other people might not be. You know, a lot of people watch these when they're working, which means they're not watching it;
Yeah.
they're listening to it. So if they can't hear it, and that they're having to keep fiddling with the volume to switch between us being a certain volume and them being a certain volume, then they're therefore going to have a very pissy time trying to enjoy the stream. Because when you're working, you just stick it on and stick it in your pocket, essentially, let it go on.
Yeah, that's what I do literally when I work. Fuck. Last night was a fucking killer.
Don't want the Wikipedia page for sound. Fuck off. Sound settings. App and volume and device preferences. Sneaky. Speakers, Sound Blaster, Recon.
So I went into work yesterday, and because you had a stream prior, I didn't get any sleep prior, so I just went into work with 24 hours, no sleep, and I was just I don't know how I managed to get through it, but I didn't take a break for like 9 hours and just worked straight through. I don't know how I did it. And then I just passed out when I got home.
Okay. Now I've got it set to a separate audio channel. I can just blast it up.
Level. We want an economic bill of rights, the right of all Americans to jobs and education and health care. And this is what Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of our greatest presidents, called for in his final State of the Union address, an economic bill of rights. And let's be clear, there is nothing un-American about socialism. Behind me we have Abraham
Yes,
Lincoln.
there is.
Abraham Lincoln had a communist general in the Union Army, August Willig.
Skrillex, don't you guys know who this dude is? He's the rock star. Oh my god.
Socialism is as anti-American as you can get. I mean, what would a
Having
socialist
one
America
communist.
look like?
Having one communist in your military, when your military is made up of butchers, rapists, thieves, and settlers in general.
And they're talking about something that happened in the 1860s. Caleb, I don't know if you know, we're not in the 1860s anymore. We're not abolishing slavery anymore. We're not fucking
Oh,
in
well,
like
actually,
that.
we're still dealing with that problem because capitalism can't help itself.
Yeah. But you kind of get, yeah, the point is, we're not fucking, this isn't like fucking like when like, what was the like, most of the population was still feudal at that time, I believe. Most of the world's population.
Well, yeah, the only industrial power in the 1800s was Britain. France was just starting to get industrialized, but it wasn't a power yet. Britain was the only imperialist country, like by Lenin's definition, in the 1800s. The epoch of the other imperialist powers came in 1897 to 1903, which is the Spanish-American War.
It's one of the reasons why America was on the gold standard, if memory serves correctly.
Well,
It was
the
'cause
reason why the
Britain,
Americans on the gold standard is because the British set things to the gold standard. The
Yeah.
gold standard is the British petrodollar.
exactly. That was why, because I was listening to like history, and it was always like, there was always back and forth about the fucking gold standard and this and that. Like if you read U.S. history, it's basically just like constantly talking
Is
about
why
this shit.
people like Caleb get titchy about Ayn Rand wanting things to stick on the gold standard, because Caleb's well aware that that is the British imperial sort of currency.
I think we should continue.
During the U.S. Civil War, the Republican Party newspaper in New York City, the New York Tribune, hired Karl Marx as its London correspondent. And Karl Marx praised Abraham Lincoln, calling him the single-minded son of the working class, rescuing an enchained race and carrying out the Second American Revolution. The U.S. Pledge of Allegiance was written by a socialist named Francis Bellamy, who was also a Baptist minister. The first person to use the word socialism in the English language was Robert Owen, who built a socialist community in Indiana called New Harmony and gave lectures on socialism to joint sessions of the U.S. Congress. And when we move towards socialism in America, it won't be Venezuelan socialism, Russian socialism, Korean socialism. Every country has its own unique history and conditions. In China, they call their system socialism with Chinese characteristics. And the only type of socialism that will ever work in America.
What is whoa. I was just about to say something, but he's got really big there. Let me just go back.
Socialism, Russian socialism, Korean socialism. Every country has its own unique history and conditions. In China, they call their system socialism with Chinese characteristics. And the only type of socialism that will ever work in America will be some form of socialism with American characteristics.
Okay, same.
Oh God.
Okay, but
Socialism
with
American characteristics.
socialism with Chinese characteristics is literally fascism. They chose to set themselves around an idea of corporatism, and I mean we even have people like cultured Fug turning around and saying that he likes what China has. He sees it as a perfect example of a corporatist system, a nationalist system. What does that tell you? And the Maupinites didn't push back when they were in the debate with him. They basically sat around and enjoyed some tea with Cultural Thug.
Exactly. That's what you do with fascists. You sip tea with them. And also another thing, Russian socialism. This is straight. Like I was listening to like Last Dog on the Left. I don't know if you guys know. He's like a bread tuber, but he does some good work on like Maupin and Dugan. I was listening to his audio thing of like Dugan speaking, and he literally talks about Russian socialism, but he uses it in the context of like, for him, Russian socialism means of the race, of the. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
It's
that's what
about
Hitler
blood
believes.
and
Because
fucking
Dugan's ideas are just straight from Mein Kampf.
yeah, blood and soil. That's literally what it means. So I hope you are aware of that, Caleb.
American socialism won't be pessimistic. It won't simply be a welfare
Yeah, whenever I see a U.S. flag and it's not on fire, I get depressed.
state. It won't be depressed. It won't be a resentful complaint of screw this, give me some free stuff. American socialism will be about unleashing human creativity, growth, innovation, hard work, and restoring the boldness and courage that once enabled this country to have.
Wait, is that the Maoist style hammer and sickle?
I have. I don't believe so. I believe
That's not the USSR style hammer and sickle.
I have no idea what
Yeah, because
flag
the
that
Maoists
is.
used the bigger sickle for their symbol, so I think that might be the Maoist one. I think someone brought the wrong flag.
So I don't know if it's the Maoist flag or any. it could be either or. It could be neither actually, but
It's certainly too
no.
big on the way it's just, I don't know. Maybe
Would it be the
maybe
flag
it's
of
the
the
way the flag's
communist?
folded that's making it look weird because it's hung up. I don't know.
Great
It just doesn't
achievements despite the injustices
look
that have
right
gone on.
from the way I've
Socialism in America means capturing the optimism of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Cesar Chavez, Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, Gus Hall.
Okay, so he's actually buying into the white belief of Martin Luther King that he was just some optimist that wanted the "I Have a Dream" speech of Martin Luther King, not the
Yeah.
Vietnam War speech Martin Luther King. They don't seem to understand that before Martin Luther King was shot, he completely started changing to a more radical position because he'd noticed that his nonviolent positions was failing, and when he saw the
Caleb
Vietnamese
Maupin
fight for their
is
freedom.
doing what Caleb Maupin's doing what your typical white liberal is doing regarding Martin Luther King, watered downing his message of what it actually is.
Yeah, but he's trying to push it as a way to like taking the watered down message to utilize it as an indoctrinative platform because he's promoting optimistic like oversightedness. Some optimism of the labor aristocracy is not going to be the most clairvoyantly minded stuff. They are already into upper of a position. Their optimism is going to be sort of dictated by their careerism and opportunism, and the opportunism of is very present in the CPI's mannerism of organization and how in which it conducts itself.
Okay, so basically, I was going through the flags. Like, okay, so I guess, okay, so it is the Soviet Union flag. And if I'm trying to look here, it's either, see here the weird, it's either the one from 1936 to 1955, the Stalin era Soviet Union flag, or 1955 to 1991, because they both look pretty similar-ish.
That might be just where I'm getting
But
it confused.
here's the thing: the hammer and sickle and the star. It's so freaking huge. That's not how big it is on the
That's
flag.
why it looks wrong. I'm gonna say no.
It's-
So because on the Maoist style one, it is typically bigger. That's why I got it confused with
Yeah.
the Maoist one. They normally draw it huge on the flag.
They got like a little. They got like a little like what do you call it?
Typically has a more
Circle.
curvy sickle to it. The
Yeah.
Maoist one as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like it's way too big. That's triggering me alone. It's almost
The
triggering
U.S.
me as
flag
much.
isn't right either.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait.
Why are
Yeah.
the stars so far
The
away
U.S. flag.
from the flag mast? Oh
Yeah,
my
it-
I don't
god.
care. The U.S. flag should be set on fire.
Well, yeah,
And
that is the
why-
biggest problem with it.
They're not even at a federal building. Do people? Caleb, you are aware you're only supposed to fly a U.S. flag at federal buildings, right? That's
Well,
what
I mean, at a
state flags
convention,
are
I
for.
think they're allowed, so I don't know.
I mean, I guess so, but I'm talking like just from like
from a
from
mast, he would get in trouble, but he's not flying it from a mast, so it's because if he's flying it from a mast, it'd be indicative of what the company wants to fly outside of its company. But I mean, over
just
in
talking
Britain,
from tradition.
we have British flags flying from all sorts of private buildings. But the what's it? The thing is, no, the thing that gets me is that these guys are like these big, like American patriots and all that, and they got the cheapest flag they could from fucking Amazon. Like, Caleb is fucking rich, and he couldn't get a real Soviet flag and a real American flag. He got Amazon's Best Buy American flag where the stars are too far away from the fucking mast sort of mountain point of the flag. And then he got this abomination of a Soviet flag where half the sickle is on the mast bit when it shouldn't be. Well, not half of it, but half the handle. And then the fucking sickle is god awfully huge. The flags both look like they're not the full size that they should be either. I think those are like three-quarter size flags, because flags are
It's sick.
typically big enough that they should be hanging just above his nose to be as not Caleb's nose, Lincoln's nose to be as far down as they are, as far as I remember. Flags are pretty big things. I don't know if people know this. They're not small.
Yeah.
They
And the
seem like
sickle,
they're three-quarter size flags, at least width-wise, certainly, like, or height-wise if they were the right way round.
is way too big. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, Amazon Best Buy.
William C. Foster, Joe Hill, Eugene Debs, and so many great revolutionaries who have always stood against injustice.
I love that. That's like a meme from the 1930s. There, like, look. Oh wait, the subtitles are ruining it. Look at that. There's a political meme from 1930 summit.
Hey, it's Winston Churchill.
I mean, it does look a lot like Winston Churchill. You could also say it looks a bit like Roosevelt.
Eugene Debs,
Yeah.
and so many great revolutionaries who have always stood against injustice on our soil. We, the progressives.
Ever since I criticized him for not mentioning Eugene Debs enough, he makes sure to mention him. No, it's good stuff.
The radicals, the anti-racists, and the anti-imperialists.
You know what Eugene Debs called people like you, Caleb? Sewer socialists. People more concerned with, because basically in his time the sewers are really fucked. They were pretty fucked, dog. And what Eugene Debs had a problem with was that all these socialists, the Second International types, mind you, were turning around and like wanting to fix the sewers rather than actually do a revolution that would fix more than just the sewers. They always just wanted to do reforms. So he called the ones that wanted to do reforms sewer socialists as a poo joke. He's very into his scat humor. That's not a confirmed thing. I just like to say that. But Eugene Debs is like one of the few good, like, you know, white middle class communists of the 20th century in America. Like he's like I'd say he's Parenti good, and Parenti's working class, so he's not really in the same caliber. But because you know Parenti's high caliber, he's someone who came from the working class before he became middle class. But nonetheless, Eugene Debs was someone who was very committed to the struggle. Lenin had a lot of respect for Eugene Debs, and Eugene Debs only went into elections to get himself spread around. But go on, sorry.
Eugene Debs also paid a price for doing what he was doing. I mean, he actually went to prison for speaking out against World War I.
Yes.
Yeah. What prison? What?
Well, they also accused him. They also accused him that it wasn't just conspiring against World War One. They also accused him of conspiring, like, for revolution and shit like that. Like, they basically cornered him on his socialist beliefs and his anti-capitalist beliefs. Like, they got him. They basically put in a load of clauses that said anyone who spoke out like he did can go straight to prison.
Yeah.
And he was
the
most popular. He was the most popular person in the election.
And this was back in a time when revolution could, in theory, happen in Britain and the USA. There's no possibility of that happening now, but
well, I wouldn't say no possibility. I'd say that the possibility is down
the line. Very limited.
The possibility is down the line after the Third World Revolutions happen. We do not use absolutist language because time and space are relative. They are constantly moving. They're an absolute truth. They definitely exist, but they are relative because they're constantly expanding and moving.
You get what I'm saying, but yeah.
Yes, but because we're dealing with me being a third worldist, everyone manipulates that language to imply what we are not implying. Gotta not allow people to read between the lines because they won't read what you want them to read. You've got to say the lines you want them to read between so that they can then look at the full information bare. That's why I'm a very rambly person who always makes sure I try and say everything because fuck me. Not only when you get something wrong, but even when you get something right, everyone's so quick to manipulate your words and use them against them.
Okay.
No, sorry, go on.
Dark, you wanted to say something, or?
Well, it's just where are these people doing to actually risk their livelihoods, risking their careers, risking their lives? None of these revolutionaries they talk about would fucking respect any of these people. to be looked
Dude.
at for what they truly are.
Dude, look at them. They're fighting right now. They're in the war. On the war on the internet, the posting wars. They're right here. They're fighting on the front lines. This
you
is
see, what you don't
Karl
understand
Marx
is when
and
Maupin blocks
Engels.
someone on Twitter, he stops a war.
So when
like-
Engels was a commander in the German Revolutionary armies, that is basically Caleb Maupin doing a speech.
When Engels was drill tweeting on Twitter, oh wait, no, he didn't use Twitter. Caleb
Make like a
Maupin's
It's like,
book
look at
will
these
end up
people.
sounding like a compilation of his drill tweets that he couldn't publish because
I
they
mean,
get banned.
Look at these people. Look at them. Look at them. They're how much do you bet that most of these people are middle class and then have never seen a real working class person in their lives?
Well, they've seen them.
100%.
They get their food from them from shops and stuff. They just stay very
Eugene V.
distant.
Debs. This guy, he was around working class people through most of his life. Hell, him going to prison is what made him become a socialist in the first place.
He was a socialist before that. He went to prison for being
Wobblies.
so when he went to prison in World War One, that was for being a socialist.
Well, I'm referring to way before that. I'm referring
Oh,
to
you're
during
on
the
about-
18.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're on about when he was involved in the strikes. I know what you're on about.
Railroad.
Yes, it's like-
1880s.
It's like this man put his life on the line time and time again. None of these people have done any of that, and they never will because they don't want to actually fight for
Well, he
socialism.
started
They just
becoming
want
a
to
communist towards the later time because of how much just socialists were failing him.
These people don't want socialism. They don't even want communism. They just want America to be back to where it was
50 years
with
ago.
FDR with extra benefits. That's what they want.
A kind of make America great again, if you will.
They want Ronald Roosevelt or Theodore Reagan. That's what they want, really. They want this weird mix. Like they want the advanced nature of capitalism today, the advanced the developments of finance capital that has came from neoliberalism, with the fascistic structure that was developed by Roosevelt, which is very similar to Mussolini's fascism. Mussolini himself actually said that he had a Roosevelt style economy and system.
They want iPhones and they want concentration camps for Japanese people.
Well, Mr. Hilter calls them concentration camps. I think it's to stay
I think
PG.
we should continue.
Oh, I pressed space and nothing happened. Computer says no. Oh, you guys don't get
Always
that
been a-
because you're Americans and you don't have the funny of Little Britain.
Part of this country.
I comment.
And we will not surrender the entire history and legacy of America to Donald Trump and Joe Biden. We are the true patriots because only socialism and dismantling this global imperialist system can save America. And it is this vision and this tone that I open up our very important conference today. We have a great panel of speakers who are going to give us messages. You'll be hearing from me again in our second panel. But before we have our speakers come up, we're actually going to have a performance by the great classical pianist, a member of the Center for Political Innovation and part of the Students and Youth for a New America organization, Daniel Sajeda. So Daniel Sajeda is going to play some music.
Oh no. Don't tell me it's what I think it is.
Classical music.
You know, can I say something? Classical music is not working class music.
It's bourgeois. I mean, I don't mind classical music. It is good music. It is bourgeois. Like, I was gonna. When I'm listening to music, it's not my culture. I listen to things that's like thrash metal, speed metal, punk, oi, hardcore, hip hop, rock and roll, blues. You know, when I listen to things like jazz or classical, it doesn't feel with my class. It feels like something
You
that's
should,
more of a guilty pleasure. Like,
you
I
should
mean,
let
when I
this
look to the
continue to
cassettes that are
play.
next to me, the majority of them is things like rock, rap, hip hop, thrash metal, and other stuff like that. Only several of them are classical, and that's only because I got a job lot of classical cassettes. And that's where you see the differentiation. These people are fantilized. The majority of their music is all this classical crap, and then they probably sit there and listen to the Red Army Choir every day of the week. Which I'm not gonna savage anyone who listens to that music all the time. I don't mind people to do that. I won't call it LARP. It just listens to that music all the time. But you get what I'm getting on about with the way these guys are so bastardic with their and pompous with the way in which they're looking at the world. But
Yeah.
I mean, let's be real. If you're gonna listen to a band, the Red Army Choir has a lot of songs that they do that are better than some songs done by the Germans. But let's be real, the Germans, they do nail it, hammer into park when it comes to the music. But communist songs aside, these people don't understand that if you want to appeal to the people, you got to really understand that the most radical music that's ever existed in the first world is not classical music. It's not prog music. It's music that sometimes has very simple rhythms, if not even just a beat, from hip hop to punk to thrash metal to all the others in between. This is the music that came from the lower class when the lower class decided to have its chance in the Cold War, the only time it really had a proper chance. Nowadays, when you look at the music industry, what do you see in every genre, even what used to be working class genres? Middle class musicians. The petty bourgeoisie have dominated the music industry near enough completely.
Yep. That's why I don't really listen that much to music. Honestly, it's I don't know. I think he just focuses way too much on classical music. Sure, if you want to listen to classical music, okay, that's one thing. But to make it your like you have to listen to it and you have to make it this aesthetic, this thing. It's like the suit shit. It's like
To be honest, when I can't even when someone's like, I'm gonna play a full orchestral classical piece on a piano, sometimes I can make out the song that it is. Other times it just sounds like I'm listening to elevator music because I just can't delineate the different. You're not got a wide enough range. Like if I was gonna cover something that's a wide range of instruments, I'd rather use an organ than a piano personally. It's got a wider berth of range in its key setup than a piano does. Of course, it's hard to bring an organ there, but electric organs exist, and this looks like fucking electric piano. Sounds fucking devastating. Like is someone about to get stabbed?
this is the
Look
real
at the guy
working
in the
class,
front
right?
with the shades. Oh my god.
What kind of
It's
okay?
like
I
the
kind of want
CIA.
to shit.
With the
I don't want to
Hitler
shit
hair.
on people. I don't want to shit on people's music, but my brother who's been practicing piano for like Jesus, it's I feel old as saying this. Over 13 years now, it is better than this guy, and he in every single way. This music is so bland, even for classical music standards. This is bland.
It feels like
Is
the
it-
time of the song is too slow, and I feel like that's a so is a thing to take in with cults. Cults use many methods to entrance people. You already saw the big weird speech thing at the start where they got everyone repeating stuff. There's one way. Guy with the glasses kind of looks like Mr. Smith. He looks like fucking Mr. Smith on a budget. Like, um,
Yeah.
but what's it? So you saw the speech thing at the start, and then they did so that getting them to copy speech as a way to get people moving with the mouth of the speaker, and basically being able to greatly envision the speaker's words as their own words, so that when the speaker then speaks from there on, They're already entranced in a position where their mindset is put to the front of the stage rather than just in their own head and shoulders. Now, what we're seeing here is the use of music. This music feels slightly slow. Why would someone play music slightly slow? Well, the brain works in a very peculiar fashion. So when, and I imagine a lot of these people do listen to a lot of these tunes a lot. This is a CPI event, not a public anyone can come along event. This is a CPI event. These people probably all listen to all these songs. If you're playing the song slightly slow, it will actually create a subconscious nervousness that's not going to be something that's going to make you be like consciously eerie and thinking about things nervously. Subconscious nervousness in the sense that you're going to feel a bit off. Everything's going to feel a bit wrong. You won't be able to put your finger to it because this off speed won't be noticeable instantly and won't be conscientious because you're at the event and you're more intoxicated with what's going on and listening to what's going on, unless you're a pedant autist like I fucking am. But and is a bit too heinous when it comes to sound. But what it puts in is this. But essentially, it puts you, metaphorically speaking, on the edge of your seat. And a bit off balance, and it makes it easier for your mind to be susceptible. These are all mannerisms to loose and goose people up, basically get them in a drunk trance-like state, so they're more. And when I use the term trance, I don't mean like the film movie sort of dazed and hypnotic. No, I mean tranced in the sense of illustrated, induced, enticed, like, you know, it's cult-like behaviors, like the type of shit you see in worship cults, and this is what's it? It's getting everyone in a set mood. This is 20 minutes of the event. This is not the whole thing. We know can't be the whole thing. It even says opening of. Like, I want to see the rest of this event. Why are we only getting the opening? I thought they were editing the event together.
Well, Caleb makes the argument, well, they got to edit it, but
Well, they got to edit out all the
there's a lot of.
oopsies.
They got to edit out the parts where he tells everybody,
Where he
like,
accidentally just says the Jews instead of the international bankers.
or when he goes full Jim Jones and asks everybody to commit suicide, and then it's like, oh, I was just testing you, because that's what Jim Jones used to do a lot. I swear to God, this. I swear, it's like
Maupin is
I
a
wouldn't
Jim
be
Jones
shocked.
communist.
I swear, I wouldn't be shocked if he like literally says, "Okay, everybody, we're all gonna start drinking Kool-Aid now. Get everybody, including the children. Let's go."
Well, what's it? Fucking sounding a bit too Voshite now.
Careful, guys. Caleb Maupin may end up suing us for defamation.
Oh wow! I mean, what's it? Caleb has referred to me as a psychopath. So I mean, good luck, Caleb. We have very strict defamation clause in this country, and you'd be suing me in my country because I'm severely disabled and ill of money. Come at me, bro, because our laws are very strict, and they won't fucking mess around with your shit if you were gonna sue someone like that. Defamation? Are you mad?
Wait,
America's
a
defamation
psychopath.
laws are pussy compared to these.
Psychopath, that's rich coming from a sociopath like Caleb.
Whoa, what's it? He is a heartless motherfucker. I mean, what's it?
Anyway, let's just watch the rest of this.
Give our final.
Not to be biased because of my brother, but my brother runs circles around the sky as someone that plays piano.
They're gonna give him plaque. They're gonna plaque.
Please don't disappoint me.
Big plaque, yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Oh, he's in a t-shirt again. I didn't cause it this time. Maybe it's correlation,
Well,
not causation.
Welcome.
Wait, why is he wearing his suit?
I don't know. I didn't cause it this time. Unless I
Caleb, I'm disappointed that
actually,
you're
how
not
many
wearing
days
your
ago was
suit.
this? Okay, I might have mentioned something around this time because this is actually
Yeah.
Wait,
a few days ago.
yeah,
I might have
wait,
mentioned because
wait. We're reacting to this too.
no. I'm doing something. Don't spook. Don't spook. I don't fucking want to sit through. 20 minutes took us
Like
3 hours. This is gonna take fucking another stream itself. But I wanna
18 years.
get the transcript up. Control F. La wait. La Rouge.
I'm seriously disappointed that Caleb is not wearing a suit. I really am. He's supposed to set an example for us all. People who wear suits are working class, right?
Yeah, I wonder if Burke and the LaRoucheites will inundate. I don't know what that means. Overwhelm with things or people to be dealt with. Flood. Will flood CPI with pet projects and obscurantist axe grinding. Okay, I'll stop now, but they won't, so I lock out. What? I don't know. Okay, so LaRouche is only in the chat, it seems. Oh no, it is showing up in the thing. Oh,
Hmm.
oh, no. I hate the way that the fucking transcript thing works. It won't just let me go down to the thing. Oh, fuck off.
I'm still disappointed. I really am disappointed that he's not wearing a suit. Come on, Caleb. You're supposed to set an example. Why do you constantly fail me?
We have
Well,
expectations here, man, and you keep letting us down.
he has to act more like Haas now. So he's got to say words like fucking retards, which is what he said. He
Yeah,
called
but Caleb doesn't.
This book, he
But
had
if
discussions
Caleb's
with
gonna be
Lyndon
Hawes,
LaRouche,
he needs to work up.
in which he's
He needs to
emphasizing the
he
central
needs to talk about Conan the Barbarian. He's a very shitty Hawes clone. Because at least of Hawes, he's entertaining and a well, you know what I mean by entertaining. He's so I would consider Hawes a guilty pleasure. He's only good to laugh at because he constantly makes an ass of himself. Like, isn't there like a meme about his height?
So this guy is promoting Lyndon LaRouche's position on the central bank in Russia. Besides
What is their
the
position
fact that you
on
could have known that they were wrong as Lyndon LaRouche was fighting Gone, but China has substantively demonstrated that all of this is completely evil. What is?
It'd be nice if we knew like where he started.
It's only on the types of physical, economic. Oh, it's doing the thing where it's teleporting me back as soon as I stop scrolling. It pisses me off.
Administration, the Global 2000 report. I remember doing that, coming up in some research I was doing. Go on.
You can easily find this PDF. It's like so easy to get.
Yeah.
Here's what they say. According to our government study, this is what is in store for the planet Earth in the year 2000. 6.4 billion people will populate the Earth, an increase of 55%. Fully 77% of that population, 5 billion people, will live in the less developed countries. LDC. Already crowded LDC cities will become more crowded. And what will life be like for these teeming millions? Miserable. Most of the people in these LDC cities will live in uncontrolled settlements, slums, and shanty towns where sanitation, water supplies, and health care will be minimal at best. And of course, it goes on. Now, what's happened is that obviously China has proved that all of these predictions, besides the fact that you could have known then that they were wrong, as Lyndon LaRouche was fighting on, but China has substantively demonstrated that all of this is completely evil genocidal nonsense, and that it is absolutely possible to continually raise the living standards of a population, and that we need increases in.
Okay,
Wait,
that's not the case
No
for
one is
Kenyan
arguing
workers working in
against.
factories and mines.
No one's against raising the living standards of people. That's not why we oppose China.
my brain just shut down. I don't even know what he just said there. So
like-
wait, is he implying that there wasn't poverty in slums in 2000, or was he implying that
No, what he's
China?
implying is that China is showing that you can raise poverty. Raise people out of poverty on the continuous developmental platform. No, but this
like
is a
changing the
choice.
definition.
This is a choice to obfuscate. Of course, there was a time when things were rising. When empires are growing, they rise, and so do living standards in the empire. Yes, loads of people in China have come out of poverty because China needs a middle class. Otherwise, how can it fuel its military industrial complex, which, whilst it funds half as much into its military as America does, China's military costs like 3 or 4 times less at the least to fund. So it's actually putting in more money per capita, technically speaking, because it's getting more out of it in the long run, because its military equipment's much cheaper and is still of decent quality, if not as high of quality of the Americans now when you look at it with the new advancements they've made in the last 6 years. But China doesn't build the Yankee suburbs that Maupin dreams of. Yeah.
And does he have any clue, like, the kind of poverty that exists in rural China, like outside of the cities? Like, does Maupin have even a clue of this?
Yeah, no,
Because
because
you
Maupin just
never.
pretends that only East China exists.
No, apparently it's all just huge cities, skyscrapers. Apparently.
I mean, it's like what's it? The Chinese dream. I mean, it's like the biggest struggle that we had during like the whole situation with the Uyghur crisis was that like loads of evidence came out that cultural genocide was happening there and is still happening there. But no one can talk about that because America spread that it was murder genocide and that they were being rounded up into camps and killed. So that whenever you mention it, everyone jumps to call you like buying into CIA propaganda, this, that, and the other. And all the MLs are pedants for this bullshit. Because they're afraid of being called racist for taking a position on a real life issue that's important. I hope they are aware that Xinjiang people the Uyghur people of Xinjiang are one of many different nationalities of China. Like, to turn around and think that like it would be being racist to like the Chinese people as like a one whole to talk about an issue would really to show the complete cultural genocide is the specific term. That's the specific term used by used in the definitions of genocide by the original definer of genocide in Poland, who originally wanted the first point on genocide to be about cultural genocide, the most common form of genocide. To tell them to rescind their faith, to rescind and to commit into a one Chinese culture and a one Chinese language is to make them. It's to basically commit to cultural genocide. It is to ideate around this idea of unitary history rather than the many different histories of the many different peoples of China, and it's the
same thing going on in Crimea.
It's
with
actually
the
more
Tatars.
racist to turn around and to not try and examine this issue because there's nasty propaganda made about it than it is to just than it is to ignore it. If you're ignoring it, you're allowing something bad to happen. I'd rather look into it and find out I'm wrong than just turn my brain off because the US said something worse. I mean, you got to take into consideration that the US ain't the most creative of bunch. They got to make their lies out of something, and it's got to come out of truth. And cultural genocide is the most common form of genocide in these empires. Look to places like Australia, America, and Britain, and France, and Germany. All within their nations, they have cultural genocide happening against Low German, against Celtic people, against the Basque people, the Catalonian people, the Native Americans, the African diaspora in America, the African diaspora in Europe, African diaspora in South America too. Etc. Canada. It goes on. It goes on. It goes on. It's very, very, very common. In the U.S., they called it Americanization. If anything, it's Americanization is just another word for Anglo-Saxonization, or I guess because it's British imperialism, you could say it's Anglo-Scoticization. If you really want to be coy and overly accurate about the situation.
Yeah, don't leave out us Scots. Man.
Well, it's quite important to take into account that the Southeast Scots, I can never remember the name of their people, I can only remember the Gaelic Scots, basically sold out the Scottish people to the British Crown for a seat at the table. Shit, Spain was never really become one nation for 500 years, not even after Franco. It's at least 5 or 6. Absolutely. There's an Arab nation that existed there. I can't remember the name of the peoples. It's got a specific people's name, but I'm pretty sure they descend from Arab people. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then you also have the Spaniards themselves, which are actually Madrid. They're the Madrid people. I can't remember what their specific name is. But I think it's the people of Madrid, is what I think it is, because they pronounce Madrid really funny. They have that many languages too. They do. You also got the guys like to the northwest. I can't remember who they are. There's a Celtic group in Spain. Can't remember the name of them. And then you've got the Catalonians and the Basque.
So
Nailed it.
my clan, or like my family that's subservient to that clan, we're kind of like in between both the Highlands and the Lowlands of Scotland. It's like in the central part.
So you basically have to ask
we're-
yourself whether you are the baddies.
Yeah, it's literally like we're half oppressing ourselves, half not oppressing ourselves, because it's
Mother, are we the
literally right.
baddies?
But yeah, I'll be the baddies today, but not tomorrow.
So I mean, you've got a bit of a extremely oppressed Scot in your veins, and then you've got privileged Scot in your veins, or maybe in the privileged area but not so well off Scot in your veins, because not all of them were doing all so well with the British deal. It only really benefited the upper class sector. I mean, you still wouldn't want to be a peasant in the lowlands. You just would rather be a peasant in the lowlands than you would be a peasant in the peasant in the lowlands than you would be in the highlands.
Yeah.
But yeah, what's it? I guess that basically beats us to the punch here, because we'll go through this slug of a video another time if there's even anything of use in it. It might just be Daniel Burke having a fucking fascist meltdown for an hour straight.
So wait, I'm confused by Caleb. Why he keeps bringing this guy on? Is this guy supposed to be like a communist Larouchian in the Larouchian movement, or is he just like some Larouchian, basically?
No, he's the guy who's the leader of the LaRouche's Right Party.
Yeah. So he's not even a communist.
God, I gotta read about these people. It's like all these obscure fucking rightists that we keep hearing about. Even though I don't want to read it too much into these people, I feel like having some knowledge of what they are, what they believe, it would be a good idea, because this is like, fuck.
Yeah, I agree.
It
I didn't
Anyway,
expect, I didn't pre-watch this before we did this stream, not this video, the previous one. I did see some of it because I was shown an edited version that was like 2 minutes long that showed a bit of the worship section and a bit of the and it showed the full flag section when they walk out and hold hands and skibbity doo.
that
But
was the
this
Facebook
thing
one.
was so that conference ended up actually being a little more for the opening. It's supposed to be the very PG. Let's not show our teeth a bit. Was very, very telling. The motherfucker went on about international bankers at least 3 times.
Yeah, I can fuck me. Haas like just straight up says that the left are parasites and we need to
Well, I mean, the
not.
current existing left is pretty shit. I will say that.
Yeah, but he's not using it. You get what I'm saying? He's not
Yeah,
using
no,
it
he's saying
for,
being left wing is parasitic.
being left wing. Yeah, he because he is a rightist, like straight up.
I don't like using the word left. I prefer just to call myself a communist, because being left means nothing. It means as much as progressive.
Well, actually,
It's
originally
hollow.
it means something. So, left is supposed to be the regressive to progressive, but it's not supposed to be in just political outlet. So it was the reason why it was that split was it's supposed to actually be revolutionary to not anti-revolutionary. That was the split. Monarchy versus republic. That was the original split.
I know what it originally meant, but I'm talking about in the modern era. It doesn't mean anything, because anyone could say that they're left, but majority of their politics are pretty right wing.
So
But it makes
basically,
them
here's
right
how.
wing. There is an objective way of looking at it.
So here's how I look at it. In U.S. politics or British politics or fucking any electoral shit politics, left and right, it's basically just branding shit. Originally, and I mean like when the Estates General met in France, originally, I mean the first original left and right divide was between the ones that wanted some change in the States General, which was basically like sections of the Third Estate and some of the Second Estate, which was the clergy, because some of them went over to the more progressive left side as well, which people don't want to talk about, because then we'd have to get into the whole religion thing. And then you had like the people on the right, which was basically like the nobility and some of the clergy who stood with the king and upholding, feudalism basically. Because originally, like it wasn't like it wasn't originally revolutionary until like what was it like I mean like they didn't have an overthrow of the monarchy until like what was it
I will get to some of
1792.
I will get to some of the ALW is saying in the chat. So, a lot of revolutions that he respects were not leftist. Vietnam and anti-colonial struggles were more so national liberation movements. Yeah, Cuban Revolution. So the complicated one is that the process of them were left still. I mean, even with the betrayal of Castro, what's it? Blah 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 blah. Fucking Guevara, Che. He still calls Castro left bourgeois or left petty bourgeois. I think it's left bourgeoisie, left bourgeois reaction to the revolution or something like that. So I mean, yeah, I would argue that these struggles were left in their practice, even if they weren't leftist, because they were I mean, any form of anti-colonialism or anti-imperialism, for the most part, typically is going to be more left-wing than the continuation of it, isn't it? In my opinion, like I guess there's leeway for me to be wrong there, but to end colonialism is better than to continue colonialism, and is therefore more progressive than to continue colonialism, and therefore would judge a lot of these national liberation movements to be quite the left-wing movements. I know that it differentiates, but if we look at it this way, they don't succeed when they're not left-wing. Look at what happened to the provisional IRA and the struggle there because of how right-wing the provos were, and how the only reason they ever pandered left was because Jerry Adams pandered them left for a very short period of time, and then once Inla became a mess of enough that he could strike, he sold out the struggle and sabotaged everything. Sorry.
Yeah, I would say that, yeah, a problem with those revolutions was that they were a little bit too nationalistic, and they weren't thinking in terms of
No,
like
there's
the
no
communism.
such wrong with these third world nationalistic revolutions.
I
Most
mean,
of
yeah,
succeeded
you
on
get
these
what I'm
platforms.
saying, but it's like
Ireland didn't have
they needed.
Ireland's problem was it wasn't nationalistic enough.
Yeah,
So Jerry Adams sold the revolution out. Like by what I mean is he sold the literal Republican Socialist movement out to the British. Signed the Good Friday Agreement with Margaret Thatcher and Tony Blair. Sorry, Tony Blair signed the Good Friday Agreement with Tony fucking Blair. Sat down with Tony Blair and signed a decree that said we will not fight anymore.
yeah, they completely sold out the.
Like, the
Another
Provos
point
had
that
basically even lost the concept of republicanism by the time of the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot of the old INLA members, whom are still involved with the IRSN, see it as the Jerry Adams only pandered left so that he could get things around his finger, so he could sell it out to the British and stop the war. Like, a lot of people are coming to that conclusion now because of everything that's happened, and I can understand why.
Was he like a labor aristocrat, I guess?
No, Jerry Adams came from the working class.
Oh,
He was
so
the
this
head of
is like
Sinn Féin, a political
opportunism.
party that ran in office.
So he's basically like a Khrushchev, basically.
No.
Who grew up. Or didn't Khrushchev grow up?
Provisional RIA. Provisional RIA, Provos.
Wait.
He signed an agreement with the British. He was in a war with them. Like, this was...
Yeah.
Yeah, he was leader of Sinn Féin.
Ah, yeah. I know who he is now, yeah.
Aren't we gonna watch more
Ireland
of this-
didn't have a socialist government. IRA wasn't socialist in the 70s.
I don't know if we're gonna watch any more of
No,
Daniel Burke talking about.
I've already said.
Yeah.
That's the end. I already said I'm about to end it all.
This is just
I
us.
wanted more conversation, so I let the more conversation go because I'm not too bothered about a little more conversation. I'm just not watching any more fucking videos.
This
So
is
if you've
us
noticed,
just
the stream screen has changed. I'm not streaming YouTube anymore.
we're just shooting the breeze, so to speak, with Mr. Muffin
You are
Man.
shooting the booze because your eyes is blurry by the seams of things.
I know, because I don't really have much left to say regarding this. The conference, the fact that he doesn't even have the whole thing is like, wow. What kind of juicy things did he say that he doesn't want out to the public?
That's something I definitely want to know. Like,
I
yeah,
really
like,
want to know what juicy things did he say?
what was being said behind closed doors at this conference. God only fucking knows. And what did he accomplish? Like I mean, I know he said where is that fucking in his YouTube thing? He literally said this had global reaction to the CPI USA conference. Think about that for a second. Doesn't that sound a little bit megalomaniac?
Well, I mean, I am in
Caleb Maupin-
England, so that is pretty global.
Holy
I don't know
shit.
whether I
Maupin
count for
thinks
the
he's
rest of the
more-
world's population.
He thinks he's more important than he actually is. Honestly,
Well, maybe he actually just thinks I'm more important than I am. I don't know. It just
the
likes
very
to joke.
fact that you have people like B Liberal and Caleb thinking that that us few people on the internet could impact what fucking the United States could fucking do is
Well, you
fucking
see,
laughable.
Maupin probably got Vladimir Putin to watch it because Maupin's like that, like that. He's that very creative child who's always sending things over for Putin to judge and mentate and watch over. And then so
Like,
you've got
please,
me in
Mr.
England, you've got Putin in Russia. There's probably someone in the middle of, there's probably several people in France watch it. Guilty pleasure with the French. They love a bit of mopping. And then what's it? There's one guy in Greece, and that's it. That's the Moppin international fan base.
I'm just saying that Caleb Maupin, he's not as big as he thinks he is.
Hey, didn't you know that the left has
That's what she
control of
said.
the U.S.? The left has control over the U.S. politics. Just
I
read this
fucking
article
wish.
read this article by the New Yorker, where apparently the left controls U.S. politics because he's basically saying, well, the left has only half-baked answers on Ukraine. It's like the dumbest shit I think I've ever read. He's trying to like frame it like in an anti-imperialist hypocrisy or something. It's the dumbest. It's fucking. He's basically saying, um, the left has points on all these things about like NATO expansion and funding and Cold War with Russia and all this other stuff. But none of that matters now that Russia did the bad thing. So when the bad thing happens, then you gotta stop talking about it.
No, we shouldn't stop talking about it. We shouldn't shouldn't stop talking about what's going on in Ukraine, especially what's going on with minority groups in Ukraine and the racism that they're suffering.
You are aware you're doing war crimes by doing that, right?
Well, kind of quite interesting thing that Caleb's doing is not talking about that and instead talking about what is happening. I don't know whether he has talked about those things in this channel. Watch me get contradicted and he actually has talked about them. But as far as I'm aware, he only seems to want to talk about what Ukraine is doing to Luhansk and Donetsk and not what they're doing to their own people.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that Caleb might be a Russian chauvinist to a certain extent?
Whoa, come on, man. I wouldn't want to get Caleb to sue me for defamation or something, but it does seem like he licks out Vladimir Putin's arsehole once every Sunday. I can't confirm.
It just doesn't.
It's the cartoonish, like, okay, the Nazis. He keeps bringing up this cartoonish thing. Well, okay, what do you call what's happening to like some of like these non-white groups in Ukraine? By the way, that would be the fault of Putin invading in the first fucking place. Because guess what?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
Well, he started it. So that's why they're getting.
So the Ukrainian Nazis have already been causing troubles before.
I know that.
The problem is no.
Happens,
This is the situation. The Nazis needed to be dealt with. Putin waited 8 years while anarchists were trying to fight them without arming the anarchists with a single fucking gun, and then invaded. The question is, if he cared, he would have done this sooner. That's the issue. The Nazis should have been dealt with in 2014 when the anarchists first started fighting them.
I guess the problem is that no government is really going to fund anarchists for obvious reasons. So the only states that could deal with Nazis
Crimes.
is literally...
What I'm saying though is that crimes against humanity in Ukraine have been happening for a while. It's just no one cares about reporting them because Russia only cares about what Ukraine does over its border, not within its border.
I'm just saying that it amplifies it. It heightens. It makes it worse. Like, if you want to find a good way to get recruitment for Azov, this shit was the best fucking way to do it. Like, it doesn't lead to like this, like, like, oh, we're going to abandon, like, whatever Putin thought was going to happen, where the Ukrainians would just give up right away, that hasn't really happened. In fact, if anything, they've rallied around the government, and it's done the opposite of what he thought. Whatever
No,
the
one
fuck he
second. I
thought.
gotta stop a second. Adam, the Communist Party in Russia is controlled by United Russia. Like, it doesn't fucking. They can say the Communist Party is the one pushing it for all they want. Communist Party is controlled by United Russia, which is controlled by the fucking mafia. If the mafia doesn't want to do what the fucking Communist Party says, they can tell the Communist Party to get shoved. And it doesn't matter what the people are putting their perspective onto this or how the Russians have spinned it to the people. Russian imperialism has a reason to want to go in there. Like, at the end of the day, it's like turning around and going, Saddam Hussein's a fascist. So, because he was, and so the US can now invade Saddam Hussein's country. Saddam Hussein was massacring the Kuwaitis, so the US can now go and invade his country. It's the same shit. Luhansk and Donetsk can be protected, but if they were going to protect them, they would have aided them properly from the fucking start. They would have aided the anarchists from the start. If they cared about the Nazification, which is the justification that they're using, they would have dealt with the Nazis 8 years ago, not now. They would have armed the people in Ukraine fighting Nazis 8 years ago, not only the ones that they selectively want to work with because they have a Russophilic mentality.
Well, the Nazis, in Ukraine is, yeah, they do exist. Yeah, they're fucking awful. Yeah, they should be dealt with. But Russians have a lot of Nazis in their country too. And nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah, and it's not like we have a red army that can deal with them. I hope you are aware, Caleb. Russia isn't the Soviet Union anymore.
Okay,
Like,
I don't think he knows this. He
he
doesn't
knows
care.
this, but he
Like, okay, and here's the thing. You get Gallup denies that there's Nazis in the US government, which we all know that's bullshit.
I think
We all know it's fucking bullshit.
over half of Americans still think Russia is communist or something. Not even socialist, but straight up communist in a recent poll. So what does that tell you about like fucking our society?
Let's guess. I mean, not to mention, Americans are not that much different from Nazis in terms of how they look at the fucking world. And it's like when your worldview is very close to what the Nazis were, then what does that say about your country? And then again, America, let's be honest here, they're not copying the Germans in terms of their Nazism. American Nazism is the original Nazism. Germany is the imitation of American Nazism, and American is an imitation of British, of British and fascism, and British is a invitation of all of this. It comes from Rome. Rome is the origin of basic. If you want to understand fascism, just look at Rome. What kind of society do these fascist societies inspire to be like? Rome.
So anyway, I'm gonna go celebrate Julius Caesar's birthday now. So I mean, or death or whatever.
Well, yeah, but they're not even like, because like it sounds like a crude joke. Like you'd expect, okay, yeah, celebrating his death, so that would be obviously to laugh and joke about the fact that he's a piece of shit. But no, it's like, no, we want to celebrate Julius Caesar for what he is and what he represents. But yeah, I will say, in the comments with ALW, yeah, nah, there is the sentiment makes sense, but I'd also argue as well with Putin, what he's doing is trying to stir things up along these heartstrings to sort of play to the Russian people in a way in which that runs off their heartstrings to get them really enticed into it, similarly to the way that the US did this to the US people with the incubators lie and other shit like that.
Yeah, and they're
Obviously,
even doing the
Russia has
biolabs
predicated
too.
it with a much more truthful issue as well, though, which makes their situation much more intelligent. Like, Russia is a quite intricate situation here because they're dealing with outright people using Nazi symbols in a lot of cases and other stuff like that. So it's quite easy to play off the issue, and by allowing it to be a situation where you've been shelled for 8 years, it's become into a situation where you've managed to create frustration in the people of the situation going on, and allowed them to see a wider devastation occur with the massacre of people of the DPR and LPR.
Yeah, yeah. It kind of reminds me of how like like the U.S. would use ISIS, who were brutal fucking monsters. Do not get me wrong, but they would use ISIS like as this like we could do anything we want. Doesn't matter if we blow up a fucking city. Doesn't matter what. We can intervene here. We can go into Syria. Like the propaganda when ISIS first came around, like I was scared to mention any anti-war anything. Like I thought somebody would kill me. Honestly, I'm serious. It was a scary ass fucking time in this country to even like mention anti-war, because right away like, oh, so you support ISIS now? No, I support not bombing Middle Eastern people and then claiming that they're all ISIS. That would probably be one. But yeah, this is how you do it. This is how you do war. You demonize the opposition.
Point is, Aiden, is what's it? If he's if Putin is willing to annex Georgia in the way that he did, not all of it, but part of it, what's he willing to do to Ukraine when he has them at their mercy and he can take what he wants? Because he's been bullying Georgia for what, like 11 years now or something like that.
Yeah, since 2008. I'm trying to think because it's like I keep looking up this article about New Russia. It's like I keep seeing these insane maps that these Russian idiots keep drawing up, and it shows Ukraine divided up like something straight out of like fucking the partition of Poland, and it shows Hungary annexates apart,
Lebensraum
Romania,
moment, Lebensraum
like
moment.
like like it's straight up like Lebensraum, but for like fucking nerds
miniature
on,
edition.
yeah, miniature Ukraine edition. It's like just yeah, that's the only thing, because it makes no sense. Like the only reason you would invade like this is if you want to bring back Tsar, like you want to have like a
No, I mean,
Tsarist
so there are reasons. I mean, like, one of the
Yeah,
discussions that's being had is to encircle Kiev and basically bomb Kiev until the Ukrainians actually sit down and sign the Minsk agreement.
well, the only way you can enforce a Minsk agreement permanently is through having troops in Ukraine.
Well,
Because, like,
yeah, and they've
honestly,
offered that. They offered that, and they agreed to it. The Minsk agreement was signed, and Zelensky went against it.
yeah,
It was signed. It was agreed to. It's not like something that needs to be signed. They want to force them to follow the agreement, and they never followed it. Ukraine agreed to the Minsk agreement and then went straight against it. So Russia was like, "Fuck it," and that's one reason where I am like I've always said this. While I'm criticizing Russia for their invasion because they have imperialistic ambitions, for the most part, I'm very much on the fence with the situation because there is justification to say yes, they should go in there and smack the shit out of them. I'm happy to see fascists get fucking shot, and I'm happy to for someone to stop being shelled all the fucking time. The problem I have is what is Russia planning to do next, And what are they planning to do out of this? How are they going to treat the people there while they're there? We're dealing with an imperial power. They don't have the same sort of, the solidarity of an imperialist in the highest sectors of its command, the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie, is not the same that the lower class would have in that country. Mind you, then take it to like a third world country. The upper sector of society in the third world country has more solidarity with other countries, of people of the same or different class near them, than it would be in these first world nations, because these first world nations are so much more rich and well off that individualism has taken a greater hold, or humanism, as capitalism uses the old Greek word for, which just means, humanism originally just meant individualism. Victorian humanism is a bit different. It's a bit weird. It's more definitive. It's more centered around eugenics.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
that's
the
and that's
precursor to eugenics, but
and that's
nonetheless, race science.
that's kind of what I'm suspecting. Like what Russia is gonna do now that it's in
But what I'm
Ukraine,
getting
because
to, because I'm not fucking finished,
okay,
is that within these disparities, Maupin is staring into your soul, and he will keep staring. But into these disparities, into these relationships, these higher powers have a more distant relationship from what it is they're engaging with. Therefore, they are more inclined to be looking for a more exploitative relationship, exploiting the common solidarity that does exist within the lower classes of their nation, because the lowest class, the person who is the poorest in the first world, is much poorer than the richest person in the first world, than the poorest person in the third world compared to the richest person in the third world. Just to put things into a sort of perspective of how ridiculous the amount of wealth the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie are paid off with, but the bourgeoisie themselves extract out of the third world. And it's immense.
So yeah, I definitely agree with that. I guess the question is like, are we looking at just like a full-scale annexation of Ukraine at this point, or because from what I'm looking up, they're ready to engage in counterinsurgency with because and if you know British, like there's like a recent book out about British counterinsurgency, like in Kenya, where they had like 1 million people thrown in like an open air concentration camp in like the 1950s. Counterinsurgency can be fucking brutal, and that seems to be what Russia's doing.
Yeah,
because
okay.
they seem to be going.
One thing I want to get in, I'm dealing with the comments here a second. I gotta get to this.
Okay.
Georgia is not a Russian country. If Georgia wants to be nationalist, Russia has no right to touch it an inch. They don't have a right to mess with Georgia's politics. Georgia is not a country of Russia's concern. Georgia is a trans-Caucasian country, not a Slavic country. Different language, different culture, different fucking everything. It's a country that is going for nationalistic paths because ever since the end of the Soviet Union, Russia has meddled with Georgia's economics, meddled with Georgia's politics, meddled with Georgian society. I mean, look at what's been happening in the in the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Russia has been playing both sides of the fucking war.
Yep.
Funding, arming, and helping literally both fucking sides. Like the US does, like China does, like Britain does, like everyone else does.
And you know something interesting? Caleb was actually asked that, and he said he deflected very quickly. He was like, "Yeah, I don't know enough about that," and just quickly moved on. He did not want to talk about the Azerbaijan Armenian thing. He was like, "Oh boy, my payroll. We gotta go on that one." It's kind of like when he was asked about the fraudulent election in Russia with like online voting and how they rigged it against basically like the Communist Party, which is already basically just controlled opposition anyway. And he's like, yeah, he basically said, yeah, there's some irregularities, but it doesn't really mean anything. So let's move on.
Yeah, I mean he does that with Chinese issues as well. I will get onto the encirclement issue here as well. Yeah, that is an occurrence. I mean, mind you that China and Russia are the two largest landmasses in the world. So yes, they are encircled. How much landmass they come up with between each other and how much they can utilize that landmass becomes a bigger question. And secondly, I'd also add that them being imperialist powers means that their encirclement is only to a certain degree. China might be encircled, but still is the largest market control, has the largest share of the market in Africa. Is now the either the second or the first largest trade partner with Israel. They sell drone technology to Saudi Arabia, so it doesn't the nuclear. So the encirclement hasn't stopped them from pushing themselves out there. And
Yeah.
I also point out that both the Axis powers of World War One and the the Axis powers of World War Two were encircled before the start of their wars. Not calling them the Axis because I know I'm not
Central
correlating history
powers.
like that because I'm no listen I'm speaking
Oh,
fucking I'm not calling them I'm not calling China and Russia today Axis. I'm not don't correlate my words. What I'm saying, because I'm trying to give a prefix because we're dealing with people who manipulate people's words, so I have to explain everything. What I'm saying is that China and Russia are fucking a sector block of imperialists and different blocks at certain times, which by convenience enough have both been the Axis powers in the last two wars. Because I've got to make sure I clarify, because the Maupinites will manipulate my fucking words, as with any dickhead. Those powers were encircled before the starts of their war, and it did not stop them from lashing out.
yep. I was talking more about like World War One. I wasn't talking about Russia or China, but yeah, but yeah, we're not we're not saying China and Russia are fucking the modern. We're not saying that they're fucking Nazi Germany. Okay, that's not what we're saying. I guess another thing is Russia has 6,257 nuclear warheads, which I don't think people seem to be bringing up. Like what do you think nuclear warheads are for? They're for deterrence. Like,
But also, I would also point out, if I remember rightly, Georgia was in a civil war when they were shelling the Russian areas in the north, and the Russian people in Georgia are not native, they are settlers. If they were in a war with each other, wouldn't it make sense that they're shelling each other? And is not their beef to figure out? Like, this idea of I've got to go around and invade the world because someone's affecting me only works when you're in regions that you're own. Why it works with the Arab people is that the Arab people are in their own region when they want to support each other in their struggles. You know, if someone was to attack America and Britain was to go, I'm Anglo-Saxon, so I'm going to then take over this nation and take half of its country because someone attacked America and they're Anglo-Saxon, we're Anglo-Saxon, it would be a bit perverse. Or we started on Algeria because they freed themselves from the French because we're closely related to the French.
wait a minute. What's this guy saying in the chat? I'm just reading the chat here.
Violence by
There are
national.
no-
Yeah, that's what I'm responding to.
Okay.
While Russia may be an imperial power with an imperialist past and legacy, and currently is an imperialist power, With the Russian minorities in the nation still feel persecution in these nations still feel persecution and many times violence by nationalists. Yeah, because of the history of Russophilic dominance over these regions. I'm not saying it's right, but we've got to look at the historical context. Do you solve these racist issues by continuing Russian dominance, by having Russia come and manhandle its air force and its military over your country? And Georgia is not a Russian country and was never a Russian country. Those Russians in Georgia, and Ossetian, but yeah, but there was the civil war in Georgia, you know, and in Ukraine. I mean, what did we see in Crimea? But as soon as they took over the Crimea, they started oppressing the Tatars.
Yeah.
I mean,
It-
what about the treatment of the Cossacks?
Yeah, the dude in the chat is conflating some things. So he's basically saying that there's like ethnic Russians in Georgia. There's not really a big. That's not really a big case, at least based off what I've seen. It's Ossetian people, which are um, Iranian people, and then you got I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pronounce this
Abkhaz.
correctly. Yeah, that I have. A certain group of people, let's just say, but he's implying like a whole bunch of shit here. It's ignoring like centuries of Russian colonialism in that place, and it's like what are they implying? Are they implying that Russia just has the right to just go in there whenever they want and just
Well, I mean, it's sort of the idea that if Russians are under persecution, it has the right to go in. But I mean, like, to what degree, to how far out? If Russians were to be persecuted in Israel, would the Russians then have a right to go and send its military to Israel? Like,
well,
because I mean,
they have
Britain's
nukes,
used
so
this excuse in nations before. British people are persecuted in ex third world country, so let's take our military over there. Because it's like when Americans turn around and say that if fascism was to rise in Mexico, they could send their military in there and deal with that and it'd be fine. No, it wouldn't. And the relationship between Russia and Ukraine has never been a good one. Russia has always oppressed Ukraine, always. There's never been a point in history that Ukraine had dominated Russia. And the Russian sector of Ukraine is not just Russian. They're not just Russians. None of them are, except the Russian settlers who moved in during the Russian Empire, and especially in the Soviet period, because there was a lot of Russian people that moved over, especially post-war, because of the massive amount of Ukrainian and Belarusian people that were killed. But it's Russo-Ukraini. They're still Ukrainian, which is Polish Slavic, not Russo-Slavic.
yeah.
I mean, that's
Yes,
why there's literally two different spellings and two different pronunciations for Kiev, or Kiev, as the Russians call it. Although I still believe the Ev is more like an Ev. It's lighter. I can't do it because I can only either do Kiev or Kiev. It's black and white when it comes to me pronouncing the word. You got to deal with the abstinent opposites going in there.
Well, Russia also did this in Kazakhstan like a few weeks ago too. There's Russian ethnic groups there, I think, as well, and they I think used that as one of their justifications. Not 100%, but it was like they were protesting over like the oil increase. Was it like they increased like the oil price basically, which led to like riots. So Russia had to come in and clamp that down because
Well,
and
I
the
mean, it's the
Communist
thing
Party
as well
supported
with what
that.
you're saying about Shakaveli. Wouldn't that argue that the Russians failed in what they were doing anyway? Because the process is to occupy, take, and abuse. And if they're so bothered about fascists who attack ethnic minorities, why are they why were they supporting both the Armenians and the Azerbaijanis? The Azerbaijanis were looking to ethnically cleanse Armenia.
Yeah, it's
Continue what the
almost
Turks started. I always forget how to say their name. Not the Armenians. The fucking. Which one's the other one?
Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijanis. The Azerbaijanis are literally funded and supported by Turkey. There are a bunch of Armenians that think they're Turks.
And that's why Russia has this like on again, off again relation with Turkey, where they're basically like frenemies almost, where they kind of like, they're doing like the both sides shit pretty much, like, because they don't give a shit at the end of the day. They really do not give a fuck. They just like all this talk about like protecting minorities and all this other shit. It's just the window dressing they do for like stealing resources. Like at the end of the fucking day, all these people say that they're materialist, but then they like take the word of a fucking fascist like Putin seriously on this issue. It's like that's not very dialectical. I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's it? I don't know. I don't know the falling outs of the situation there.
In Kazakhstan, it's actually it has a lot more to do with actually America too. America
I gotta stop a second. I gotta stop a second. A third of the Russian people. More Anglo-Saxons exist in America than exist in Britain. Literally. There's hundreds of millions of them in America. There's 60 million people in Britain, and not all of those people are Anglo-Saxon. By that rule, that makes things rife and messy for us. No. And Russia has a larger population than us. It's not an excuse. That would be like Britain being able to use America as an excuse for us to go and invade Mexico.
I mean, technically, they could also make that argument for Alaska too. Like 15% of the population is Russian. It's like, what is the point here? I don't get, like, what are they implying?
Yeah, 10, 15% of the Israeli population is Russian as well, or something like that.
Yeah, like, what are they implying?
Like, I mean, Russia is a massive population. They're not running low. And I mean, Russia is very ignorant towards Islam, which makes up a big chunk of its population. Russia preaches a very... John McCain went to both Georgia and Ukraine during the flashpoints. Well, yeah, of course he did, because he just tried to organize those things when they kicked off. I mean, once these people start getting armed by the United States and stuff like that, Russia does have a right to defend itself and deal with these issues. But until they actually invade the nation or attack the actual Russia itself, Russia has no right to start muscling in. As far as I'm aware, Russia were the ones who first landed troops on Georgian soils.
Yeah. And I don't see any country attacking Russia anytime soon. Like I
No,
like
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying is,
world...
yeah, but what I'm saying is that the motive is feckless. It's full of shit. That's not their motive. That's what they want people to think the motive is. They want you to think it's because Russian people are being trouble. No, it's imperialism, the fucking necessary stage of capitalism they're at. They need to expand to survive, and they need to protect themselves from other imperialists that dominate the region. And Russia started getting big for its boots post 2008 because the US had a nasty, nasty crash that made it capable for Russia to start getting imperial like this. Isn't it quite interesting that Russia starts these fucking quite expansionistic projects? You know, because after obviously the failure with Chechnya, they start these expansionist projects after the US had the Great Recession. And then they start the next biggest jump after the Great Depression because they're waiting for the time when they can do it, where the US can't strike back at them. It's not a. They're trying to encircle them since 2008. That's what I'm getting at. Like, Russia was not seen as a problem before 2008. Russia was an ally. A literal ally. Not a semi-ally like they were post 2008, where they somewhat got along with each other and not along with each other, depending on the day, the day of the week and which way the wind blew. But before 2008, they were buddies. Fucking Bush and fucking Putin used to go fishing with each other. They were buddies.
I remember that too. In fact, I was like, that was when growing up. I was born in 1992. So when I grew up, Russia was an ally. I don't know where people are getting this from. Like, people don't seem to remember. Bush himself said, "I looked into Putin's eyes, and I saw a really caring man, basically, or something like that. I saw into his soul. He actually was." That's what he said.
Wait, no, 1 second. You don't agree that the Russian motive, a fucking bourgeois empire to invade another nation, mind you, Russia itself is a colonial empire in and of itself, the Russian Federation. I'm sorry, I don't see the Siberian Republic. I don't see any Federative Republic of Siberia having any representation. I don't see... Russia is an empire. It's not going into Georgia and occupying half of its land still to this day to free the people. Russia has nukes pointed at people. What is the difference if the nukes are 10 miles away or 1,000,000 miles away? Really? Russia has nukes pointed at the world. Are you aware of what mutually assured destruction is? Are you aware that everyone took mutually assured destruction very seriously, and that's why they were coming up with ideas on how to neutralize missiles before they would launch even one ICBM at another country? They're not going to fucking nuke each other. They're stupid. They are capitalists that need to benefit. We're on about Russia literally had nukes from the start of its development. Are you synonymizing Russia to the Soviet Union? Are you really about to do that? Because that is pathetic. Russia has nukes because it was the cracked egg of a social imperialist failure. It birthed out of this nation with 6,000 nukes because the Soviet Union started 1 ton producing them because it already had enough to nuke the world twice over, but then it needs to make enough to nuke the world 5 times over. Yes, but Russia has 6,000 nukes. 6,000. It can nuke the world to death several times over. It is the largest holder of nukes in the world. Everyone could be worried. Do you know what's interesting? You say that the nukes in Cuba would have got Cuba invaded. No, the US would never have invaded Cuba with nukes there. Nukes would have stopped any chance of invasion there. It would make Cuba untouchable by the United States because nukes create a mutually assured destruction issue. Strategic concern from an imperialist perspective. Why should they be interested in the other nations in that retrospect? Why? Because you say strategic concerns. Why are they occupying half of Georgia still? You've still not answered my question. Why are they occupying half of Georgia still? Why did they annex part of Georgia? Like because if that's their strategic concerns in Georgia, like you said, it started because they were being shelled. Why is it not going to happen this way in why is it not happening? So why would it not be an annexation of parts of Ukrainian land if they're going to do that in Georgia? Any strategic concerns? No, I'm telling you that the strategic concerns are not the only concerns, because they're not just looking at it from the strategic level of a country that's defending itself from imperialism. They're looking at it from the strategic level of how do I compete with the other imperialists for control of another nation. Nukes are launched by intercontinental ballistic missiles. It doesn't matter whether you launch it from 1,000 miles away or 50,000 miles away. It will hit you and it will hurt. This chauvinistic idea that because another nation is influenced by another nation abroad, that nation now has a right to therefore step in and start influencing that nation itself is absurd. No, they do have a right to deal with a nation that is attacking them. National defense is not the same as invading a country and annexing it. They literally annexed part of Georgia. That is not national defense. That is imperialist conquest. There already are US bases up Russia's arse. I am telling you that yes, that influences them. But you did not say US base was the influence, which I have been dictating it's based off militaristic and imperialistic goals. You said because Russian people are under siege. And I said, no, that's the bullshit. They're feeding the people. That is not why Russia cares, because Russia is controlled by imperialists who don't care about their nationality. They don't care about being Russian. They care about being fucking rich. Yes, pretext. That's given to the people. Like I told you, is not the fucking reason. I said the reason is to annex Ukrainian land and Georgian land and to up Russia's military dominance in the region, building military bases in Ukraine themselves. They were already doing that with the pre-Ukrainian leader. They were building joint Ukrainian-Russian military pacts. Fucking Georgia spits in the face of everything. Like, because, yeah, sure, I wouldn't want fucking to deal with I can't even say his name.
Sevastopol?
No, the geezer who was in Georgia. Fucking.
Oh, yeah, I can't even pronounce you.
I can't remember
Georgian names.
What's it? But
Georgian names
I ain't
are...
got no love for the geezer. He can fucking rot in hell. But what's it? They didn't deal with the problem properly. They don't want all of Ukraine because the occupation would be too much. Yeah, no, they want to do east-west Ukraine. They're literally splitting it along the fucking borders the Nazis drew out. Like, well, not along the exact borders. You know what I mean by that. I'm inferring that they're splitting it, the east-west dichotomy. West of the river, I doubt Russia will try and take. I don't think they will either, but that's what I'm getting at. They'll take some of it. I mean, it would be disastered for them to occupy all of Georgia. That's why they annexed part of it. A good chunk of it as well. And a lot of the part they took has got a lot of the important farmlands of the north. Yeah, Crimea was never Russian.
Yeah, I don't get what this guy's trying to argue here. Is he saying this is a good thing, bad thing? What is he implying?
Oh, what's it? He's a good lad. He looks at things
He's
from
just
a lot of
oh yeah.
perspectives. It's just he can get what's it?
He's
I'm
doing
getting a bit. I
devils.
just get a bit concerned because some things sound a bit. What's it? Iffy at times when I'm reading them. I'm limited to the space of YouTube shitty stream comments where they limit how much people can type, so they're having to try and consolidate things in a more simpler fashion to stick with their points, or having to split their messages up either way. And what's it? I've
So he's
outlined. I'm not using Putin talking points out. These are Russia's considerations. I'm not saying the pretext is legitimate. I made it clear from jump. This is what plays with the Russian people. It's what plays with any people. It'd be like talking about why the Iraq war is wrong and harping on. Well, you got to understand because they were tricked with the incubator thing. Like it's more of a side note as far as I'm concerned, because I'm not bothered by the Russian people end up supporting it. I'm bothered by the system itself and what it's trying to what it's trying to what the system itself is trying to achieve. What is the goals of the bourgeoisie of Russia, of the Russian what's it, clergy? Is clergy a common used anymore? It basically means oligarchs for the uninitiated.
The clergy was mostly for the religious institute. Well, I don't know.
It's an upper sector. It's rich folk. You're not supposed to have clergy in religions. Big naughty. You know, a rich man can fucking a rich man's got more chance of sticking his dick through the eye of a needle than he has going for heaven. Nailed it.
Eye of a penis.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. This is land bridge stuff is weird. Oh yeah, you've been into the war. I see. I'm having a mind fuck there. I get what you mean. So then he's probably going to try and consolidate the lands between Crimea and Donetsk and Donbass and build this fancy land bridge. I don't know. It's weird stuff.
I don't know. I just don't like the way that, it's like I mean, I've seen some videos. I don't know how many atrocities you've seen from Ukraine so far, but I saw some stuff with some blood in it and people bleeding out. Like, the people got to realize, like, there's people dying, and a lot of them are Russians too. Like, what was it, like 9,000 Russians dead or some insane shit that I don't know if I believe the number or not. I gotta understand, like, people are dying, and this is like
fucking
we can sit here.
Slap my ass and call me Susan. You figured out people were dying in a war. Sorry, you opened me up for that one. I just had to do it.
Yeah. And it's just like fucking people don't seem to get, like, you get fucking PTSD afterwards. I've known people with this kind of stuff. It leads to domestic abuse and just.
Oh, I have PTSD.
Yeah.
Actually, my trauma that caused my PTSD was so bad I'm severely disabled for life for it. Hey. Well, actually, the reason why that managed to severely disable me for life was because I have a preliminary genetic neurological condition that came from kids being worked in factories in the 1800s. Capitalism crippled me fucking 2 centuries ago somehow. The power of the bourgeoisie.
But you haven't gotten over it yet. You just keep blaming capitalism. It happened 2 centuries ago.
Capitalism will always find a way to fuck you in the ass. why it's the best system. It doesn't judge. It fucks everyone in the ass equally. Actually, it doesn't. It fucks people in the ass in different degrees and motions. But the joke sounded funny, but then I thought about it, and it just doesn't work. And for things to be funny, they also have to actually work and make sense. So I rescind my joke. Oh yeah, I agree with that. They're definitely provoked.
Yeah, it's a shame that Donetsk and Luhansk, they're not going to be independent after this, unfortunately. I actually see them being straight up annexed after this.
I didn't know you owned a badger. New things to me. You want to hope it's not a honey badger. Apparently they're really dangerous. Look on the bright side, if the massive joke of the capitalist economy of 2017 to 2020 was not a show that the US has lost its hegemonic position of power, and it literally having the same big oil boom that Thatcher's era of Britain had before Britain completely lost its seat at the table. Wasn't a giveaway that the US has lost its hegemonic position, then I would argue that this war and Putin's willingness to engage in this war really shows the situation here. I don't remember talking about Kazakhstan, but we should do one. I didn't talk about the Kazakhstan crisis when it went down. Yeah,
It seemed it got
independence would be
suppressed.
best for Ukraine, I agree.
It seems Kazakhstan was clamped down pretty hard quickly, considering just how fucking awful that country is.
Fucking angst is real, man. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, the problem I was having was when I was asking earlier, that's where the confusion's coming on, is when I was asking earlier, it wasn't really being attended because you were too busy explaining something else on the Ukrainian issue. But we already got past that part. Somehow, Garrus is taking us back full circle to something we already dealt with. So DPR and LPR can't be independent. Well,
I mean, in terms of like Russia is gonna control them. Like it's they can't be independent now because Russia's just gonna like either annexate them
well, no,
or
the
just
people still
control them.
voted for the people still voted for a referendum. They have a right to self determination.
Yes, but what if Russia annexates them? It just says,
Well, that's
well,
going to
you
be their
guys voted.
struggle. They're going to have to fight against that. Like, they're going to go one way or the other. They're going to see which way they want to go. The right of self-determination for them to go. But, I mean, the only reason they want to go independent is because the country went fascist. They didn't want to split off from Ukraine until the fascists took over. So the retrospective that Ukrainian fascism was defeated, maybe if Russia actually helped the anarchists, socialists, and communists that were working in Ukraine to fight fascism, rather than working with Russophilic separatists, they would have actually have defeated the fascists years ago, and I guarantee people wouldn't have even wanted to have annexed from the country. Referendum from the country. They would have wanted to just stay independent Ukraine.
Yeah, but then Russia doesn't get the chance to split up Ukraine and annexate all these territories.
Russia was fine with having a Russian first prime minister in power. Like they had a president of Ukraine before 2014 who was pro-Russian. Like I said before, there was a Russian Ukrainian joint military pact that was set up in 2011. And then Russia loses Ukraine, which was a big project for them because it allowed them to basically solidify the Soviet borders militarily, which means they could then become this block force that prevents the US from having basically a dot on the map near it. So in a similar way that China is, they become basically informidable. With Ukraine under control of the West, it puts Russia in a tight situation in their opinion because they can be undercut essentially. They can there's multiple ways in which they can be invaded in a much more multilinear fashion, which puts them in a position where it's much harder for them to defend. When if they have both nations of Belarus and Ukraine, they can then better defend themselves against, or even more so, better invade as well, neighboring nations towards the west. If they wanted to go to war or were invaded upon, either way, it would be better to have both nations. Oh, that's hard to hear, brother. I hope he's all right. What's it? Give him my heart and soul to him, and love and solidarity. God bless. Well, we're padding the runtime out. Got to get those bread tube ads.
Oh snap! Locked up. Oh yeah. You know, you want to find something interesting? So Lumpen-Maoist Antifa-Maoist skinhead. He asked for $20 one time from me, and I gave it to him. And I told him, "Yeah, sure, you can pay me back or something." And then I give it to him, and then I'm like, "Nah, don't pay me back. You just keep it." That's just kind of like the guy I am, you know. He's like, "Really? Sure? Yeah."
I mean, it's a bit wrong to gloat about stuff like that. It's also a bit wrong to do it on stream.
Yeah.
So, people in the class position don't like asking people for things. They certainly
Yeah.
don't like it being flaunted about either. It feels insulting.
Oh, okay.
Like it's like being gawkied. It's like, oh yeah, this person had to struggle and had to come and ask for something. Like it really is a bit of a bite on the nose because we don't like having to ask people for things. We like having our own things for ourselves. Like nothing's more dehumanizing than not being able to fund your own shit. Like it's why it's really frustrating when you try and get a hold of your own stuff yourself and you're at risk of it being robbed and other stuff like that, and you're at risk of it, falling into the wrong hands. You're at risk of not being able to afford what you need to get in the first place anyway, or running out of money on what you needed to try and get and only managing to get off what you're trying to get. Everything is a frustration and nothing ever fits well. So like, what's it? It's one of them.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm just like pointing out, like, like I'm just like the kind of guy that, like, you know what? Don't worry about it. I got it.
Yeah,
Like,
but remember,
if you need
hubris is not
anything,
good.
I guess I got a problem with that.
You want antidepressants by any chance?
What was that? Yes, I am.
Yeah, because that will be where a lot of those behaviors come from. I am pro marijuana for people with depression. If you want to take an antidepressant, take something that doesn't cause depression, and also causes dopamine production still. Antidepressants literally re-engineer your mind to contradict your environment. They're messing with your serotonin receptors and your dopamine receptors in a much more engineered fashion to try and trip your brain into thinking you're not depressed, which doesn't work because your environment will still make you depressed. So you're in this endless cycle of being not depressed but depressed, which is insanity, and it will breed insanity. Alright, I just want to say we didn't disagree on this major point. The text I find harder to communicate than talking. The medium is very limited at times. Yeah, I did comment on that earlier. It was pissing me off and trying to read things, and it's also the way in which either you have to limit the amount of words you use, or you have to send so much into like different branched messages, so things are broken up in the context. And I'm dyslexic and can't fucking read properly.
All right, lad. All right, lad. I think this was good talking with you. I'm gonna head on out. Oh shit! Is it 7 o'clock and I haven't eaten all day? I guess I'll go eat now. I guess.
All right then.
But I'll catch you on the flip side.
Catch you on the flip side. Respect.
Peace.
See, I know the contradictions of um what's it, mental health medication when I can smell it. Like it's so I dealt with a lot of issues with on the street. I know a lot of people like this. So the things that you will notice is hysterical tendencies, um, uh, overreaching, hubristic or narcissistic tendencies, um, and other things like that. What's it? Um, yeah, it's it's uh, it's I'm like it because I can just see different behaviors and what's it. It's just the way I operate. Like, so when I'm dealing with people, I'm always trying to analyze the way everyone's behaving. I've been betrayed way too many times, and so I've read essentially nothing in regards to psychological theory, but I have a shit ton of psychological experience helping people with their fucking problems and psychoanalyzing people and having to learn from about the age of 5 when I was being my mom's counselor. So I have a lot of experience in psychology, regardless of my lack of actual written read up knowledge. But I um I also have had a lot of experience of being betrayed, and because of my over left side brain activity and the savantic tendencies that can get born out of that, one of the well, I think it's probably my only one, but my savantic behavior is centered around analysis and breaking things down. Um, yeah, I mean, it's a pathological pattern I'm familiar with. Um, I know too many people who have been on them, and I know people who have had the worst of effects of mental health medication. I also know people it works on, and I went off the basis of those it works on in this retrospect. But it's through this basis, I'm always essentially profiling people. Whenever I'm dealing with someone, I'm taking notes all the time in my mind on what type of person I'm dealing with, because I'm quite afraid of being stabbed in the back. Yeah, what's it? Hit me up on Messenger when you got the chance, lad. That sounds alright. Sometimes wonder if I have any of these tendencies, but more mild. If I just find myself nodding in agreement to certain things you mentioned. I mean, what's it? You spring me as someone who's likely autistic. I mean, you get along quite well with me, and in a lot of cases, you're much more analytical than me in certain retrospects. I mean, or at least in the mannerisms that we're quite anally analytical, we come to clash because we will either not disagree at all or disagree only a slight bit, and that slight bit of disagreement or perceived disagreement where we don't disagree at all anyway will manage to create a massive dialectical exchange, because I'll pick apart everything you say, and then you'll have to, not only will you have to pick apart everything I say, but then you've also got to go back and explain that we don't disagree. But first you have to pick apart what I'm saying to deal with what I'm saying, especially any misconceptions that could come out of what I'm saying from me misconceiving what you're saying, etc., etc. And then it becomes this diabolical mess of breaking down each other's argument when it might not even be that necessary. But yeah, I mean, it's a process. I mean, I always found myself liking to analyze society and the way it functions. I like, but completionist a bit, because I'm constantly doing on the one hand, on the other hand, to be complete. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, devil's advocate is a sore mentality to play, because it would be implying dishonesty, at least in position, but you don't really purvey a position opposite to your own. Um, I would argue that, like, the completionist mentality would come from the way that um Asperger's people and people with ADHD, the two most common traits of autism, well, Asperger's isn't a trait. Asperger's is an actual form of autism, but ADHD is a trait. But ADHD is typically with Asperger's. Asperger's, but what I will say is that people with Asperger's typically can't start something without needing to complete it. But yeah, I mean, contrarianism is nauseating. That's probably why I end up getting frustrated. Not to say you stop it. It's not always a bad thing. I mean, it's good to be contrarious. It at least helps keep the other perspective there. But I'm one of those people who, once I've found the logical rhythm, I can't be asked what isn't within that rhythm, because if something feels like it's out of place within a situation, which is foolhardy on me because it can make me a bit rigid on certain positions that I maybe shouldn't be, and then I have to come out like a week or so afterwards and have to self-criticize myself because I was idiotic to take such a position on such a matter. Um, I'm a lot more sort of, analyzing the situation and then putting my position forward. The only reason I managed to deal with that contradiction is that I'm constantly reanalyzing what I'm looking at, and I doubt myself too much. But that doesn't save me from making a ridiculous amount of wrong decisions. I think one of my biggest ones was that I put too much stock in Jimmy Dore at one point, thinking that, well, not that saying that he was anything special, but I didn't think he was that bad either because he had a worker's background at least. And this was what really solidified me and really coming to understand that when I'm talking about positions of the aristocracy, it's not just those who were born in the aristocracy; it's those who are risen up to those material conditions. Because Jimmy came from a very poor background and ended up becoming this. Well, not very poor. I mean, his father was a cop, but middle, upper working background. I mean, we're talking back in the what's it, the 80s or the No, sorry, the 80s or the 70s. I think it was the 70s. Jimmy was born. Yeah, I think it was the 70s. He's like 56 or something like that. Anyway, you know that the guy was the guy grew up working class. The only reason he got a college degree was because he could get it for free because of the way that the police worked in Chicago. Part of the way that the police become like labor aristocrats by default, even those that are living in a working class environment, even though they would technically be bourgeoisified working class, because the police are definitively class traitors and trade in their proletarian interests for labor aristocratic interests. I should have seen it from that point, but I was disillusioned from that because he preached such anti-police stuff. I thought he was like a I took the idea that he'd be black sheep from his family in that retrospect, but I was imbecilic. I didn't look at the picture. He may have not been up for the cop side of his family, but he still took on that selling out proletarian principles for labor aristocratic ones in the mannerisms of how he took himself forward through education into comedy. And I was blindsided by that retrospect, and I was too soft because I didn't take the guy for as dangerous as he could be in his rhetoric and his issues. And you know, it took until he started chatting some right dodgy shit in the middle of the coronavirus that I had to end up dropping the geese. Oh no, it was before that. It was when the guy started chatting some idiotic shit around Carl Rittenhouse that I dropped him like a potato. That was it. So yeah. It's fucking right about Caleb though. Fucking A. Well, what's it? When Jimmy Dore and Chris Hedges started saying Nazis and BLM needed to unite, that was a yikes for me. Cameron, I'm gonna log off, hoping to chat with you this Saturday. Oh yeah, I'm absolutely looking forward to this Saturday. I was actually thinking about that earlier today. Around when did I go out for town? Was it when I was coming back? It was when I was coming back, so it would have been about 3 o'clock, I think. Yeah, quarter to four this afternoon. I was thinking about that. Because I was thinking about like, you know, because next week I have to go to hospital. I promise this time, I swear. Um, oh no, this was me thinking about it to myself. Like I was reminding myself of it. But um, oh, you're on about Jimmy. Oh, sorry, I got confused then. Sorry. You were speaking to Gangaris. But yeah, no. So I was thinking about it earlier today because I was then thinking about, oh, I have to. I swear this time, go to hospital, and I'm not gonna push it off. I promise. No one has to hold me at gunpoint or anything like that. I'm going to get it sorted. I promise. Well, actually, I don't even need to promise because if I don't fucking get it sorted next week, I'm gonna be fucked for life. Well, I already am somewhat fucked for life. I'll be even more fucked for life than I already am fucked for life. All right. But the I was also thinking because I was thinking of my deliveries that are coming and other stuff like that, and I was like processing for all my days gonna be blocked up and separated, and obviously then I was like, ah yes, got the meeting and the book club thing coming up on the Saturday because I have church on the Sunday, so like I have to remind myself of things sometimes is sort of the pointation. Or well, I say remind myself as if I went out of my way. I get reminded via my reference-based memory because everything sort of jogs through as I pattern things out when I'm thinking of okay, what's going on next. Because I think the first process that had me thinking about it was that tomorrow's Friday, which is when I pick up my weed off my brother. So they're all puzzled together nicely, and I'm absolutely looking forward to Saturday. I should have some Stardog this week for my weed, which isn't as good as the strawberry glue I had last time. I gotta be careful because it might knock me out. It might knock me out while we're reading. I think Jaw has made an error in misreading Fred Hampton's work. And the Young Patriots. Patriots did have the Confederate flag, but it was because they didn't want the U.S. flag. They weren't a hate group. They didn't even like it wasn't like they were fans of the Confederate flag. You're absolutely right. They used it because it was an anti-American flag. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely 100% correct. Actually, so it wasn't. So they didn't pick up the flag because of like this like misguided idea of it being heritage. They actually didn't want to use that flag. It was just they couldn't. They had no communist flag, and they had no what's it? They had no other flag, so they just used the Confederate flag that they had, and it became a sting point at the Young Patriots. The Young Patriots were socialists. They were American socialists, but they didn't have their own flag, so they picked the Confederate flag because it was the anti-American flag as far as could picture it. And I mean, let's be real here. Confederate flag was, I hate to say that. Thanks for explaining it, but thanks for the compliment because what's it? That means a lot coming from someone who's fucking from America and probably knows a lot more about most of the ins and outs of a lot of different bits and pieces than I do. But I remember having it explained to me by actually I think it was of all people Falcone, fucking because she's a right little legend when it comes to little bits and tads like this. But because I remember making the mistake of getting it wrong with the Young Patriots. Because people mix the Young Patriots coming together with the Black Panthers, along with the thing that happened with a few Black Panthers going and marching with white supremacists in another area where they got people's wage slips delivered because no one was being paid, so everyone sort of come together on that one, but it was a different situation. People mashed them together, and I got confused by it. I wasn't mashing it together in the same way, but I remember having to ask Falcone, like, what the fuck? And then I had it explained to me, because I know a fair bit about the Panthers. I even know a fair bit about Fred Hampton, but I didn't know too much about the Young Patriots. I think Dor means... So, no, Dor isn't the one coming up with the idea, though. It's Chris Hedges. Chris Hedges is preaching this idea of the far right and the far left unifying, and I don't think it's based off the Panthers. I think it's based off of class collaborationism and fascism. I think it's this idea of the unified America where everyone works together. I would argue Dor isn't still a liberal. I would argue Dor was a rad lib, and rad libs are just fascists with extra coats of paint. You gotta remember, Dor is firmly a labor aristocrat, and labor aristocrats during the crisis of their class conditions when depressions hit, labor aristocrats default to fascism. Either they default to their class interests and become fascists, or they become they have a default on their class interests and become fascists, or they become class traitors and become communists. And this was like 2016, 2017, I think. There's a video on Dor's channel where it goes, should the far right and the far left unite, and it was a video with him and Chris Hedges. Yeah, and Caleb Maupin is preaching similar stuff, and Jimmy Dore actually wants to get Caleb Maupin onto his show unless it's already happened. I don't know, if it happened, Caleb Maupin would be re-uploading it onto his channel. What give? But yeah, I would look into it. But there is if I can be asked to find it, and I will use that blunt of a language because I'm exhausted at the moment. But what if and when I can be asked? I did if and when. That's more hopeful. Yeah, Dor did say he likes Maupin. Um, but if and when, because that's more hopeful than just if. If and when I can be asked to find it, I will send you the video on the kind of right, should the right and the left unite, because it was like a, I can't remember whether it was a 1 part or a 2 part thing, but it talks about what's it. It's got Chris Hedges and him talking about this shit. I think they struggled with understanding who is the proletariat. I I I don't know whether it's like, I wonder whether it's like a struggle in the sense that they're confused, or whether it's quite like the Roosevelt concept where the proletariat is treated to be the middle class, so it's easy for the middle class to justify their politics, because Roosevelt basically turned around and set up the intellectualism. Intellectualism didn't exist before Roosevelt. Intellectuality did. We all, because I hate the way people conflate intellectuality with intellectualism. Intellectuality existed before Roosevelt, but intellectualism was an ideology of the 1920s, 1930s that pervade that those of university degree jobs are the true workers, and that's where you get that mentality of people who have been uni or have got a degree or have got a really really extensive middle class job, that they are like actually the hardest of workers and not the people who are working in factories and foundries. And it's so disgusting to think that way. Was Hedges saying we need to talk to Nazis to deprogram? No, he's saying like work with them against neoliberalism, like common enemy sort of like rhetoric, not really understanding how fascism and liberalism relate in that retrospect. And he wouldn't use the term Nazis specifically. He only uses far left and far right to be sus, like quiet, like hard to figure. Because I mean, you got to be careful with how you word these things to not get cancelled in this retrospective, or maybe not just to not get cancelled, but also not get ostracized away from the crowd which you want to attract. I mean, World War II made advertising fascism a much more difficult game. And we've got to remember that, like, everyone who does these speaks and these books and these other stuff like that, they should be correct compared to Parenti. Parenti is someone who was a socialist and is a socialist. Unfortunately, he's suffering with dementia now. But Parenti is a socialist. If they aren't even as good as Parenti, and mind you, I'm going to say this now, I've got all the love in the world for Parenti. Parenti is a socialist, and he's a very organic socialist, and he's very principled, but he is still limited and not very good as he could be. You know what I mean? Like, he could be better. He's still fucking better than every American socialist that fucking existed in his time, like, in my opinion. Like, he's a really good, well, I guess other than like native or African socialists, but you know what I mean? Like, amongst the Italian and the white population, Parenti is a fucking figurehead, came from the lower class, he's a hardcore scholar. Parenti is really important. He was a big lover of the Panthers, he's a big lover of the Soviet Union and what it achieved, a big lover of what Mao's China and what that achieved, what Vietnam achieved, what the DPRK achieved, what the Eastern Republics achieved, what Africa achieved under socialism, what South America had achieved under socialism. He was a very big touter of it all, and a big supporter of it all the way. And he's always been very specific in that he wants revolution and that he wants a left-wing movement and only a left-wing movement. Yeah, he did. And Parenti got banned from every university that he ever worked at. Now he can't get a job he couldn't get a job anywhere for like 20 years or something like that, or 15 years. I think it was 15 years. And by the time of 2013 he was broke. Personally, people worry about council culture, but trying defending Lenin and Mao as a public figure. Well, yeah, I mean, what's it? I'd argue that it's more so about the way in which because cancel culture itself is more the culture that things will just get cancelled as they emerge. It's this constant recurring effect. What I'm more speaking to is that fascism is not going to sell to the labor aristocracy if it calls itself Nazism. The labor aristocracy isn't going to buy that. Not for the most part. I mean, maybe in America and Britain you could probably sell it, but I couldn't see how it's going to work in places like Canada or France or Spain or well maybe it'll work in Germany or Italy. It is a damaged brand, yeah, absolutely. And fascism itself is somewhat damaged, but what you missed earlier that I was talking about is I'd argue Mosleyism is the new trend in fascism. Um, like or neo Mosleyism because China has made adaptations, but I'd argue that China's imperialist model is bit for bit what Mosley wanted to do with the British Empire. Start investing in countries to build up infrastructure and construction and other stuff like that, and jobs. You spoke all the flamboyant language that the Chinese imperialists speak about what they're doing in the third world. Um, and it makes sense that Mosleyism would be the most popular form, and because of from 20th century fascism at least, because Mosleyism is the most dialectical of the 20th century fascists. Um, it's very very intricate in the way in which it's positioned itself and analyzed itself, and um, I mean I was speaking about this with Lumpen Skinner, I believe, is that the scariest forms of fascism come from Mussolini and Mosley and other fascists like that who used to be socialists. Well, I mean, it depends. Like, the US already has the quote, best end quote, fascist ideology, Yankee sectionalism. Oh, you goddamn phony yeehaw. We go taking the fucking countries and take up the bloody oil. Because the petrodollar is the new way forward. Uh, yeah, America is, I mean, they basically patterned half of what fascism was based off of. So, I mean, you are correct. Your joke is funny because it's correct, is the way I would put it. Is that, um, it starts with the fucking pilgrims. There is an ideological exceptionalist line from city on the hill to manifest destiny to making the world safe for a democracy to world's policeman last superpower. Silver Legion of America. The silver shirts. Why do you guys like America? Why do you guys have to always be the guys who has to overblow it? Like everyone's here like black shirts, white shirts, brown shirts, red shirts, and you guys are just like, yes, silver shirts. All right, were they silk linen? Were they silk linen as well? Like, did you go get them fucking made at the tailor? Like, who the fuck has money for silver shirts? Oh wait, nice way of gating it so only the aristocracy can join your brand. Not like dyed shirts already cost a lot of money anyway. William Dudley Pillay was basically the American Mosley, except he believed in some weird mystical stuff. But I'm more specifically speaking because the American, so William Dudley was a straight up Hitlerite type. The American fascists during that time took on a very Hitlerite position, whilst Mosley is more Mussolini. Ah, yes, Hoover. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Are you trying to insult Caleb Maupin's dress sense? The Men in Black. Sometimes I feel like I've been zapped with that memory pen. Oh, Caleb doesn't feel very happy. Caleb said there is no Nazis in US government. No, you. That's my response. Excuse me, sir. That is a bread tube conspiracy theory made to undermine the Russian government. Hey, it's the Adams family. I mean, I can understand why someone might think that way, but I sort of thought that way with Dor, but Dor purposefully went and spun the Carl Rittenhouse shit to essentially defend Rittenhouse's shooting of someone, and I watched the court hearing. There's no way that anyone in their right mind would spin that unless they were choosing to look at things in a way that would make a hot take that would get him loads of clout and money. And someone who's looking to make clout is looking to someone looking to make clout is someone who's acting in malice because they're looking to profiteer off a situation. And he did also spin loads of lies during the coronavirus. So I mean, and then when a YouTuber called him out for it, him and ex Grey Zone presenter went and then started attacking this YouTuber for criticizing him. Not a news YouTuber or a big prominent news YouTuber, like just Sean, of all people. He had to go and lampoon him and bastardize him and make up lies about him. And Max Blumenthal, the guy who he's working with, is a fucking dingy little shitbag. I used to think he was good as well. I can't believe I fall for that guy's fucking tricks and shicks, because the guy is he knows his shit when it comes to like Marxist terminology and language and speaks to that shit, which goes to tell me he's someone who's read that shit, but he is not someone who's committed to that shit. He is someone who's committed to a very bourgeois angle to the game in which he's playing. Well, I mean, he was decent on Venezuela. I'd argue that he undermined the situation a bit here by going, "Oh no, no, they're not struggling at all," when they were fucking people starving en masse. When he was going there and saying, "Ah, yes, but they're doing fine and they're cutting through," while people were outright starving, because he did somewhat undermine things a bit there. The Israel Palestine work though, that was fucking. That I got no qualms with that, but I think that like I'd say while I say it's mostly good with Venezuela, I think he somewhat undermined the issue there. And was more focused on his like lampooning pro-Russia campaigning and anti-Americanism, where he's too caught up in the East-West dichotomy of Venezuela and not dealing with the issue of Venezuela itself. But it was good to have someone who actually spoke about the issues of Venezuela. That was nice. I mean, it's better than the Americans who just ignore it or make shit up. But no, no, no. I'm on about when he's on the market stalls. he's at the market stalls and he points out that everyone's getting by and doing fine because people are making by. Like aid is doing, like they're managing to get things sorted. Like there's a video where he's on the market, in Venezuela, out in the streets, and he's somewhat undermining the situation. Like it's not really a big beef, like it's not a big qualm. It's just I find that like there's certain tab bits that show that he's too busy. No, I think it's part of the same video. Like he talks about the rich hoarding a lot of food, but then he somewhat basically like tries to undermine, like he tries to do like a Venezuela's sort of doing comparably great in a mannerism to America. Like he's trying to treat the situation like it's, I don't know, like I can see where he's trying to go with it. Like I don't think it's malicical. I think like it's like I say it's accidental undermining. Like I feel like he was trying to show that regardless, through struggle, people are finding ways to survive, but he seemed to have instead tried to like imply that the market was mitigating the issues itself, like the street market, not the term market as in the economic sense. I mean, in the social sense. That market stalls were managing to mitigate the crisis, but I don't know. It's somewhat. I don't know. It may have somewhat undermined things. I could be wrong. I might be looking into it a bit too much. I don't know. But it just seemed that way to me. I don't know. Like, cause the way I would drum it into people is the amount of people who are being lost. I feel if you tell a load of middle class people, it's like, yeah, it's causing them problems, but they're finding ways to survive. That normally makes them turn their brains off because that's the way they justify things in the first world. That like, well, people find their ways to survive, and then they shut their brain off to all the poverty in the first world. Dora and Grey Zone get credit for two big things. One is for being anti-war consistently. Second is for never falling for Russiagate, and they don't like the Democratic Party or Republicans. So I'm not good. Yeah, no, I can't take that away from them. I mean, I imagine the Russian crisis has taken away that consistency. I know what you mean though. In the past, they were heavily consistently anti-war. Um, well, actually, if you're talking about the Grey Zone, I don't know whether the Grey Zone now is against the war or not, because I know that Ben Norton isn't as bad as Blumenthal, because Blumenthal's not in the Grey Zone anymore. He got kicked out for pushing vaccine conspiracy shit. Actually, it has restored it for Dora, I think. I can't remember what you're responding to from what I just said. Aaron Mate is the one covering the war. Well, Aaron Mate is pretty fond of Russia, so I don't know. But then Aaron Mate is the kind of guy who might does he take the pro-Russia side, or is he taking the in the middle? Because Aaron Mate is a bit of a hot potato. Not that I want to fuck him. I don't have sexual interactions with potatoes. When I say hot potato, I mean he's a warm potato. There's nothing sensual about this potato, I promise. And it is the Grey Zone line. It's is the war is unjustified, but it was provoked by the U.S. and NATO. Oh, that's pretty base. See, I thought there was a possibility to be that because the Grey Zone is ran by Ben Norton. It was ran by both Ben Norton and Max Blumenthal, but Max Blumenthal is like ousted now because he's not allowed because he's making his shitty fucking anti-vax stuff. So Ben Norton's off him, and Ben Norton isn't as pro-Russia as Blumenthal, as far as I remember. No, that's interesting. The Grey Zone's doing better than I expected. Is Dor taking the same position then, or? Yeah, of course he's anti-communist. I know that. His Russiagate stuff is legendary. It is, but ignore his takes on the USSR. Ignore everyone in America's takes on the USSR, even people who call themselves communists. Yeah, exactly. I mean, even still, you need to look at the undecent journalists as well, don't you? Technically speaking, really. Because I mean, you even have to look at the right wing journalists, the mainstream journalists. You have to look at everything. I mean, Aramate is a complicated figure because, so for someone to be in good faith, that's complicated because to be good faith to what degree, on what topic, to what retrospect? Because, I mean, I could be good faith on my discussion on how car engines work, but be terribly bad faith in my discussion on road safety and driving ethics. I would say that when it's come to talking about imperialist wars in the third world, Aramate has been pretty good faith. And given what you said about Grey Zone's position on the current war, it seems like he's doing so now, but I can't say all the time. As far as I'm aware, yeah, as far as I'm aware, they kicked Max out, or at least suspended him for his anti-vax shit. Yeah, and he was good on war and Russiagate. Yeah, his Russiagate stuff is legendary, and his stuff on the Syrian gas attacks was my favorite bit of his work. Because while his Russiagate stuff was good, who the fuck fell for Russiagate? Oh, did Ben leave? Oh, that's how it went down. Oh, that's weird. Well, I don't blame him. Oh, okay, so Ben left because of Max's anti-vax stuff. But it was because of the anti-vax stuff nonetheless. Well, I mean, if it's Ben that left, it would be Max that's there. No, I thought Max left, not Ben, because Max is the one making the anti-vax views. So I thought if someone's going to go for the anti-vax views, it wouldn't be the guy making, it wouldn't be the guy who wasn't making them. No, they act more nuanced. They keep pushing literal. Keep pushing literal anti-vax shit. They keep going on about how, so basically they're preaching the shit the bourgeoisie are preaching, where it's like, oh well, no, we can just go back to normality and everyone will be fine. Everyone will just develop a natural immunity. It'll be fine. Rather than doing the actual fucking thing and doing a proper fucking lockdown. We've never had our lockdown we were supposed to have. The only reason flu was normalized the way it was with the Spanish flu was because we didn't do a proper fucking absolute lockdown and get it away from us completely, stop it from re-emerging. We can do this with coronavirus. Heck, we can still do this with flu fucking as long as it is further now. Because if you isolate enough from what is being spread, you can prevent it from being spread. And then the only risk we have of fluenza is animal fluenza being spread onto humans, which would happen again. But as soon as it happens again, we can isolate and deal with it because we don't get a new animal fluenza every year. Abby's fucking amazing. I love Abby to bits. Oh yeah, but that's not what they're doing. I've been someone who's been debating the effectiveness of the vaccine. That's why I've got a problem with Jimmy. He makes my position difficult because Jimmy is not debating the effectiveness of the vaccine. What he's doing is he's saying, "Oh, the vaccine is ineffective," which it is. Therefore, send society back to normal and just let people develop a tolerance, rather than what I'm saying, where I'm saying the vaccine is ineffective, likely because it was a vaccine that was based off a project that was designed for making a vaccine for third world miners in China by the US, which means that the vaccine was likely underdeveloped when it was forced into production at the start of the coronavirus, because they're not going to develop a fully decent vaccine for third world miners. They don't give a shit about these people. These are white imperialists we're talking about. and then the thing outbreaks. People like Bill Gates have an interest to not want to develop it further because a leaky, or as the terminology would go in vaccine nomenclature, a leaky vaccine is a profitable vaccine because then you can have yearly, or as it's been with this one, 6 monthly vaccine boosters, and it's problematic. There's two answers to this, and realistically, you should do both. Develop a better vaccine, B, isolate. Jimmy's conclusion is send everyone back to normality, which puts people like me at risk, and everyone else who's high risk at risk. It's pure bourgeois mindedness, aristocratic nature to want society to normalize so things are easier again. Fuck me, like, think things are hard for them. I had to think of this down for us in the lower class getting fucked wire. I was speaking with a delivery worker during the start of the pandemic. I think it was an Amazon delivery worker when he was dropping down a desk that I needed delivering. And the only people who were complaining about the need for the lockdown to be uplifted before we ever had a proper lockdown, and we never really had a proper lockdown, but this was at the start where we basically had fuck all properly put in place because the government still didn't give a care properly. The only people who were complaining from that on and all the way through, the big majority of people who were complaining were the fucking Labour aristocracy, because they wanted to go and consume, and be spoiled off as much as possible. Well, I tuned out their videos about the vax. I did too eventually. I saw a few, but again, they were too good. They were good on Russiagate and the war. And yeah, who fell for Russiagate? Shit libs by definition. But did they fall for it? Did they just play it? I mean, yeah, there's loads of people who fell for it, but was it something new that made them fall for it? And if it was, where's it sourced from? Because I know that the British were one of the people funding the Russiagate project. They were funding Bellingcat in 2014, and might have been likely the source of the original Russiagate scandal. So it's like Russiagate is sort of quite straightforward in my opinion. Like it was obviously a lie to those who aren't bought off by the system. People willing to believe it are typically people in a very aristocratic, locked in position where they're bought off heavily by society and they need this justification for the horrible positions they take in life. By the way, comrade, communists saw Russiagate for what it was, and people internationally saw it for what it was. But in the US, a lot fell for it. Democracy Now! Did. Well, Democracy Now! Fucking are a Democrat shilling operation at this point, so. I mean, I know they used to be good, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that retrospectively, I'm saying that of the last. When was Julian Assange arrested? It was about that time. It's since about that time that Democracy Now! It was a bit before then. It was when he, when they lost contact with Julian Assange, where they basically couldn't speak with him anymore and they couldn't get him on live stuff like that, and he basically become completely isolated. It's around that time when they cut off his internet or something like that. Take a stance on Russiagate, on Syria, or on Venezuela, etc. These were brave stances for someone from the Bernie crowd, which is further than Bernie himself did, etc. Well, I would point out that Bernie's a complicated figure, though, in this retrospect, because supporting Bernie is not the same as supporting Corbyn. Supporting Bernie is more like supporting Tony Blair, but slightly more left-wing, just slightly. Yeah, the George W. Bush. if it's a double yeah instead of a double U, shouldn't you guys just do yeah Bush? Because then there's two yas in a bush, and that's double Bush, double yeah Bush. Obama and Clinton were more Tony Blair. Bernie is more like return to LBJ or FDR. Not really. Bernie Sanders worked for these guys ever since '97. Bernie Sanders is a member of the Third Way Democrats. Barack Obama, during the Wall Street crisis, the March on Wall Street, during the March on Wall Street, Barack Obama was praising Bernie Sanders as one of the greatest examples of a Democrat. Bernie and Biden are two sides of the same coin. Bernie and Clinton are two sides of the same coin. Bernie and Biden too. The reason Biden made Bernie his budgeting commission. Bernie could put in so much more radical stuff than he's doing right now, but won't. Not because he's gonna get in trouble or some shit, but because he's in with it. Yeah, that's what the crowd may have saw him as, or at least said they saw him as. Might I remind you that Tony Blair rose up on the platform of being a socialist, with very poor connotations as to what that might mean. Actually, Tony Blair defined it more than fucking Bernie did, as a special kind of socialist, a new kind of socialist, not like those Marxist economic socialists. I hope this sounds familiar to a quote said by somewhat Adolf Hitler to you, because that is exactly the Adolf Hitler quote, just with a few tweaks and bits and pieces changed out of it. Bernie had only had any clout or movement because he postured against the neoliberals like Obama and Clinton. Well, yeah, that was the sort of methodology around it. Well, Obama and Clinton aren't representing, so it's complicated. But Clinton represents the third way Democrats, which isn't neoliberalism, it's fascism. Obama is weird because Obama is more of a neoliberal. But Clinton was, which failed because neoliberalism was in a stronghold position and it didn't work. Clinton tried to monopolize on corporatism. Gaddon's third way. I mean, it was Clinton's Democrats that spawned. Well, yeah, because what's it? Obama and him were buddies. Well, I mean, what's it? You are what you eat. I mean, what I'm getting at is that the Tony Blair called himself a socialist and his fans called themselves socialists. People to this day who supported Tony Blair still call themselves socialists. Just special new kind of socialists. Like, what I'm saying is that because these people are calling themselves socialists doesn't mean that they're as left-wing as the crowd likes to make themselves think they are. It's a sort of pervade image because everyone idiotically got their hopes up around Sanders. Sanders was scum from the start. Sanders would have probably have done the third way better than Biden, Blair, Clinton, or anyone else like that. Like I say, Obama was certainly neoliberal, so he's more complicated. Clinton is really complicated as well because while I'd argue that Clinton, just like Blair, wanted to implement a very corporatist system only, the constant pushback of neoliberalism at the time led to Clinton and Blair both adopting neoliberal platforms for their policies rather than just directly pushing into the next way forward. It is the biggest issue, and the biggest issue then is like trying to find the people who are honestly there because they're left wing, because there were a lot of those people. And you know what? I don't think those people who were honestly supporting Sanders were left wing, although some of these communists might have been sincerely supporting them because they're left wing. I feel a lot of the people who are communists that were supporting them are people who were copping outwards. Like I'm not about people who were tricked a little into thinking that there was something good coming out of there. I'm on about the people who were absolutely supporting it as like a step forward if Sanders was to be the literal president of America. I feel like that was a dereliction of revolutionary mindfulness at that point in time, and people starting to think like that. Like, progressive, not radicals. I mean, yeah, liking Sanders, well, it is, though. So it's a reaction. It's a reaction to do electoralism. It always is a reaction to do electoralism. And you know, in this retrospect, like bourgeois electoralism, like this isn't proletarian banner. He doesn't represent the proletarian banner. Yeah, he was lying. And he was also taking shit tons of trust fund money at the same time. The guy is, I mean, it's the way that I would put it is, Sanders is, people in the US just can't get their mind around electoralism. I would argue that I don't know about that because more than half of the United States doesn't even vote, and the majority of those people are lower class. I guess it just depends on how things are dealt with. Um, but many have good values, but they don't understand how to accomplish them. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it comes to so those whom are willing to engage in electoralism are typically of the labor aristocracy, or at least of the bourgeoisified proletariat. And a lot of these people who will engage in it quite in depthly will have good values. But you know, it's those who fail to implement them are those whom are of that more um grander position in hierarchy. What I mean is they are either cynics or electoralists. Most don't become revolutionaries. It is a tiny minority. I feel you there, but I'm sort of getting at is that like I'm getting what Sanders is a problem of and why the Democrats used him in the way they used him is that obviously they need more numbers. Well, use Sanders to just attract numbers, then that's their mentality. But anyway, I need to go to bed. I'm tired as fuck. What's it? Red salute, comrades. And yes, Americans, that's how you salute. Not like that. That's a Navy salute. That's an Army salute. Navy salute. Army salute. Navy salute. Army salute. Well, red salute, comrades. Catch you in the next one. Or as they say in Germany, Auf Wiedersehen. Catch you Saturday in the meeting. I look forward to meeting you, meeting the other comrades in the discussion. It's gonna be great. But, yep. Catch you later, brothers and sisters. Red salute.